savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, how I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a pole to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise the novice can't handle me, never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tucking their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I rise. They all ducking, they hide inside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licorice sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Baby, como nadie, quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para manos, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop what I'm talking to. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Rise up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to semi-finals. We're the last bridge possible before we head on to the massive collision. We already have the desk in sight. My name is Olshan Rashad Maya. I will be your host, and without further ado, it is Hysterics on my right and Troubling on my left. How are we doing? Hello.
Hello.
That's it?
5 seconds into the
It's very
desk.
nice.
Trouble, talk to me. How are you feeling?
Awesome! It's another EMEA Masters semi-finals. We only have 4 teams.
And at the end of the day,
Lots of them have a lot of history behind them.
He
with the
knows.
EMEA Masters,
He knows.
So
I know the answer to that.
at the end of the day,
2 teams.
no, 3.
Oh, no,
It's 3.
technically 3.
At the end of the
Damn it! Oh, so close. Actually, so
You're
close.
fired.
Well, that's okay. You pointed to him when you said you're fired, so that's
That
completely
was
fine.
fast. Moving fast into the casters of the day. It will be initialized. And One Piece Aragon.
One Piece Aragon.
One Piece Aragon. That's
One Piece.
true, actually. It's
true.
taking my earring.
You know,
Pretty
I
solid.
genuinely hadn't realized that was a Zorro earring.
The only person who knew was Trouble.
What do you mean?
In my entire life, she's the only one.
I have not
It
watched
was
that.
obvious.
So you only 3. You know, you baited me.
I do need 3.
Zora has 9 swords, right?
We're done.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all right. We need to keep these guys
That's the
apart. That duo's over. It's
don't
just me
watch
and
it
Aragon
up.
forever
Welcome to the
Nice
desk.
earring.
Welcome to the desk.
Mm.
Come, join us. Leave that place. Leave that place. That's a dark place. As soon as we jump into the game, they will be casting, they will be screaming, and it's a best out of 5. Between who? Let's show you the bracket to understand where we're standing right now. It is semifinals, and we're going to start at the bottom with Spandau versus GK. And tomorrow we'll have Besiktas versus BDSA. So looking into these 4 teams, I would like to get your opinion of how we got here and how interesting so far it has been on EMEA Masters.
I feel like it's been a very interesting quarterfinals overall, especially every single time you do have KC in the quarterfinals. They do make playoffs. They win the entire thing. GK pulled the biggest upset of all EMEA Masters history, getting themselves into the semifinals. And then, honestly, it has been a little bit of a weird one. No Ultraliga team, no Superliga team at all. We've got one from Turkey, one from Switzerland, and of course, our semifinal today, which is Prime versus Arabian League.
It's been an entire flip. I mean, from a narrative background, you're like, how do we get here? It's a completely different looking EMEA Masters. And as we look back on Eintracht Spandau, this was a favorite team going through. But I have to say, Nigma Galaxy definitely pulled out all the stops. They're kind of a crazy team. We saw things like the Leona. We saw Aatrox coming through as well. A lot of the games that we went back and forth, if I could speak properly. But Eintracht Spandau, again, as we'll talk about a lot today, played their usual style of composition and got away with it pretty much every game apart from the first.
It's actually super fun to see Power of Evil go back to his Syndra, something that he was very
and that was
famous
the worst
for.
Game.
Absolutely. That was the game they lost, actually. And then they technically, quote-unquote, reverse swept Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy, of course, gained that first win right there, but then they were able to pull it out. Slow, calculated, front-to-back team fights, I think is what would possibly characterize this particular series.
Yeah, I can only agree more. I mean, I think for Eintracht Spandau, again, like when we talk about their compositions, they showed us like constant control mages after the first game went awry and essentially putting Funky on something that hyperscales. I know the drafts are one of the most interesting part about the team, but on the other side, we actually did get to cast this game. And this was, as Trouble already said, a major upset because KC Blue got handed to them in game 5.
I was actually crazy. We came into this game, me and Sam were actually casting it, and we were wrapping up. After the 2-0 from KC, they looked so dominant.
We said the same
We thought
thing.
it was going to be a quick 3-0. However, huge congrats to GK for being able to adapt so quickly on that one last game they had in the best-of-5 series.
Because some of the drafts in this series were looking pretty rough. Like the Zach B1 that gets countered immediately by the Poppy. I think we saw... game 2 as well. They just couldn't get a read on the bottom side. And then it was the Blitzcrank pick, right?
Yeah.
I'm in the same series. The Blitzcrank pick that came through to counter this Milio Zaya bottom lane that consistently kept coming through. And then for game 5, we got a completely different draft. We actually got, I think, the best game of the series with this mega Trundle pick that invaded off repeat that gave GK priority and again played their mid-jungle style.
I loved every single second of this particular game, the game 5 between KC and GK, because they were fighting from literal minute 1.
Yeah.
Usually when it goes to 5 games, the teams will usually slow the pace down.
I remember you saying on cast,
you don't want to be the one making the first mistake and losing the series because it can't be lost on minute 2 or 3. One wrong invade it took. Elromir was just on fire, kept invading, kept taking advantages, and he went toe-to-toe until the very last
And that's
fight.
what's most impressive. Further to your point, teams do kind of become more reserved, but the style of GK isn't to be more reserved, whether it's lane swap or not. Yeah, they're mid-jungle. They put pace on. That's why they draft the way they do. And the fact that we got Elromir on something like the Trundle as well and was constantly invading, that's what was most impressive about this team. They still played their style in game 5. I think that's what got them over the line, as well as their adaptability to get them back into the series when they're 2-0 down.
That's the moment where the team goes like, okay, we're going to lose, so might as well just go all in. And halas, it's done. We're going over. I love this word. And it actually fits the Arabian League. Like, we're done with the way. It's enough.
Enough.
Or stop it, right?
Halas, it's stop it or it's enough.
Yeah,
and they were like, halas, bring in the Blitzcrank. We're done with this.
Great.
And they actually
Done
pulled a
with the
reverse
Lulus.
sweep. That was As we're looking into what regions we still have in play, you told us about it to begin with in the day, but let's put a graphic just so you can understand where we stand right now. And these are so far where we stand. LFL, 15 appearances, they got 7 wins. Prime League so far with only 1. Arabian League, this could be it for them. But TCL, every single time they show up on this specific part, they win.
Mind you, this is the graphic not including this particular
Yeah.
EMEA Masters stats, right? So the fact that the Arabian League has made it to semifinals is huge. They've made history. For TCL, it's always the question, right? Because Wildcats came in 2023 spring and they won the whole damn thing. And you're like, is it a coincidence or will they make it tradition in spring from the TCL? However, I just want to give a little bit of a caveat for the LFL. 15 appearances, 7 wins. It looks like way too many appearances in the semifinals. However, a lot of the semifinals and the finals were LFL versus LFL.
Yeah, only one can win. That makes
At
a
the
lot
end
of
of the
sense.
day, I don't understand. Like LFL, shouldn't it be like 2 Prime League teams? Because BDSA, do your research.
You
Do
gotta
your
be
research.
joking.
I
Do your
watched
research.
Twitter.
You are such a bait. I mean, look, LFL can still win it all, by the way. We didn't say it before, but yeah, BDSA, new firm favorites after how they
They're
started
looking
quarterfinals
good.
anyway. So
They're looking really good. But now, can we play something else?
what a
I know you
surprise.
guys at
If
chat.
you open this by saying, can we play a game? I would get out.
It is
I
going to
would
be a
actually
game,
get.
though.
I've not watched a single bit of that movie. It scares me. So if you open it like that, I would be out of here.
Hey, Trouble,
Oh no.
you want to play a game?
Oh, hell
I know you
yeah.
folks at home also play this in the chat, so follow us and give us your answers. Answers. It's no more of who am I? No. We're done. Halas. It's a game of who wants to be a challenger. Oh, it's not about
Me.
wishing, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So I'll provide with a question, and we'll both we'll jump to you, Aesthetics, then we'll jump to you, Trouble, one by one.
Okay.
So you'll get the opportunity to answer the first one, and if you fail, she'll get a shot at it.
Okay.
Okay. At the end of the show, I'll give you a prize and also a counter prize.
I think I know what the counter prize is.
Right.
Oh
What do I have
Lord.
to eat? What is that?
It's here. Obviously, it's like we can't show it.
It's taped up.
Bro, that's chicken salt.
No, this is the worst sour thing existing in the world.
Like, as in good sour or bad
Oh,
sour?
bad.
Probably bad sour.
Like, you made it? You cooked it or what?
If I did, it wouldn't reach this.
Yeah.
This is chemical
The tape
level.
is more ominous. I know this is a hide branding, but this just makes it more ominous.
Let's just say
play
if
a
you need
game.
to take a minute, we can give you that.
I'm
Who
not,
wants to be a millionaire? Who wants to start? Who wants to be the first one?
I'll start then. I
You'll
guess.
start, Aesthetics?
Sure.
Okay. The question for you is, when a large monster dies in the jungle, the rest of the camp is marked for death. How many seconds does it take for the mark to kill the mobs? 8 seconds, 10 seconds, 12 seconds, or 9 seconds?
The music, I
Eight.
can't.
8.
8 seconds?
I
You want to
think
lock it in?
Yeah, that or it's 10.
It's not. Trouble, do you want to take a shot?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 10 seconds.
10 seconds. She locks in B.
It's 10, isn't it?
The correct answer is
Or is it C?
B. It is 10 seconds. When you kill
Oh.
the large mob, the rest of the camp will die 10 seconds later.
So that's correct?
It's correct for the
Oh,
B.
okay.
I guess there is some advantage to knowing few junglers around, you know?
Oh, that's 1 point for Trouble. Let's go into the
That's a
second
long
one.
10 seconds.
Trouble!
So am I challenging it or no?
No, you're
not
just,
yet, not yet.
you're-
We're climbing.
You're silver. You're silver.
climbing.
Still.
I'm silver, okay.
If Aatrox and Kale are on opposite teams, a quest World Ender will start. What does Kale win from that interaction? 5% attack speed, 7% movement speed, 5% armor and magic penetration, or an ulti cooldown is reduced by 10 seconds.
You know what? I have no idea. Can I call my mom?
You can, but there's no
She will probably not know it. I'm just saying.
there's no network on studio.
True, okay. So I can't call my mom. But she would have good intuition, you know? She wouldn't know, but maybe she would have an
What would
idea.
your mum say?
I can cosplay if you
My
want.
mom would say probably the longest answer because it takes more of the box. So I'd go with D.
That's right.
Wait, is that what you want to lock it in?
Yeah, I'm locking in D.
Wow, it's actually correct.
Yeah.
Her cooldown gets reduced by 10 seconds.
Damn,
cute.
I'm getting 700 LP per win here.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
So it's 2-0. You gotta step it
Oh,
up.
boy.
Aesthetics, you gotta step it up.
Okay.
What's the real name of Big Wolf at Wolf Camp?
Has a name?
The Greater Merc Wolf, Alpha Merc
Can I
Wolf,
lock in C?
Giant Merc Wolf, or
C.
Massive Pupper Wolf Wolf 3000?
I should do D, but no, C.
You want to
I
go
think
with
it's
C?
C. Yep.
That is a good one.
But it's not right.
It's not right though.
Really?
But it's a good
Are
attempt.
you sure it's not C?
I know. I made the game.
God
Trouble.
damn.
Who do you think it is? I mean, D is looking.
D is looking great,
it's-
doesn't it? Massive Pupper
Woof
Woof,
woof 3000.
3000.
Riot, hire me.
However, if that was a bionic skin that they would give to the wolves, I'd go for it for sure.
So you
Did you
think
spell
it's...
alpha wrong, by the way? Isn't
Yes.
it PH? So maybe
I'll go with
who
A.
knows? Who knows?
I'll go with A. The
Really? I gave you a
greater
hint just
Merkwolf.
now. You really want to lock in A?
Yes.
It is correct. It is A, the answer, final
You
answer.
cannot bait me. I know you for like many years. You
Give
can't
me
bait me
time.
anymore.
Give
They
me
call it D.
time. So it's now you again, right, Terrible?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
Fourth question. What's the unmastered name of Eclipse when you upgrade it? Sunblock, Emeryth Blade, Reaper's Embrace, Siziki.
That's like how you say it, but
Reaper's
I just want
Embrace.
to ask after this is done, who came up with the D answers?
Siziki. It was me, by the way.
Um,
I made the show.
I'm gonna go with B, Emeryth Blade.
That is a good one.
It's wrong.
It obviously it is wrong. It is wrong. It's a good name though.
You know, I
Emeryth
want to
Blade.
give him some.
Oh,
Come on,
sure.
aesthetics. Come on. Who do you
Well,
think?
but D was Gale Force's upgrade. I thought Syzygy was up. I'm going to do D because maybe I'm just wrong.
You know what? You're wrong, but you're right. So it's D.
It is D.
It is Siziki.
Wow.
Because I thought it was Syzygy.
Wait, I thought you made that up. That's actually
No,
what
no,
it's
no,
called?
it's
It
actually-
is. That's the name.
So Gale Force's. Oh,
But Reaper's Embrace. I mean, come on. I mean, that had to be good.
That had to be good.
Emeryth Blade sounds good too. Maybe for a next item next season.
I found you.
Oh,
Riot.
we can message Mort Dog. They can add it to TFT.
Smart dog. Where
Yeah?
you at? Where's the new patch? Jumping into the fifth
Leo,
one.
bro.
What happens when there's more than one ninja in the team? They lose 1 HP
Oh,
per
yeah,
each
true.
ninja. They gain 1% movement speed, nothing at all, or they gain a special taunt, a special sentence.
It's hysterics,
It is
though, right?
mine.
Yeah.
It is mine. Bring that camera back here. There we go.
Oh, that's a gorgeous.
The music. I need a clock. Weirdly enough, I
Yeah.
think like there used to be a thing, but I'm going to say C nothing because I reckon they removed it. Even though they just added a lot more in the team. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a taunt, but
That makes a lot of sense.
C nothing, but it's not
Doesn't
right.
happen though.
It's C.
No.
No. Okay.
No. Eventually you get, I mean, you have a 25% chance to get something right.
Yeah.
Use it. It's not. It's not.
Well, I just said
No,
C.
it's
so
incorrect.
not.
It's incorrect.
All right. All right. So
I mean,
it's not
Trevor,
correct.
you wanna?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanna
They
know.
do not gain
I wanna know.
a special taunt. I don't think. I don't. However, I don't remember when was the last time I played a ninja champion.
You gotta lock it
I'm
in.
just gonna say,
You gotta lock it in.
you know what? I'll go for D. Whatever. Special taunt.
You know what? That's good. It's incorrect. They lose 1 HP per each
Hang on. How come I don't get to
ninja.
guess again with the 50-50?
Doesn't work like that.
What?
I don't make the rules.
You do!
You're dying for points.
I just want whatever's left.
Final question, worth 55. No, I'm kidding. Final question. Anyone can answer this one, okay? What was the name of the passive in the item called Homewrecker?
Home wrecker.
Homewreckers. What?
Point
Buzz.
runner.
Buzz.
Tell me.
Sorry, can I buzz now?
Yeah,
Is that
you buzz.
okay? Is it Demolisher? Probably not, but I'm just going to say B.
Good attempt. I'm really good at making up names, but
You
it's
are.
not.
It's not.
He was captain.
It is wrong. It was actually Point Runner.
Point run.
You would get 20% additional movement speed running towards turrets.
What?
I'm so good at making names. So
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it means that Trouble wins this one, and you'll get.
But did I climb to challenger? Probably not.
What's in there?
I would say like Master.
You know what? We take those.
got
Again?
Another keychain.
Keychain. You're just collecting these.
No, getting scammed. I got another one.
Better than whatever that thing is.
You got.
What's that?
You can't show because, you know?
Is it branding?
Yes.
Put it here.
Yeah, you have to eat it.
Oh, that's cool. I
Yeah.
don't mind that. Toxic, can I say it?
No,
Oh,
it's
sorry.
toxic though.
It's something toxic.
It's sour candy. It's
Have
sour
one.
candy.
Take it.
It's great.
Yeah, take it.
What now?
Yes.
Okay.
That's part of the show. So as he's taking the candy, we'll move on with the show because I want to understand how each team made it here. So, so what I'm going to do is I'll let you pick. Each one of you will pick one team.
Yep. Keep
Please
going.
let him represent his team like this.
Who do you want to take? Do you want to take
Eintracht.
GK or do you want to take Spandau? I want you to be like
Spandau.
lawyers. Okay, you'll take Spandau.
Spandau.
You'll take GK. How are you doing?
Great.
I just heard like there's something, by the way, there's something on the label saying if you eat more than one, you can actually bleed. So
What?
cool. Moving on. So you'll
Good
take
thing you didn't lose too
GK
much.
and you'll take Spandau. I'm gonna give him time. I want to understand how GK got here and why are they so good. Imagine I'm a new viewer, just tuned in. Who's GK?
All right. Let me take you back to 2023 spring when the Arabian League joined EMEA Masters. And we had Nigma Galaxy here for the very first time. Now, GK has tried to get here before, but they didn't manage to. However, this time around, not only did they make a fantastic run coming through the play-ins as the second seed of the Arabian League, they have managed to also pull the unthinkable. One, they take out Heretics from their groups. Two, they take first in their whole group at EMEA Masters. They make quarterfinals for the first time in history. They beat KC that no other team has ever been able to beat in so many years at EMEA Masters. And they make history again by making semifinals.
So I know who's GK. Point done. It's no
I
longer
think
a
I've
game.
gained many points with that one.
I mean, I lived in Spandau, so you got to step
Done.
up.
I don't have to say anything then.
Spandau,
Spandau.
sehr gut
Look,
Spandau.
The lolly's down. Let me tell you, straight away, you should be interested in this team because of the miracle run they made in, again, Prime League playoffs. The biggest thing was that SK Prime were favorites. Everyone thought, yeah, this is going to be easy, the first seed. Fifth in regular season, made a big glow up, played scaling, showed versatility in their finals. And now even here, showing versatility in their draft as well. And yes, while what might be a one-track mind, you just have to remember you have people like Power Evil on Control Majors again, who is just such a good powerhouse, doing an insane amount of damage for his team. They have a safety net in Fun Key. They have really fun support drive in Lillip, who just roams consistently and plays things like Pike. And Zanzara as well, who's playing a lot of early game skirmishing junglers. So they've got a really fun team to watch throughout many stages of the game. I think they've got a lot of backup plans, both in their draft and their play style, that makes it super easy to see how they run each stage of the game. If that makes sense.
That made sense.
I don't believe him. He was reading it off of there.
Actually,
I was staring the viewers
Yes.
straight into their soul,
it has nothing to do with what I'm saying, by the way. I think it's just getting ready. So the unsung heroes, the team that came in from play-ins, last chance, and then you're looking at Prime League's final chance as well. So
Yep.
final chance for both teams, but how do they play? I want to know about GK. Like, I'm a fan of GK. Why?
I think everyone should be a fan of GK at this point.
I like it.
Again, they have done the unthinkable. No one ever knew that the Kings could bleed. They took down KC. They were down 0-2 in their best of series. And usually they play a very, I would say, the most normal way you can play League of Legends. Frontline tanks, carries at the back, heavy engaged. They love to play a slow, calculated game through mid-jungle pressure in the early to try and bridge the gap between that pressure and the late game team fighting when they are ready on their carries to have these items to want to team fight. And it usually takes them a while as well to finish their games. I feel like their average game time is something like 31 minutes something. So they play a very clean, calculated, full of team fights game.
Okay, I like it. I would like to ask the mods on the chat to actually make a poll on who do you think is going to win? On which side you actually favor?
Classic.
I really want that because we're just fighting to represent both teams, and I'm
You're
enjoying
giving the
this.
mods in Twitch chat like a lot more work. I love that. Love that.
I might have received the message, by the way. So that's why I'm pulling it even further. Chaos. So what about Japan? How do they play?
So super simple, right? We want to see how jungle and support links up.
Oh,
Trouble was talking about how mid jungle is a key for GK, which makes a lot of sense in this current meta. But support, Lillip, I already told you before about these roaming supports. Things like the Pike, the Rakan. He's playing things like Nautilus as well, right? Link up with Zanzaras on these very early game junglers. Rek'Sai, Maokai, Vi as well. They have great engage tools at level 6. And then see how they can influence the map. The other thing as well, while we're also mentioning words like bridging, Vertigo's champion pool, things like Renekton that comes through, Gragas as well. These early skirmishes that can kind of play through the lane and give a nice bridge building. What is the word? Building of the bridge.
okay.
How many bloody bridges are we on?
Sorry for the
So
candy.
people like Power of Evil and Fun Key as well, who are these late game carries. So Power of Evil's playing Control Major. 7 games in Azir so far is all we've gotten. Things like Hwei, Syndra, Orianna fit in the mix too. But Fun Key on hyper carries is something else to look out for. So this is what we want to see. We want to see is how they build that bridge to the mid game and give more power to Power Reveal and Funky, who are eventually going to carry anyway because they can still play towards scaling.
So it seems like Power of Evil is one of those champions we need to keep track of in this matchup. And I would say the same for the other mid laner in GK's case. So I would like to put them front to front, like head to head, and understand how they're faring right now. I think they're the two powerhouses of these two teams. So let's put them face to face head on.
I feel like these two mid laners have completely different functions in their
Okay.
teams. I feel like for Power of Evil, it's more about, we've known Power of Evil for the longest time, right? He's such a veteran. He's been to Worlds, he's been in the LEC, he's been the LEC before it was even called the LEC, EU LCS. He's been in the LCS over in NA, he's been to Worlds. So much experience. He's known for things like Orianna, Syndra, Azir, like Hysterix mentioned. He is the control mage god. On the other side, you've got the guy that in the early game, he's bridging that inactivity gap between the early and the late game for his carry in the bot lane. And Giyu has been extremely active together with Elramir. And also his champion pool shows that.
And I mean, that's why as well, like the damage is percentage low. I think for a lot of people, I know we're lawyered up for our teams, but a lot of people shouldn't just look at GK and be like, oh, lower damage percentage doesn't mean he does as much. As Trouble just said, it's about getting yourself a mid laner that can push and move and then move across the map with jungle as well. And that's why he has so much functionality in the early game, whereas Power of Evil is going to be a little less proactive than Giyu in comparison, but it's going to be a scaling threat that ends up team fighting and winning the game.
I'd like to bring up a question because I just saw Azir 7 times on Power of Evil. Do you believe he only picked Azir so far because he wasn't pushed to his own limit, so he's trying to hide something until he needs
Dude,
to
the
do it?
champion's broken.
Yeah.
I like some
True,
people
but-
have different value, and like Talia first pick in the tournaments has been worth noting. But like looking at how they play the game, and especially with Talia getting banned against Eintracht quite a lot of the time as well, what options do you have left? A champion that lanes well, team fights well, has range, doesn't really have any big lane counters, has engage at 6, can sync up with most junglers as well. Like, dude, name another champion like Azir that does it as well as Azir. I think that's just an easy hit.
And name also control mates players that don't mind, you know, they don't mind playing Azir. Every single time you're going to give it to them, they're just going to play it.
Okay, so we know we need to keep track of those mid liners. We now understand who they are. But I think are you okay?
It's sour again. I bit into it.
It's the end of it, isn't it? It's the end that
It
gets
got really
you.
sweet. And so I just bit into it. And now it's sour again.
It's the trick. They've made you do it. They make you do it like you think, oh, it's done. It's past the prime. No, it's not. Prime League is here. And talking about that as
They
well,
are
it's
here,
the bot
okay.
lane. Because one of the parts of the map that actually highlighted my brain out on GK case was the fact when they picked the Blitz. And I was like, wait, who's this support? No, he's
Man.
making his name known.
Man, Decap, you know what? I love this guy. However, get off the Lulu, man. I get it. I get it. His AD carry has 41% damage share in the team. However, the second this guy jumped off of the Milio and the Janna, the team looked different. That proactivity that came through from the Blitzcrank and the Rel and the Rakan was just immaculate for the early game.
And I mean, this is coming off the back of the series as well. Like that Milio pick that finally started coming in. The most interesting part against KC Blue was the fact that like this Milio was bothering them a lot. The Milio Zaya lane, double demolish, was really ruining the chances for Eintracht GK in the series. But then as we transitioned across in the adaptation, the Blitzcrank you mentioned as well, that looked really good because of the bot lane they were going into. Then eventually adapting it themselves. I think the most interesting thing is that we're seeing versatility come through, not just from Decap, but also from Lilip, who again has this own spanner in the works with things like the Pike too. A lot of playmaking supports between these two, which I think in their best is what they look good at.
And when we see this sort of champion pool, are we looking into both teams looking for that lane swap, or maybe they'll be crazy enough to just, hey, we'll accept this lane. We don't care. We'll find a way on.
I actually don't think so. I mean, I think a lot of the bot lane similarity is the fact that we've both got scaling. Like we're not seeing strong 2v2s. The only difference is in the last series for Eintracht against Nigma Galaxy, I think there was a Kalista early on, banned away for the rest of the series. So we can see that they can play towards the 2v2, but since they're both playing scaling and like, I feel like, I don't know, GK will play lane swap though. That's the annoying thing.
Oh,
I could sit here and be relevant. What do you think?
That's exactly what I want to say. I think for the sake of GK, do not lane swap for the lane of just lane swapping. They tried it twice versus KC. It wasn't the worst lanes you were walking into. Sure, it was a lane that maybe that pushed you underneath the tower, but it wasn't very easy to dive, especially when you have level 3 Lulu and you can put down the polymorph. So The matchups weren't the worst to play, and then they lane swapped for the sake of it, just because they were doing it a lot through the groups. Then they ended up getting punished. But again, commending them because they swapped everything they were doing on game 3 to try and come back. They swapped the sides, and they also stopped lane swapping for the sake of it. They literally just faced KC head on.
Do you have side selection?
Not until now,
'Cause
but I might ask for the side
I
selection.
think ask for it because the biggest indicator I would say is GK probably want blue. GK have been consistently lane swapping, and it makes sense to me that this team would, you know, if they have a request, I'm trying to think, it'd probably be average
I
game
have it,
time that
though.
gets selection. Who picked what?
GK is on blue.
They picked blue.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Okay.
they picked. I'm just saying they are at blue.
So Eintracht, the 3 bands that are going to come through, Sion, Lulu, Jinx, right? And then it leaves up the option of things like the Zac. But remember, GK probably learned their lesson. They know that they got punished with the B1 Zac blind, with the Poppy that ran into it, the Poppy flex, I might add as well. So I think there's going to have to be a lot of versatility, and I'm kind of excited to see how it develops from game 1 because GK are the team that obviously want a lane swap. I just don't want to see it.
So in comes the question. You're no longer a lawyer, by the way. You're just free to
Okay.
look
He
into the
fired
teams
us
as
both.
That's-
We were
that's
good
okay.
enough.
fired. You still have to eat one of those, by the way.
Oh, lovely.
Panic. No, I'm kidding.
Actually,
I'm
do you have
kidding.
another one?
Wait, really?
Do you actually have another? I don't mind it.
Why?
I like the sour, you know, they're not warheads.
I'm afraid of your existence.
Why? They're not that bad. They were
It's
actually
supposed
not
like
that
if you eat 2, you might bleed. It's actually on the label.
But that's content, no?
Whoa! Okay. So I want to know predictions, and I want to know why they're gonna win. Remember, this is a series, and we've seen that GK is like we're losing. Halas. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. That word will come up to play today.
Okay, so I have Eintracht Spandau as my tournament favorite in general. I feel like there's too much experience. You know, Lilip, Zanzara, Power Vivo have all played in major leagues as well. Funky was in the finals of EMEA Masters 2023 Spring into the Wildcats, best of 5 in the finals, took them all the way to 5. He was supposed to be one of the best 80 carries in 2023 that was not in the major league. So I feel like EINS has so much talent and experience behind them that I feel like they're going to overcome the early game that GK are going to throw at them with the mid-jungle duo, and they're going to get to these 34 minutes that they love to win at.
But do you think it's gonna be like a 3-1?
It's gonna be a
3-0? 3-1. I love it. What about you, Aesthetics? Give it
It's
to me.
weird that we're like the lawyers for probably the opposite teams we're
And
about
we're
to
going
represent.
the opposite way? Okay,
Yeah, and
great.
so like even though I talked about the strength of support jungle roams and how like they can get power reveal to late game on these control matches with Funky being another initiative, I think on the other side, GK are just kind of too experienced now at lane swaps and how to deal with them. The adaptation in the last series was really, really good. You know, Decap being able to pull out the Blitzcrank to counter the Emilio showed that these guys have more draft angles than just lane swap and get scaling for Leo, who does like 40% of the team's damage. They also have Giyu. They have push and move, which right now I think is so damn strong, whether it's lane swap or not. And with that versatility, I think 3-1, but for GK easily.
Wow.
Oh, I
Wow.
like this is getting spicy,
Okay.
not only sour. So before we jump into the game, the champions will have to be selected. The cards are ready, but are you ready for semifinals?
Bong.
If you're not, we'll make sure you are. Take it away.
Might have dive here. Flash is available. Kadui bounces, but then bounces himself. We get the Berserker comes through as well. Again, Afroboy against the wall finds Kadui at half HP. They might have a kill on the Jinx. Have used everything in the kitchen sink, though, and he's still alive. On the back end, this support tries to bail him, and he gets bailed out. And again, it's done. Put it in the bin.
Let's make fireworks,
Gets the charge, plays out 12 Gypsy with the flash away again. Genax not even here. The team with the equalizer. It turns, it burns, and there's no way they're going to get out of this churn.
Ultimiz lazım. Ultiye de bastı. Kavri'nin önüne geçti. Üzerine sıçra geldi Kavri'nin. Şimdi Pati rakibi ittirdi. Osman yetişti orada. Aldı. Devamı da var. Rebel önde şimdi. Kavri'yi koruyalım. Koru. Yavaşlatma geldi ama. Kavri. Tamam aldık. Koruyor. Aldık onda. Osman kovalıyor bu arada. Kule altında. Rakipten ulti kasmeden bir Mireo var. Orada dönen birebir. O bir çok ama. Burada işi bitirdi.
Do not push me.
Bu da gelince artık. Altın gelince hadi artık. Geldi. Çok da iyi böldü rakibi. Heyecanlar. Kaldı. Skorları ardına geliyor. Çok iyi be. Skor. Çok iyi. Dördüncü de Venom olacak. Venom'dan çıkış yok. Padi'ye düştü ama hiç sorun değil. Bu skorlar bir zaman onu getirecek.
Daran fest doch sehr viel. Voller Bauch. Kann damit einfach solo killen. Der Captain ist wieder mal am Start.
Vladdy to the backside. It is well Zonyu's though. Keeps himself alive. Leo with the HP bot to murder everyone. How much damage can they do? That's the whole. Bleeding Kalist was knocked up and knocked out. He doesn't have a lot of mana left. That could be a problem. Nexus turret one down. I think they might just do it. Respawn's beginning to come through. Vladdy is dead. Kalist knocked up again. The Nexus. They have done it.
Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, shut down. Say, oh. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like,
Hello, one and all. We are coming in white hot today into the picks and bans of our first game of this semi-final. I'm Initialized, that's Aragon. And already a couple important bans on Eintracht's side in particular. You were talking to me in the green room about that Jinx Prio. It's gone. Talia's out as well.
Yeah, so I was thinking, you know, Sion, Lulu, Jinx, this was the bans that were against GK, and they were really, really good. Talia as well off the board. I think Ari is going to be next on the table. For Giyu, that's the main other champ that he's played.
Sure. And it's interesting as well that we saw actually when we were looking over the VODs from Eintracht, everyone was first picking Maokai in that particular series, and that seems to have bled over in today's series. They're going to get a hold of that. They've actually also gone towards the Xayah. On the other side, of course, the Rumble gets through picks and bans, which has been pretty high prio overall.
The thing is, though, I don't really like Ari plus Maokai pairing. I think the double AP Mercs value isn't the best, so maybe we see some kind of AD mid coming up for Giyu. Something like Tristana could be great, but the problem is if you let that go 3, it could be pinched.
Okay.
Gonna value Xayah Rakan, though. Gonna get free scaling into that Xayah lane.
And it's also then the Rakan away from Lilith, who just spammed that across the quarterfinals. He's very, very proficient on the champion. Understandably taken away. And of course, with Eintracht over on red side, they do like to give him the opportunity to flex around his very large champion pool. So trying to go for a solid pairing early on here.
Yeah, I do think now you can match support. Nautilus is really, really good historically. You can do Rel and Pike, because it is Lilith after all.
That's true.
This is a surprise, although it is Zanzara, so it isn't.
Yeah, and exactly. He did play, I think it was in the game 4 yesterday, pulled it out. Of course, has pulled it out semi-regularly from there. It's an early aggro jungler. You could do weird things on it. That ticks the boxes of Zanzara, for those who remember him from the LEC in his Mad Skarner days. Can certainly pull that out. Now into the second phase of picks and bans. Anything you're looking for here?
So I think you're going to pinch away. The thing is, the reason why they drop support, if you're the side of EINS for that R4, is there's 3, I think, main candidates that you could pick away regardless.
Sure.
You have enough supports that even if they do get pinched, it doesn't matter. The Ari takeaway is brilliant. But yeah, for the supports for EINS Spandau, it is still the Nautilus, Pike, and the Rel, I think, all have really decent matchups into the Rakan. And you make things volatile. You can run around with the Rek'Sai and do great things.
Yeah, and again, we were kind of aware that there might have been a possibility the lane swap. There may well still be, but one of the things we did note from Eintracht was that ability to use their jungle support to pull a little bit of volatility into a map that can sometimes be a little bit slower in the early game. So giving that potential, especially when you've already got the Rek'Sai locked in.
Yeah, I think, and then if you're side of GK, we'll probably see like support potentially locked in here into the Rakan. And then if you're side of GK, some kind of AD mid is usually what you pair off the Maokai with. You could also just do a control mage. Asol maybe could come out, you know, because we've seen GU.
Yeah.
But you said GU has a huge champ pool. Even though he's only shown really Ari Talia so far, there goes the Asol.
Yeah.
I think Tristana would be pretty meta. Yone could also be good too.
I mean, back in the day in LPL, it used to be Jace Maokai all the time. That's kind of fallen out of favor, but you're right. Something AD with a bit of shove, with a bit of ability to team fight, sounds like a pretty good option here for the mid laner of GK. We'll see what they end up going towards. Kind of expecting a support pick here on 4 from Eintracht, unless they really want to pull out something weird. They're going to ban away the Nautilus you called out as a solid pairing. They're debating the Alistair. Lilip's played it already. We know it's a solid frontline option. Locked in pretty easily.
I wonder if they're going to take a page out of, I can't remember which team it was, but the Silas into the Alistair was something we saw come out.
NG, it was Miru's team. Was
yeah,
doing
Miru,
it, so it says Besiktas.
But I don't think that will come out because it is still blind. I'm not a big fan of it. Now, they have to have a good answer into the Rumble, or the Rumble it's not a flex support now. It just got killed. So it is just a top lane. Ornn historically has been a really good matchup because you kind of stonewall it and you can actually set up for potential kills. Out of all the tanks, at least, that would be my option as well.
How wild would it be to have the Rek'Sai top and the Rumble jungle?
I think Rek'Sai top, since the nerfs, is kind of dead. Since you have to get more Fury. Do you get less Fury, rather, and you have to auto-attack more for the sustain.
So it's not as valuable as it once was.
Right.
So there you go. My dreams are immediately shut down. Aragon with the reality check. That's why he's doing this job specifically. Last ban, last pick required. You've already got the Ornn locked into your front line and engaged. Zone control between that Maokai and that Rumble, very, very strong indeed. So it has got to be this mid laner. You're expecting the AD option, the Tristana, the Jace still there. The Tristana is locked in. There you go, you called it early.
I think it's going to be a control mage now. I thought something like Syndra, something like Orianna would be very up Power of Evil Street, and they're also good matchups into the Triss because it denies the ability to all-in hits. Very painful, so yeah, I think that's how you round it out.
So, of course, when Power of Evil was first coming into the pro scene, and I remember this because I was watching this because Alex Ich was on the team at the time in the EU Challenger scene. He replaced Alex Ich in the mid lane.
Okay.
He was very famously, of course, named after Syndra. It's what he's been playing for many, many, many years, and of course, in this current meta, he's still going back towards his control mages. Back on the Syndra again. Lots of pick CC now. If the Rek'Sai or the Syndra catch the right person, the Equalizer comes falling on down, Syndra presses R. Single targets could get pretty quickly deleted, I imagine.
Yeah, you have a lot of front to back for GK versus a lot of pick, like you said, in early game volatility from, I mean, you just have push in so many different ways, right? You have push topside with the Rumble, you have potential for the roaming Alistair, as well as, you know, playmaking through mid with the setup. You have, however, on the side of GK, a lot of scaling and front to back with this double AD carry composition. This opens up so many plays in the mid game. You can do Baron rushes because of the DPS. And in general, if you get to that team fighting stage, even, you're going to come out on top.
Got to get there first, though, of course, and that's sometimes a little easier said than done. The likes of that Rek'Sai, the Alistair, Rumble, obviously early, very, very dangerous and able to get those skirmishes rolling to see whether GK can hold on. And the journey they've had, they're on camera right now, and glad to see they're all in the same house again. There were some tweets going around about a couple of those players having to play with 100 ping. Wow. And still doing as they've been doing. That's, you know, pretty insane stat to be pulling off. They're all together now. I think it's in Egypt, if I'm correct, remembering where that gaming house is. But go check out Edward's Twitter page if you want the full story there.
Being able to land combos, like Talia combos, Ari charms, that's impressive.
Who needs ping, you know? Ping? Just do it anyway.
Oh, I feel bad for complaining.
Right, exactly. It's like, oh no, 34 ping, whatever we're going to do. It's like, these guys got like double, like triple the ping. And maybe I'm just bad. That's probably the actual truth, let's be real.
You and me both. You and me both.
Your elo is significantly better than mine, so I don't know what that says about me. Still, coming into this series, of course, it's Eintracht Spandau who are, on paper at least, surely the favourites, unless, well, except of course, you cannot help as we go on to the Rift. Just looking at the story of GK and where they've come from and how they've got here and who they've defeated to be in the semi-finals, it's already an extraordinary run. They get more extraordinary still. All stacking up. The Zaya's gone towards that top side, and Aragon.
It's happening.
I hate to say it, but it is looking like a lane swap.
It's already preempted. Before the Zaya even got there, I saw Ruby Crystal in Bong's inventory, and I saw those dematerializers, telltale signs that we're getting lane swaps in the game. And you kind of want to, yeah, sure, I get it. You want to scale up and scale up with the Zaya Rakan because you're not a champion. You're not champions early. Same with the Ornn into the Rumble. It's really, really miserable, and you also mitigate the burst strike that the Rumble's taking. So I get the idea. It makes a lot of sense, and in this game in particular,
We'll see how they pull it off, of course. Because you're right, because I think we were all in the draft kind of going, yeah, it feels like Eintracht should have more priority early to make things happen with the champions they have, and this kind of helped mitigate that a little bit by maybe starting some things off early on in the lane swap. But before we get to that stage of the game, we've got to look at some potential level 1 shenanigans.
Yeah, so what's happening is EMEA, he knows that, you know, Maokai has incredible invading onto the Wraiths early because of Maokai's Q plus Smite damage. It is so incredibly good with the AoE. The level 1 here, Bong, just linking up. Now, I will say someone is winning out on the map, and it isn't the jungler for Einspandau, but the AD carry. He's free hitting. He's going to be able to get a bunch of plates in isolation and XP.
And Funky is such a dangerous AD carry to be doing that. So remember, this was a guy who was on the verge of winning EMEA Masters last spring, ended up falling 3-2 to the eventual winners in Wildcats, of course. So Turkey joining in the league and the tournament and doing the incredible things in their first showing. But would love some vengeance here for Prime League, and the rest of Zanzara. Searing charge, Bong just being an absolute menace. How much damage is this Rek'Sai taking?
Wow, Zanzara is really unhappy right now. He might have to recall. He's TPing down bot as well. Bong with this level 1. So GK have come in with a plan. They have this set level 1. They see the Rek'Sai, and they've come in with the Maokai Q potential for the invades, bringing up Bong, then TPing down because they know they're going to be pushed in by the Zeri. Really, really clean set plays.
Yeah, and again, it's the choice of abilities level 1 there from Bong as well, going for that mobility, that ability to try and catch people out of the jungle. Causes so much trouble for Zanzara, so much strife, and you love to see these slight adaptations on the lane swap. People kind of tend to assume they play out the same way every time, and already we've got some of those slight differences coming on in.
Ping's coming down. I think they're going to rotate and go bot side. Bong might recall after once the bot lane gets there and head top as well. It's already tempo swapping away with that AoE early, swapping down to bot side.
Really trying to make sure that happens, and just want to shout out Guy there as well. Gets hit by the stun, and rather than buffering away, buffers onto the minions and Power of Evil to help get the shove and a bit of damage back. You'll have to see the mindset. They're really trying to fight for that priority.
Yeah, absolutely. So this Tristana pick, really, really important that you can perma push. You really want to be continuously pushing, but this support room might stop that.
Yeah, I was just kind of keeping an eye on Lilip's journey down through the red side jungle. It's like, how aggressive does he want to be? Guy throwing up his characteristic thumbs up emote at this point. Does like to spam that one for the emotional damage.
Yeah.
And you were making a point about Tristana trying to fight for that shove and what they were going in. Immediately Lilip is kind of on the same page and trying to make that a difficulty.
Lilip Zanzara now linking up, trying to stop this. You can see the Zarya Rakan swapping again to avoid this duo. And Lilip, he might just have to trek all the way back top lane.
So
He's running a marathon, this Alistar, going from top to bot all the way.
Poor cow. Like normally you kept in a nice pasture, you don't have to think about the wilderness. Instead at this point, there's no home for the cow, you know? There's no farm. Rough day to be an Alistar.
Yeah, just gonna be grazing topside now, I think. But it looks like they might commit to mismatch lanes. They might say they've had enough of this. You can see Alistar going down bot side. They might just say, we can come out on top in terms of these pushing. But nah, it looks like he's going to go back top lane. We might get Rumble, and sorry, Zeri and Alistar running top again. And the problem here is they're playing catch-up constantly. So you have AoE pushing from the Zarya and the Rakan. They're pushing. What they're going to do here now, again, is they're going to push this wave, crash the next, recall, and then the Zeri Alistar is going to have to follow them again.
It's going to be so delayed getting there. And again, that is potentially a huge, huge deal because obviously against Karmine Corp were well ready for the lane swap. They matched it, honestly, they exceeded the lane swap in many ways of GK's when they faced off in the quarterfinals. But GK stopped lane swapping and they managed to pull out the reverse sweep in the end. But this time around, it does feel like GK have largely been the ones to be that step ahead on the lane swap. And just losing out little bits here and there about where they are in lanes and how readily they're getting towards things like experience.
Yeah, sure. And they're not opting to tempo swap down bot side now. So what they're doing is they're actually staying because Grubbies are up now as well. So with this level advantage, with getting to level 3 and 4 on the Zarya Rakan, you're a lot stronger. You have all your spells. You can combo up single target, one champion. You can contest these grubs. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Worth noting as well, EMEA just slightly ahead of Xantra in terms of the farm. Hasn't led to much of a level difference yet, but here comes Aggressive Eintracht Spandau. I think they want to fight this. Speed Shrine in the river might make it difficult. They'll throw down an Ultra Shock Laser and all turn up, but decide against face checking, and so all 3 grubs are secured. And part and parcel of the early tempo lead that they've had on the map in terms of just being that one step ahead in some of the plays.
So now, Spandau, they have a choice, right? They can crash this because what GK gave up by going mid, I might have to hold that.
Oh,
nice buffer.
Well done.
Nice buffer. So, do EINS Spandau recall top lane and then recall and go towards that dragon? Now, that is the question, because they could go contest Drake, but it looks like they're going to continue matching, so we continue to get the 2v2 up top side. Exactly what EINS want.
Part of the difficulty here, though, is obviously Vertigo doing pretty well in this lane. It's got a big wave here, of course, for Bong to pick up. So it shouldn't be as in the def as it looks like immediately on the scoreboard. But the other side of that is obviously Xantra, who is notorious in many ways for dropping a lot of his own CS to make things happen on the map, is leading out a little bit versus this Maokai. And we all know that if Maokai gets to level 6 kind of for free, gets a little bit tricky because the amount of zone control around those objectives in particular that tree can bring is just pretty unreasonable, frankly. That's the equalizer you used. I'm not sure whether that was just for wave clear.
Just for some wave clear. Gonna farm a bit of first strike gold as well, but seems like they're accepting neutral wave states. I could see a potential tempo swap back down to bot side as well, but Dragon being gone now might stop that.
Right side tunnels in the world around that river right now in the middle. Power of Evil taking the opportunity to get a plate. It's been playing out this lane very well. Burn flash on Giyu. Well, the burn flash was there. The buffer away from Giyu cost him a little bit of that lane tempo. And a bit of extra gold there towards the veteran superstar in the mid lane here for Eintracht Spandau.
Absolutely. Both teams now. It's kind of a guessing game. They're both kind of opening up in different lanes, and crucially, what Lilip is doing, he's opening up through mid, and then he's going to go to whichever side he's needed. They don't mind laning Rumble plus Alistar or Zeri plus Alistar, so he's going mid. He's going to see the bot lane of GK go topside now and go towards there with his Rumble. And we're going to see another Rumble Alistar duo. This is really...
Well, how does that Alistar, that duo works? Alistar goes in and you try and get some harpoons down, I guess.
That sounds good setup for the equalizer,
True,
but it's down.
yeah.
So it's 2v2. So maybe a bit of shadowing, whilst not soaking up too much XP.
Yeah, is going to be spotted out here because of that ward in the pixel bush, but they could still potentially look to dive. It'd be tricky to pull off, I imagine. Of course, Rakan mobile enough to maybe drop the Tarago should they really wish to go for it, but happy enough just getting the wave shoved in for now.
Doing a good job of managing these swaps, I think, EINS, despite having a shaky early, especially with that level 1, maybe not finding as much as they wanted early with the Rek'Sai. They give up a little bit of XP and CS on the Rumble, but make it so overall the team has a decent gold share. This Zeri is at least not falling behind and has 2 plates.
I think the issue, though, still potentially stems from the fact that we do want Eintracht Spandau to be making things happen in the mid-game now that they've got those kind of initial ultimates online. You're wanting to see some big-ticket equalizers, the Rek'Sai making plays happen, but instead it's the mid lane we need to go. Power of Evil being gank knocked up with the grand entrance. Not quite down, will unleash the power, but goes down as a buster shot comes along. He executes, still though secured by Power of Evil onto the Rakan to get at least something back.
Absolutely. Surviving 1-for-1 there, that cancel was really crucial, delaying the Maokai from being able to chain CC. But I think ElRamir drops aggro a little bit too early. He W's very early on, and then the aggro goes to decap.
Oof.
He then takes the ramped up tower shot for 400 damage. That was a bit rough.
I felt like the Rakan was going to survive that, and nope, was not. Zanzara now, without the flash, but could still come mid lane. I don't think there's any real likelihoods. Could potentially pull the ultimate here, but I don't think you're going to get that much more. Overcome the rest of GK. They want to play this out. Zanzara unburrows. There's the exhaust to keep him alive for now. Zanzara, they're in a dangerous position because the flash over the wall means he just dies. That was very overeager.
That is huge for the game state, because like we said, GK absolutely do want to make to this mid game in relative parity in terms of gold.
Evil just steps forward with the Sorcerer's Boots now. Does actually a fair amount of damage, and bot lane roaming towards this mid lane to secure mid prime, of course, because Giyu's reset was a bit delayed there by the skirmish. Could have caused some trouble in terms of the lane state. Does give Funky another bit of free time in a side lane, though, to claim another play, get himself in trouble. Might now be in danger because Decap's found himself a flank. The quickness comes on down into the ground entrance. Lilith now coming on up. The start ultimate from the Zeri still going to come coming on down. Lightning Crash, that's the name of it. Took me a second to figure out the name of it. Lilith aims to extricate themselves, so Funky has to go. So Ult runs away, still alive. Decap nearly with a really good flank.
Almost with the one shot there onto Funky. It was a really nice movement. It was really nice movement from GK. They swapped up topside because the grubs are up. Swapping on grub respawn times is really, really good. Now, should be free for them because of how Funky had to reset. And now he does have flash. He can make it over here in time potentially.
Maybe look to do this. They eyed contesting the grubs the first time around and decided against it, but I think with Funky maybe down the ultimate there. Never mind that. Zanzara just goes over the wall, steals one away. What about the fight afterwards, though, as ElRamir getting chunked out. The teleports begin to fly. Zanzara flashes over the wall. The ultimate comes crawling across from the Maokai. That's the call of the Forge God across multiple members. Power of Evil still without his flash. In a dangerous position as Giyu just autos and kills Power of Evil. Lilith knocked up, but the stakes not high enough to go any further. They'll claim the kill, they'll claim the rest of the grubs, get themselves to that might spawn breakpoint of 5. Zanzara has to flash, Power of Evil falls again. That was a little overeager in the contest, I feel.
Yeah, a kill on Giyu, 4 plates down bot side though. Take a look at bot. How many platings did Vertigo manage to get? I think that's down to 1. So a huge gold trade now for Vertigo. This Rumble's really accelerated.
That's actually a really good point. It does get a lot of free time down there, and for all that the on-screen action looked pretty good, the bot lane, as you said, definitely favoring that Rumble.
So it starts off with a nice TP from Bong. He finds a timer here. He actually actively gives up a bunch of gold. He says, I'm useless anyway. Knockup comes through. The jump comes in as well with no Scatter the Weak. So just gets bursted out. The Flash Bellows Breath as well from Bong.
Just to ensure there was really no way he was getting on out there. That was very well done, and it feeds over gold to that oh-so-key carry of the Tristana. Still, though, the gold is close enough to even. Only 300 gold in favor of GK, and the fact that Power of Evil is still farming very well. Vertigo, as you said, doing just fine in their own individual matchup. Funky getting the plates, the free lane time. Certainly not out of this game as it stands. Dragon spawned, so we might be ready for another fight, though. We go again. Lilith knocked up, does have the ultimate available, so will likely just fall here. No way to increase those defenses, and Giyu picks up a third. That was pretty easy, frankly, for GK.
GK running the map in this early game. They have so much more pick potential with the Maokai Ws, with the Rakan knockups, getting through that lane phase.
I mean, honestly, we were expecting the Rek'Sai, the Alistair, to maybe be causing a little bit more of the early proactivity, and honestly, from the other, it's been the other side as GK have been making it happen.
I think the big thing is they managed to get through the lane phase with the lane swaps, right?
Yeah.
You need to get to level 3 and level 6. These are really crucial breakpoints for the Xayah Rakan, where you get all your spells and you can just combo up. We saw the one-shot attempts on the Funky, and now that they're past there, they can just run around the map.
And then the lane swap in this case was less about winning the lane in the sense of it's just got my AD carry loads more gold. What it's done is it allowed members that might otherwise have struggled to play the early game to get through to a mid-game state where they are actually viable and haven't had to deal with some of these uglier lane matchups and just skirmishing moments the way it might have happened otherwise. Hasn't stopped Vertigo, of course, from still being pretty strong in and of himself. He's up a solid, 40 CS there in the matchup. Bong sacrificing a lot for his team.
At the very least, Bong is even an XP, and this could have been a lot worse, right? It is a nice matchup in the sense that you can Stonewall as one of the best tank picks into the Rumble, but you do fall behind a little bit. But yes, absolutely. I think Vertigo is running away with the gold a little bit now. With the first strike and the platings down bot side, extremely accelerated.
I guess my question then becomes, like, does the Rumble have the potential to really take over this game? Because I know sometimes Rumbles get to the point where Lockets get built and they just don't quite have the damage to win out games by themselves.
It's quite nice when you're Rumble that you have kind of set up for your equalizer. I think, for example, Maokai Rumble's a great duo. You throw down the Maokai ult, everyone gets rooted, you drop a red carpet on them. I think you have the Alistair knockup at the very least, and a bunch of CC from the Syndra and the knockups of the Rek'Sai to work with, so maybe be able to transition for sure. Vertigo going to get first tower as well.
It's going to be a lot of gold into the top lane of Eintracht, who honestly has often been more on the bridging phase. He's been on things like the Rek'Sai, not the Rek'Sai, the Renekton duty, and I say this to the Renekton main, but you know, the point being that he's often been there to bridge, to take less draft priority and be forced to put into difficult matchups. The wait on that one, though, is a bit of a skirmish around the Herald begins. Another ultimate from Maokai. Vertigo on an angle here to potentially throw down an equalizer. That's not fantastic, all things said and done. Decap stunned up in the front line. Zanzara has to go away. Lilith now forced to flash. Got the Unbreakable Will rolling, but it's still going to be rare stakes for dinner for GK, who win another fight.
Wow, that was a... This is a bit of a stomp.
Yes.
I didn't expect it. So the teleport comes through. They decide they want to contest. They have one item across the board versus one item across the board. So you think, you know, this fight is going to be... It's going to be not that bad, right? But Vertigo's ult, it just whiffs. And exactly what we're talking about, without the setup, you just throw down a red carpet. It can dissuade someone from hitting because they don't want to walk on it, but it really doesn't. It only really lands on Decap. Into a replay, I would love to see it. But that fight, ultimately, Rift Herald going to go for GK as well.
That was a little bit awkward, unfortunately, with just praising or setting up Vertigo to be a really weak, big win condition and just doesn't get that much value here.
Take a look at this ultimate. Vertigo throws it down, and it doesn't really connect. In fact, it doesn't connect at all, except onto Decap. So then, without that tool, they have no damage. They get just run down by the Ghost from Leo.
And Funky was just about caught by the Maokai ultimate as well, so didn't actually have that much uptime on his own DPS because it was kind of like frozen out of the fight for a couple seconds. Of course, the game's still not anywhere near over. The fights have looked good, but the gold is still, frankly, even if actually slightly ahead now for Eintracht to pick up a second turret. Of course, on the other side, GK have yet to pick up any of those structures, so the moment they start claiming those, if they should claim those, that gold lead realistically begins to flick back the other way, but still a little bit alarming for Eintracht fans out there. This hasn't been the early game they would have been hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. But for GK, it is absolutely going to be incredibly simple now. Because of how good that early game went with the Grubs, they have a very simple win condition. Going into this mid game, they can just play sides with Tristana. Tristana with Grubs is fantastic, and you could just shadow. You can see that's already what they're doing. They're pinging down bot side. They can just hit this tower with the Grubs, and Tristana just shadow her.
I mean, Maokai plus Jace back in the day used to be the combo, right? Where the Maokai would just sit by a turret like this, throw down the ultimate, give the AD mid lane a chance to order the turret. Tristana works exactly the same. We saw a lot of that combo back in the day as well. So that shadowing you're talking about, I think, is going to prove very potent in the mid stage of this game when you've got so many structures you can get a lot of value out of.
Absolutely. And now all this information they've gained in the bot side, they've got dropped a bunch of wards. Dragon's going to spawn in a minute's time. They have a bunch of items as well. It's going to be incredibly easy to contest this next neutral.
Dragon spawning in about 50 seconds, which I suspect will be our next point of call. Dragon apiece as it stands. And it is GK that have had the resets earlier, the ones putting down the wall. There's still this one red ward just over the wall that is a known quantity by GK. They have pinged it out, but I don't think they got a sweeper or a control ward available to deactivate it as yet.
Teleport up for Bong. If he dies here, he won't be able to help that neutral objective. Syndra is on the way. Power of Evil. Could do the long chase here.
Maybe. I think he'll have a Searing Charge and a Bellows Breast, so the CC combo is going to be a little hard to land, but maybe the raw damage will be enough. Bong, beginning to walk away from his own turret, kind of knows he's in a dangerous position, begins to summon the Call of the Forge Guard, and Power of Evil just unleashes his own ultimate instead, and Syndra brings down the Forge God.
But what are they going to lose here now? Power of Evil has to recall and defend this real quick because they're against a Rift Herald with Grub buff, as well as this Dragon. They're going to lose so much for a pick onto Bong. Bong even mitigates the wave a little bit by dropping the ulti.
Tower goes down. Eintracht are there, so they'll at least claim the wave, but that's one tower taken. The Dragon will go down as well. Rumble at least gets that wave shoved into the tier 2, so that's a solid wave of CS that's likely to be lost here. Can roam into the jungle, maybe claim a blue buffer here as well, but I think he is on vision. In fact, he did just get pinged out by GK on the control wall they put in their own jungle. So the Rumble is known in his activities right now.
Absolutely. Neutral lane state now, neutral game state. You can open up and play for this top tier one if you want to. The other side of the Tristana, once again, it's because when you play Tristana, typically it becomes a game of how well do you play side lane. And you just send the Tristana to the tier 2s, you farm those tier 2s between Dragon timers, and you just accelerate the game so easily.
Giyu has been someone who has been playing the map pretty well across this tournament, honestly.
Absolutely.
It's been a slightly different style of map play in the fact it's been more the Talia and the Ahri that have been more about joining up with your jungler rather than having your jungler join up with you. But certainly has been very heads up, and frankly has been something of a revelation this tournament. Perhaps an unknown name to a lot of ERL and EMEA Masters enjoys, but certainly not unknown within the Arabian League. Local gold, rip, but the tower falls all the same towards GK in that top side. A little bit of the work that Bong did earlier, another one of those players that has made a bit of a name for himself, at least within some of the Cassie team here, who's been really enjoying his ability to get nothing out of a very rough lane states from just the way poor old top laners had to play a lot of these lane swaps.
As well as have impact around the map. We've seen him teleport. I feel like he's had a lot more impact than Vertigo, even with a lot less income, not getting a bunch of that gold that Vertigo is getting on these towers. But this game state feels really, really hard for Einspando. You're getting pushed in all 3 lanes. Your Rek'Sai at this point is starting to feel a little bit useless. You could just transition this push into invades and vision deep in the enemy jungle. So GK, a really easy time about it.
Of course, once you start hitting 2, 3 items on the likes of the Zeri and the Syndra, well, especially when Syndra gets all of her shards in and gets that pseudo death cap ultimate upgrade execute and all those kind of abilities, is actually, that's a bit of an engage there onto Leo from Xandra, but the turnaround is just brutal. Forced to flash away, Call of the Forge Guard, grand entrance and a quickness. Giyu hops forwards on a rampage. They get Lilith too. Vertigo is here. The equalizer comes on down, but a flash, W, and a bramble smash means Vertigo is feeling his namesake falling from his heights. A triple kill to Giyu. They'll claim a double back in favor of Power of Evil to make it a 3 for 2, but it is still GK that are currently winning out. Bong taking a little lower, but that Dark Sphere just wider, claiming any more DPS.
3 for 2 for the side of GK. That collapse in the mid lane. Any play that Einspando make from Zanzar, whoever it is, it's always on a timer because you have push for GK, so they can collapse first every single time.
Still get that mid-tier 1 afterwards, though, so Eintracht, the play goes a bit ugly as they engaged onto Leo, but do at least get something after the end of the major fight.
Yeah, so this play was on a timer, right? You saw they tried to one-shot Leo, pop the ulti and get out, what have you, but you see Giyu, he comes from top because he always gets pushed because he's so damn fed. They tried to turn it around. In the end, they do manage to pick up a couple kills, but it's still GK favored.
And afterwards, the extended rundown from the Syndra and the Zeri is actually pretty good here. That tier 1 afterwards. Gihu, though, 6-0-2. P and Power of Evil leading the way in terms of that gold score. It was the matchup we had our eyes on when we were prepping for the game, and so far delivering.
Absolutely. And I think, honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Right, I thought EINS Spandau would put up a bigger fight, and I also thought this game would be a lot slower. GK on a team to do this in my eyes, with a bunch of lane swaps that we've had. Usually the games go quite long.
And it's been a very different style of lane swap. It's been a very different style of game, even if some of the broader moves have been similar. Another lane swap, right? It's just played out surprisingly differently. Instead, we're going to see a little bit of an engagement. Decap, Elramir's here as well, so is Power of Evil. It's a 3v3. Decap putting down his shield. The ultimate comes up from Lilith, throwing down that Unbreakable Will. Elramir's there. That's not a great equalizer. Again from Vertigo. Decap very low with the quickness. Lilith similarly taken down about 10% HP. Both support survive. A load of ultimates burned, but no one falls. 55 seconds until another Infernal Drake will be soul point for GK. Vertigo, though, about to face check. Bong, who could certainly begin to searing charge way into a wall. There's a blast cone there, he can get to it, but he's not going to get that far away. Gets Bramble Smash, but just gets to the side. So not mocked back towards the top laner. Vertigo gets out alive.
Move speed from the Infernal Cinders and then the Blast Cone, getting out of that one. I was a little bit scared, but now, first move into this bot side for that Dragon Spawn in 30 seconds time. This should be GK favored, at the very least in terms of vision. Now they might flip it, they might go to Baron. Oh boy, or no.
22 minutes, they don't have vision control around the Dragon. They decide we'll go somewhere where they don't have that control. Decap will be the one tasked with face checking. Down about half HP, teleports begin to fly.
No Warnhorn gonna come out. A little bit too far away. That was a scary turn. They thought maybe they can get away with it, but the vision on there.
Interrupt backs here. Zanzara will be here to ward off that potential. He's on a blast cone though, so I don't think Decap in any real threat. But now the resets have come through. Can GK just stop Baron
themselves? They can stop Baron them. It's 20 minutes. They have double items with both AD carries. This is some of the fastest Baron taking.
Zanzara is going to be getting zoned off a little bit here. Is actually stuck around, so could still look for the steal. He's stolen a Baron already this tournament. On that Rek'Sai, no less.
They need to keep this Rek'Sai out. They have Maokai Q
The wall! He's in! He's into the pit! They need to kill him off! He's dead! Baron secured! Equalizer now begins to fly on through. Decap gets over the wall with a battle dance. Eintracht Spandau, they tried to bait the Baron and GK punished them on the reset. Power of Evil now in danger! Man. Explosively detonated! Funky tries to get some damage back. I'm gonna at least get a little bit of HP, but nothing remains. 3 dead. Baron secured. GK in command of this game. The Zeri in danger. Leo roaring like the lion he's named after.
2 items across the board. The Arabian League representatives with immaculate Baron control.
It was just such a smart call. Like, you saw what Eintracht were trying to do. It's like, well, we can maybe make this happen. Instead, we'll go back to this replay because Zanzara did get in the pit.
And usually what you see here is the splash damage gets the Baron low and you might see a steal. But they managed to keep the Baron on 1.7k. They secure it with the Maokai Q Smite, which does so much base damage, and no one else can get in. Zanzara can't get the steal.
And honestly, because Syndra's over the wall, the QE from Syndra can get very close to being an additional execute in and of itself. That's a 3rd item now for Giyu with 8-0-3 on the Tristana. It's not the Moralian Soul, it's not the Talir, it's not the Ahri. It's an AD mid laner, and he has been popping off. Such a star for this region, such an incredible tournament. Taking it to one of the legends of this game.
Absolutely.
I think we all, for those of us who've been following League of Legends esports, will remember that Misfits series versus SKT back in 2017. That's the mid laner. And Giyu, this guy from Arabian League, doing this kind of thing in a game like that, it's got to feel pretty good for the Arabian League fans.
You've got to wonder, is this guy going to get picked up in LEC? Because I've only seen really good things from this mid laner.
Very solid.
And various different champions, 80 carries to mages, to linking up with your jungler champions like Talia Ahri. Extremely versatile.
It's shown some really good thought processes, at the very least. Like, I can play champions that need me to play with my jungler. I can play champions that need the jungler to play for me. I can play to scale. Those are all really great skill sets to have and to show, and part of what EMEA Masters does allows you to get on a big stage and show exactly how good you are. Zanzara and Power of Evil now trying to play out the sidelines, but Bong just clears the wave at this point as well. You can be down 50 CS, it really doesn't matter. He's got an upgrade on a Jack Show, he's got a Hollow Radiant, he's just tanky as you like. Decap engaged on, but has a battle dance and a grand entrance to exit his way from the situation. He's just fine.
Cross map not going to be there for the side of EINS. Going to look for that tier 2, but not going to be able to make it because, like you said, Bong's just going to wave clear. Now Bong stopping the recall of the Syndra. Going to buy more time to be able to hit as the ult comes through.
That begins to fly. Tower under siege. No way you can stand and deal with this. Knocked back into the team. was Elramir. Makes a little difference though as Lilith, despite the headbutt, just pounds the ground 6 feet deep. It's another grave for the cows. 0, 5, and 2. Support player we've had so many good things to say about us Prime League in this tournament. Not delivering, unfortunately, in this game for Eintracht Spandau. They're onto the tier 2. That wave was prepped earlier by Bong, who shields his own tier 2 and shepherds his wave all the way to the other side of the map.
Pushing in topside, they just take every single tier 2 on the map. All the standing gold that's easily accessible. GK playing such an immaculate macro game.
You can see, guys, when the Baron was taken, it's not a very flat goal graph, and then suddenly it is anything but.
Wow. This might be a really quick game. I didn't expect this,
Same.
I have to say.
Genuinely same.
What is it? The average game time by Eintracht Spandau is 34 minutes or something along these lines?
Yeah, I mean, even the first game yesterday against Enigma Galaxy, the Enigma Galaxy won, was a 42-odd minute game. They have played some pretty extended fights and extended games in general. At this point as well, I do want to call out, it's a Power of Evil special going towards a slightly unusual build on the center. That's no Seraphs or anything like that. He's gone Ludens into Horizon, into Shadow Flame. There's no Death Cap or Void Staff or anything to be seen right now. Is looking for serious burst on whoever he stuns, primarily one of those AD carries if he can connect.
Absolutely looking for early game power. Now the problem is...
It's not anymore.
It's not anymore. You have double AD carry, front-to-back team composition with 2 tanks in the front. This is a really hard-to-beat composition unless you match it in terms of scaling, and you really haven't when you look at Eintracht Spandau's draft. Something like an ASOL could potentially do that with the outrange, but double AD carry, it's hard to beat.
Yeah, now you've got a Wormfall and Sacrifice. Yeah, I know the Kraken Slayer upgrade. I'm cool like that. And so, no, I'm not. I'm very anything but I get to do my job, let's be real. But on the other side, you've at least got 3 items on Funky, on the Zeri. Maybe he can find a way to carry. He probably needs a Lord Dom's Regards, I think, to be really dealing with the front line, but at least you're getting to those breakpoints. You're nearly at a death cap on Vertigo. Maybe once some of these items get completed, you can begin to find ways back into the game, but the map state, the compositional advantage or disadvantage as it may stand, depending on which side you're looking at, very difficult to manage. Vertigo zoned away from this tier 3, but with Baron timed out, I don't think this wave will last long for the various skills Eintracht Spandau will deploy on the wave.
I think Elramir throwing the ult out a little bit too early, not on the crash timer. You need to throw the ult so you find uptime on the time with the Tristana, but she wasn't quite close enough. I'm going to have to play on the next waves, but the problem is they're playing against a lot of wave clear. At worst, they can throw the Scout of the Week down, the red carpet if they need to. So finding uptime on these towers is kind of rough.
Eyes on the objective timers, 40 seconds until another Baron spawns, a minute 20. Until Infernal Soul is on the table and available to be claimed by GK unless Eintracht Spandau find a way to deny that. I think looking at the game state with 2 Wormfall and Sacrifices now, that's a lot easier said than done.
And at this point, it's very simple. You just keep in top and mid push, maintain vision control because you have that mid and top push consistently. Keep vision control in the jungle, and then EINS can never face check. So you take the Baron at some point with them trying to face check, and it's incredibly difficult to do.
Can't control the vision if you can't face check. How on earth do you even think about contesting? Maybe let Bong go a little deep, but again, he's pretty tanky at this point. I'm not sure that's really going to stop anything right now. 30 seconds or so until Infernal Dragon. Baron is live. Red side jungle being fought over tooth and nail by Eintracht Spandau, trying desperately to have an angle in. Zanzara over the wall in the Krug camp. Won't come tunneling over quite yet, and he's looking pretty dire right now for the Spandau fans out there. Very difficult to play out the end stages of this game.
They could do so much DPS to this Baron. They could just take it incredibly quick. They need to keep Zanzara out, though. It could be a steal.
Gonna get knocked up. Gonna try and turn on him. Down to 2,000 HP. Trying to keep him out of the pit. Gets in! But does not manage to steal it. That is secured by GK. The Feather Pull does it. Now the fight afterwards can commence. Lilith in danger. Funky in more so. Double kill to Giyu, who hits 9. Make that 10 kills. Double digits for the superstar. Leo gets another. And GK, with this Baron with the man advantage, can begin a triumphal march into Eintracht Spandau's base.
Game or soul, it's up to them. There's a lot of wave clear on the side of EINS. They might be able to just hold it with his 4 minions, but I think it's gone.
They've got mites, they've got a wave, they've got the man advantage, they've got a Maokai ultimate coming crashing on forwards. Nature reclaiming. GK striking first in this semi-finals. They look deadly, they look dangerous. Arabian League cannot be underestimated anymore.
What an upset coming out from the Arabian League representatives. I don't think anyone really predicted this.
Is it an upset anymore after what we've seen?
After this run, AC Blue?
Yep, Heretics in groups. This is another first seed. They've done LVP, they've done LFL. It's Prime League first seed remaining, and that first game was not close.
Oh, it really wasn't. That was a stomp from start to finish. Absolutely. Those lane swaps to get through the rough laning phases to unlock the Zarya Rakan and make plays after that. To get the Ornn through the Rumble lane, it was immaculate. I really love the strategies.
I completely agree. And it is a very different way to use a lane swap. It's less about just funneling the gold into the AD carry. And actually on the other side, Antrax Bando, you draft a comp that is about getting that Alistair and the Rek'Sai and the Syndra, making dangerous picks happen, getting control of the vision control. And they never got to do any of that.
No, absolutely. Rek'Sai was definitely a bit too muted that game.
Just a little bit. I'm hoping the desk aren't muted because they need to take over from us right now. He thinks he's funny.
Giant Slayers, GK, the way they're looking into this tournament, they're just dominating as soon as they can. Even though they got the 2-0 from KC, they came back and just punched them in the face. And they're trying to do this again versus Prime League. This is interesting. First game, not even close. Let's start at the Champion Select. Let's start at the Champion Select.
That's a good point. I want to start by opening by saying, like, Syndra on R5, I don't think is the worst response. Like to Tristana back in the olden days, like season whatever. I know Trouble's got some information for me in a second, but this was a response. The difference is Rek'Sai's on a timer, Syndra as well. Like the mid jungle is so important here for Eintracht Spandau, and if they don't find anything outside of the Tristana flash that they found in the early game, it doesn't go anywhere. And the problem is with that timer as well, when you're going up against front-to-back hard scaling double AD carry, when you find nothing in the mid lane, you're one lane where you need to find mid jungle presence, then it's really hard to see an option otherwise.
I heard you had stats, so
I'll bring the stats a little bit later because I wanted to make a point about the drafter here. I feel like the responses, I don't know, thank you so much for putting me back up, production, we love you. I feel like the responses are great. You know Bong is going to go for a tank top lane, picking Rumble, great stuff. If you play the 1v1, it's great. You get to scale for free and do the damage on the Rumble. Then you pick up the Rek'Sai, you're not necessarily going to get invaded. And then you have the Zeri, who is going to scale later on, especially if GK want to lane swap you. However, this whole thing together as a whole doesn't make sense. There's no setup for the Rumble anywhere. You need some form of like sticky CC from a champion somewhere so that the equalizer can land. And it was just miserable to watch, honestly, because Vertigo had some pretty good equalizers, but people were just walking off of them.
And that's a really good point because, again, you need setup at that point because you want to utilize range advantage otherwise. And right, the Syndra's not a threat. Well, to some point in this game, the Rumble's not a threat as well. Like, I think the biggest thing is that they mitigated the early game that should have been big on one-item spikes that come through from Eintracht Spandau. And that was because of the lane swap, because of, again, as Aragon was saying on cast, the ingenuity. I really love like watching Bong in action as well. It was the level 1, if people recall, where he invades into Zanzara's jungle, gets a searing charge, almost kills a Rek'Sai as a solo kill, and he becomes useless. Like Zanzara this game on Rek'Sai, unfortunately, I'm sorry, was useless.
Did nothing.
Because he was behind the whole game and he has a 20-minute window and that bro wasn't getting any of it.
And I want to bring you some stats, Troublepedia right here.
Nice.
Last time, Rek'Sai and Syndra were one of the most powerful duos in the mid lane, together with Lee Sin LeBlanc, was back in Season 7. 750 official games picked for Syndra, 569 games picked for Rek'Sai, and majority of them that were paired with each other, just because they can cause so much havoc in the mid lane in the early game. One scatter the weak lands, the knockup lands from Rek'Sai, and together the two of them have so much damage that they can absolutely demolish. And even though they took Giyu's flash earlier on, it just never came back to punish.
Yeah, again, like Zanzara, he couldn't make that repeat gag happen, and it was, mistake after mistake. Like here in the top side, spotted out as a group on a ward after trying to take Baron themselves, Eintracht Spandau. This is the Baron you're seeing from GK as a response against double AD carry. Massive disrespect, and it came back to bite them, seeing them reset and being like, hey, this is a free Baron. We're on a good timer here. And GK taking it away was just so easy. Like, I think you can't get caught in a state like that where you're so overexposed and you're just opening things up to such a composition that GK ran.
Let's be honest, at least in my opinion, when I watched this GK team, and previously it was like, oh, there's Bong. We got Bong. But nowadays I'm looking at each individual and I'm like, everyone is popping off. These guys are the giant slayers. We have to be careful about these. I'm like, okay.
Oh, okay, GK, giant killers.
The giant.
I feel like it's always a question when you have like the TCL or the Arabian League. It's like, is it coincidence or is it tradition? And especially for GK, they managed to take down KC and they're like, that was a pretty good series. Can it be consistent though?
Yeah.
Can they translate the same thing versus a different team? Let's not forget, Eintracht Spandau were 0-1 down versus Nigma Galaxy, the seed number 1 from Arabian League, and they turned it around. However, I want to comment, and if we can bring up the clip, the macro from GK in this particular game. I have a clip that I wanted to break down in which I feel like they're splendid. Bonk pushes the top lane, forces the equalizer. And if we look on the right-hand side, there is no teleport on Syndra, no teleport on the Rumble. And this is a great move from Power of Evil. He sees an opening at the top side. Bonk is overextended trying to take the tower. But that's not really what's happening. Because if we pause right here, please, you'll see that we're not pausing, but it's fine.
That was a pause.
You'll
Explain.
You will see that at the very bottom of the map, there was a Tristana that was shoving in a tower. You had numbers advantage on the bot side. So not only do they manage to take a tower with Tristana having 5 void grabs, but also you managed to take the dragon. I feel like GK were utilizing Bong and his pressure choking on the other side of the map so well. And I feel like their macro to take Tristana out of the mid lane, which didn't have that flash available, to have 4 members coming into that mid lane to defend the Tristana when her flash was not available was just immaculate.
It's a base off of mid lane. Further to the point, it's a base off of what happened in the early game where Tristana has items and then Giyu is set up for success. Like, again, Aragon was saying it in cast. This comp can also play 4-1. You got front to back, but you've also got 4-1 where who in the side lanes, who can match Tristana? That's a pause.
You got
That's a pause.
Okay. Trouble one more time for the people in the back.
All right, for people in the back, let's look at the minimap. Tristana has the push in the bot lane, and usually you'll see a TP coming in to defend that tower.
Yeah.
However, Power of Evil has just made a play towards the tops of the map, over towards Vertigo. None of the 2, very crucially, have any TP to defend the tower, which means that 2 numbers, 2 of your crucial carries are on the top side of the map, which GK finds the time to push in mid, push in bot, and take tower, and then take Dragon with numbers advantage. Thank you, production, for putting it up one more time.
Hell yeah. Nice little win.
When we look into these teams, I gotta be honest, you have Power of Evil, you have Zenzara, not only that, but Spandau team has a lot of experience.
Yeah.
So they didn't adapt in-game at least, and you put it like a timer with the Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
But for the second game, I mean, we're looking into those names.
I think, like, so Zanzara, as far as I know, is one of the few only junglers still playing Rek'Sai jungle. The reason we saw Rek'Sai top was because Rek'Sai as a tank has a lot more versatility in the game. You survive through the laning phase. The Fury build-up in previous patches was higher. Now no one's playing it top. People don't play it jungle for a reason that it falls off a cliff. You're playing this Bruiser build with Titanic, with Black Cleaver. You fall off a cliff and then you do nothing. That's the problem with Rek'Sai. A lot of other people are playing things like Maokai. We're getting Sejuani. We're getting Zin's Alpha skirmishing power because still things like the Crescent Guard's so overpowered. I think there needs to be a jungle change from Eintracht Spandau. I think there needs, if they want to go for a strong mid-jungle pairing, there are plenty of others in the game. Prioritize them in the draft and move away from this Rek'Sai jungle. I'm not a fan, and it's like such a hit and miss. It's such a risky game to play in a semi-final.
I'm just going to say that you are in a team that has Zanzara in it.
Yes.
He is the Trundle/Skarner player. This is how he won back in 2020 summer. Polska Gurum to Agorog back then. And he is one of the facilitators, the main facilitators for this team. We saw what Ellerman could do with the Trundle versus KC. I feel like fighting back with something like this could be really good for the proactivity in the early game that lacked massively in this game.
They need to adapt if they want to take out the giant killers, the JK as you brought it in. GK. That's everything in Portuguese. As we're about to jump into a small break before we head on to the second game. So far, it seems like the Arabian League is kicking some ass. Let's see what happens on the second game. I'll see you soon.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
He's right. I can dance.
Ooh. Oh.
Okay.
Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deli crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me. Any of these, I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around. And I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. You don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you preying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me. Any of these, I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you
Welcome one and all back to this semi-finals here between Eintracht Spandau and GK. I'm still initialized, that's still Aragon, and once again we are white hot in draft. Last game, GK pulled off a draft with B1 Maokai, with a really solid lane swap. It was a little different to what we've seen before, to save their lanes rather than to get them ahead, and Eintracht kind of a little bit absent in the mid game, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing sort of a similar bans right now. Jinx taken away, really, really standard. See some bans away from GU as well. You know what comes up now, if you want to commit to lane swaps, Sion is still there. However, your premier AD carries for lane swaps, I think, are gone now with the Jinx and the Aphelios.
Very true. I think it's also worth pointing out that Eintracht have generally been teams that prefer not to go towards the lane swaps where they can help it. And never mind any of the priorities we've seen before, it's just straight insta-lock of the Azir. And Power of Evil's Azir has been very, very scary this tournament. I suggest you go back and watch some of those games from the quarterfinals. He was putting up like 13 kill Azir games where they got a bit messy, but he was a powerhouse throughout it all. Hover here of the Yone, which would be a very exciting pick, but I suspect...
I think it's going to be something like Asol potentially. Very good into the Azir.
Sense, yeah.
There we go. That's classic. And we've seen GU play it once. We're seeing all around the world. Just a really broken pick in terms of scaling.
And specifically into the Azir as well. You just outscale and somewhat outrange. You can trade to get your stacks with the passive, with all the changes to how you get those now. All makes some sense. So, not an unusual matchup there. And while GU played it more in the play-ins, has generally moved away from those picks a little bit. But again, one of the things we said from last game when we were in the green room, just sort of like prepping for the second game a little bit, was look, they tried to ban out GU's champion pool. What we've seen it, he moves towards the Tristana, has a fantastic game on that, and maybe that strategy just won't work. And so they lock in Yorn to go alongside it. It's scaling, it's front-to-back team fight angles for GK, and I don't think that should surprise anybody.
I think now Zeri rises up in priority. With Jinx being banned away as well as Felios, it provides a lot of scaling to synergize well with either team composition. This one's lining up to be a bit of a slower one. We're probably going to see a lane swap with this Ornn lock, and Bong really loves it. And there's this
more
one,
like it.
No more Zanzara early game agency. We are going full late game.
Yep, I think so. And that's ironic considering it's Poppy, right? Who is notoriously, I have a red buff and level 3. I need nothing else to be impactful on the map. But, you know, your Poppy's generally speaking getting picked a lot these days for those top laner tower dives in the lane swaps. Poor top laners. You know, I gotta feel sorry for him. At this point, he's gonna lock in Elramir's Trundle. So yesterday, he imbalanced his most played champions by picking up the Gragas. That put that one ahead of his Trundle. This will even it out. So this will now be, once again, joint most played champion in Elramir's career, if I remember my stats correctly. Certainly got some good champions to steal those stats away from. Pillar can be pretty valuable into some of those immobile, hyper-scaling AD carries people like, so kind of makes some sense, I think, considering who the player is.
Yeah. So, AD carries now. Yes. I think you're going to want to look for a blind AD carry here, potentially get counter pick support for decap. I think that's going to be what you want to do. Zeri, Smolder, Kalista still up if either one wants to play it. I think you have a few different options. However, I imagine it'll go more towards trending towards hyper carries, because that's how the compositions seem to want to play.
I feel like Kalista this game as well would be really rough. We saw Kalista try to play Kalista into Poppy, Zac, SK Prime doing that one, and it went horribly wrong despite a very good early game, because every team fight, Zac and Poppy just make sure you can't move at all, and it's not a great time. So maybe look towards something else. There's that Zeri ban you're calling out. So that is now Aphelios, Jinx, Smolder, Zeri, Varus. We could be looking at potentially 6 AD carry bans here. And of course, with GK being on red side here, they can pick one here as well to deny Eintracht a little bit.
So what's left up? It's Kai'Sa, maybe Senna lanes. I think the problem with these lanes is Senna maybe doesn't have as much tower trading potential. Sivir has come out in the past. We've got Lulu still up. Xayah Rakan, of course. Just like last game.
Yeah.
So Kai'Sa is looking at Twitch. Usually only comes out into lanes where he can scale.
Got R5 here if you want to read. I must say, if you want to leave pick here to R5, that could be a potential angle, but see what the decision is here.
Kai'Sa.
There is that Kai'Sa you called out. I think it does make some sense. It's currently being hovered, not yet locked. Is now.
So typically into Kai'Sa, what you see is like lane bully champions, because she's rather weak early. She has really short range, you know, stuff like the Kalista come out, Draven, and what have you. It's just so pinched. So what does Funky have right now? How deep can he dig? I think it's gonna be rough.
Again, looking into the gaming house here for GK. Debating the Tristan. Of course, that could, well, I was about to say it could be a mid lane. I forgot, of course, he's their first pick, and then I realized how things are going. It would make some sense. Is locked in, can get over the Trundle pillar, so solid option. There's the Rel afterwards. Very solid all in here.
I think Alistar come out now into the Rel if you want to. Nautilus just for a well-rounded engage, but Ali might be hard into the Poppy. The problem is you need hard engage with Kai'Sa, so it still might be that option. You might just say, you know, take the L. Now, how did we forget Tristana? Because she's got super good tower taking as well.
Because she's become such more of a mid laner over the last few years that we do occasionally see it bot lane, but it's become more of the exception than the rule than it once used to be. There's that Alistar you called out. I think it does make some sense. We've seen a lot of Rel into Alistar over the years, and that matchup has kind of had its various permutations as both champs have changed, and the way the lane is played is kind of re-understood. But we've got two comps that do relatively similar things, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Both want to scale. Both want to probably lane swap. I think you could also link up with both supports and junglers. The junglers, though, are where I have my eyes on, because they have the potential early game volatility there. They have the proactivity, right? Poppy can X-Flash, Trundle can run around the map, killing people and invading. So definitely look at eyes on Elramir and Zanzara.
And they are two people on paper who are, when they get to play their game, very proactive, sometimes overly so, actually. Zanzara famous, of course, for some of his absolutely crazy plays, dropping camps and stuff to make things happen. Elramir as well, some of the criticism and critique that has come about GK at some point is he's really good in the early game to get things rolling, but then the fact he is so aggressive and his team often wants to play the scale, the mid game can get a bit disconnected. But they're both former champions, I want to remind you. Elramir won last spring with the Wildcats, has changed regions, gone to some rivals, and is looking to make a run. Zanzara back in 2020 on that Ago Rogue roster that had, was it Shigenda, Chekalad, Trimby was the support, Warlight, AD carry, some really big European names, of course, many of whom are now onto some fairly significant success themselves. And there's not that many people have more than one EMEA Masters Championship that if they can, this series, they can find their way to a finals, get themselves that one step closer to getting that double.
Definitely eyes on the jungle then. I think Elromir in particular might have more agency this game. Typically how the Ace or Azir matchup goes, which will then in turn unlock the junglers, is that Ace will get prior early just 'cause how he can trade. So then what can you do with the Trundle? If you can invade the Poppy, look for ganks early down bot side as well. That's what I've got my eyes on.
That's very reasonable. Eyes on the junglers, eyes on these playmakers. Perhaps eyes on that mid lane as well. Giyu, of course, having a stellar first game on the Tristana. Has just found Lilip over the wall. Begins the Breath of Light trade. Gets himself a stack or two, which always feels good on the Irradiated Soul.
Yep. So, something interesting, because I feel like this is going to be a rather slow one.
I'm kind of there with you, yeah. What have you got that might brighten it up?
Aurelion Sol versus Azir.
Yeah.
The reason why Aurelion Sol can do what he does level 1, there's a really important interaction with how single target spells work. And that is, if there's a single target spell on the enemy and you use one, you draw minion aggro.
Yes.
However, for some reason, Aurelion Sol passive, which is single target, once you proc that circle, that ring that goes around the enemy champion, it's single target, but it doesn't draw minion aggro. So you can just stand in the enemy wave and spit on the enemy until the passive procs, and you will not draw minion aggro, and you will just win.
Yeah,
and that's why it works.
Wow, that's kind of... The fact you just say they spit on him as well, it's just like, you know, like...
It kind of is.
The one that's really like that is Smolder, right? When he, like, with his W, which is literally called a chew. It's just a flaming booger, guys. That's just flaming snot. As Zanzara went for the level 1, and it is very well read. Tries to flash into the enemy jungle. Is he going to try and execute? Where is he going?
And I think Leo's ghosting down to bot as well to catch the wave. This is nonsense.
Madness.
We have Zanzara. I think he's going to execute. You're right.
He's going to try. Bonk's going to maybe look to try and interrupt him. Zanzara's here. Wait, is he just going to go for the gank instead? We will now be spotted on his way out of the jungle. Elromir's not interested in coming to fight Zanzara, so he flashes and stays alive. Leo does get ghosted down the bomb. It's not a lane swap, despite what was initially being set up to do one. And couple summoners burned in unusual circumstances.
Yeah. Leo makes it down bot side, doesn't get dove because it's not a bigger slow stack crash, and they don't have the levels yet from EINS to be able to do that. So not going to actually lose out on too much. And that loss of flash, whilst it's not going to be massive, he does have that Hex flash. It's going to matter in these ganks where he wants to potentially flash stun. So Zanzara's proactivity has now gone down.
And we saw that in the last game, right? That they went for the level 1 plate. It did not go that well. Zanzara is forced out of that. Actually, it was the other way around. Did get level 1 played on the Rek'Sai, and kind of was down. Quite a lot of CS, was a little bit off guard and off the kind of timer of the game in terms of where he wanted to be, just in terms of where his camps were, where he would be, and ended up being pretty unimpactful on a Rek'Sai that needs to be impactful because you can't wait to scale on that champion in the jungle. You do need to make things happen, and the Poppy similarly, right? You want to get to level 3, you want to have a red buff, you want to try and use those early points of power to become useful. Of course, Poppy later on still got the ultimate, still got that steadfast presence. You know, you're not going to be without utility, but one of those big spikes is these very early stages, and ready. GK doing a solid job of defending their jungle, and Elromir comes at cost a little bit of Leo, but he gets down towards this lane regardless, and we're actually for once in standard lanes.
Take a look at Acel though. He's looking down potential roam.
He is looking to find an angle in here. Decap taken low. The explosive charge will proc on him. Has got some pots to run with. Giyu now spotted. Astral Flight forward. Power of Evil eating a lot of those passive procs. But Xander is here. Giyu has to flash the wall as the heroic charge comes on through.
So slow on that clear because of all those level 1 shenanigans. That he's actually in the right place at the right time there.
Lilith is now in the river. Elromir begins to be bonking with the club. This is League of Legends, not baseball, by the way. Playing a different game here, but doesn't matter. Elromir still going to keep chasing on down. And remember, that's a dismounted Rel. Not a very fast champion at all. As Decap is here. Blast with a double pulverize! And now Elromir blasting over the wall. Continuing to chomp and bonk. A remount comes on through. The slow is there. There's the shattering strike. Can't quite get the auto down. And Lilip survives. GK went very hard for that one. Funky throws down the ward. He's got the range advantage. Mid lane picture in picture. Zandra Hex flashed into mid lane. Now looking to get on in here. There's no Astral Flight available. Throws down the Singularity. Knocked away. Gets first blood. Zandra returns. And his unusual pathing finally nets him an early advantage.
Finding a kill onto Giyu over the Wraith camp. And I think what that does in turn is it denies GK's ability to dive down bot side because you make the Rel solo HP. The AD carry Funky would have to stay down under the tower. So because of that play in mid lane where Acel would normally have priority and come down, dive can't happen. Now, Zanzara, take a look at this replay. That's depressing.
I think Giyu tried to do the Astral Flight, but was just in range for the Steadfast Presence, so it gets interrupted, so couldn't get over the wall. Just Zanzara with a really heads-up play, of course, again. Was in unusual places at unusual time because of the level 1, but it's Zanzara. That's not an unusual circumstance, I need a better word than unusual at this point. There's only so many times I can say
Bizarre.
that. Great option. Thank you for that. I'll use that the next time. Zanzara's Bizarre Adventures. Can we get like a Soul Fighter Poppy skin so I can make more like JoJo references?
Sure.
You know, I've never actually watched JoJo. Actually, we can't see it.
First few episodes.
I think I'm
Weird
the same.
anime.
I think it's supposed to be that, is my understanding. It's supposed to be pretty hyper-exaggerated in most scenarios. I think that's a pretty reasonable way of putting it. Perhaps instead we have to look at the continuing adventures of these bot lane shenanigans. Decap, once again, trying to be a bit of a nuisance versus Funky and Lilip. Zanzara will take the early grubs.
Ooh, Hex Slash again. Any
angle.
bizarre adventures? I think it could be from Zanzara. Now,
come as close as you like.
Comes.
Can't kill them if they don't. Something like that. That's a very bad paraphrase. I probably need to have watched JoJo to have these phrases down on. But I'm sorry, guys.
Can't get all your info from memes, man.
They tell me is we'll get all the kills they do. They're with a fantastic Emperor's Divide. Decap is here. We'll get the double pulverize. Here come the jungle and AD carry. This will likely be the turnaround. The exhaust is fantastic. And it is in the end a 1-for-1 with a solid roam from bot lane from GK.
Zanzara, though, with a clutch ganks over the Wraith Camp wall. But yes, like you said, important counterplay, as well as the Dragon coming in from GK. Now, gonna head back down bot side. Will they get zoned off from the minions? Doesn't look like they will. They're on guard duty.
Misses the Shattering Strike, otherwise might have been a little bit annoying, of course. That's not going to land, and they do get back to lane. Okay, worth noting, Zanzara is at the top of our screen off to that top left corner. There's a wave here, but I don't think they're going to feel comfortable enough to dive quite yet. Though, say that, here does come Zanzara. How far do they want to go with this? It's a Shattering Strike. Knight comes down. Decap's going to be just fine. You can see Elramir is now down here, so it would be a little bit bold to make this a full dive.
Trying to dive the Alistar, I think he wasted Aftershock Decap, so they thought maybe there was an angle because the Alistar's still quite low level after all the roams. But not going to quite find it. First 3 grubs do go over to EINS, as there was no contest from Decap. He just ran straight bot lane, bossed the Rel. Lilip went to the grubs. Secured over there, and relatively neutral early game, but I think EINS Spandau currently coming out on top.
They are just off basic laning stuff here. I think a couple of those kills going over early to the likes of the Azir is helping earn them just over 1,000 gold lead, which is pretty good. And of course, on the other side, when this happened for GK, right, they didn't quite have the laning numbers to back up those early plays. And as a result, I think it was a relatively even early game. This one, of course, not out of control or anything just yet, but is looking okay, I think it's fair to say, for Eintracht Spandau, and significantly better than last game, where they were feeling a little out of options. So.
No lane swaps as well. See, no Ruby Crystal Stars, but you actually have D-Shield and top laners going to top lane, bot lane is going to bot lane. I think that whole level 1 was a little bit peculiar, and we're seeing a lot more of that recently, but yeah, no lane swaps this game. Just gonna handshake normal laning, and I think Einspandau like that.
Yeah, I think you quite like that as well. There was a certain like, intensity.
There was joy.
Doric shields for the top laners. My beloved.
No Ruby Crystals.
If everyone was to buy jewelry for Aragon, never have it include a ruby. Like, I think he might actually have that. It would be. Maybe that's good for content.
I might get flashbacks to this tournament, this entire tournament.
The green room in this, was never a good experience.
It's been an interesting meta, I have to say.
That's a very polite way of putting it. It's,
I do hope Riot steps in at one point.
I do get the value of lane swaps. I really do. But and actually, in fairness to the likes of GK, they made the use of the lane swap really, really well. And I can see the innovation there. But it also does pretty regularly slow the game down. It's a little less fun to watch, and especially for people like the top laners who like to, show off their skills in the one lane, the laning phase, do those cool 1v1 things. That's not really a possibility when the meta's like that.
Now, Recall's going to come in. I think what's happening now is EINS Spandau, their bot lane, going to get that crash and then move over to the grubs because the grubs are spawning. You see this a lot. You see rotations and recalls around grub timer, sending your bot lane up top side, sending your top laner down bot side, and that way you can test the grubs on spawn. That would make 6 grubs for EINS Spandau.
You've got a Tristana in the game that always feels excellent. We saw what happened last game when that was allowed to happen. You've got a lot of dive potential choice. It's not quite the Maokai that's non-committal sort of zone control around the turrets, but the Zac, the Poppy, the Rel, you sit under tower too long as 1 or 2 members, and the ability to be punished there is high. So Eintracht can get those shoves, set up the Tristana to take turrets and set up those dives. Could prove to be a pretty difficult mid game. GK decide against wanting to contest the grubs. It'll be Zanza alone here. Bong throws over the ward into the Baron pit, grub pit as it stands right now to see what's happening. And a level up comes on through, which will delay Zandra's take of the final grub just a touch. Worth noting as well that Dragon number 2 spawning in about a minute. It does mean that while GK might want to set up for that, Eintracht aren't going to be forced to trade immediately for that objective.
Now, Eintracht, exactly. Not going to have to commit any resources, too. Zanza are going to be able to solo it out, and GK just going to full concede. Now, I want to highlight, last game, Power People, he did not have grubs to work with. He also did not have the Azir to work with. So now, being able to play side lanes is going to be absolutely massive. And in this mid game, this is lining up for a lot easier, more clear-cut game for them.
And I appreciate the fact that he's got in with some confidence. This is a B1 Azir, by the way. This is not just any Azir. It's not in response to a Corki. It's not a, I need to blind pick something. This is first pick value, the Azir. He's picked up a Dark Seal before any fights have really taken off as well. He is setting himself up to be a main character this game. He's called for the pick. He's playing well on it so far. See if he can deliver as the game goes on. About 2,000 gold now, and they are the ones in the river first are Eintracht Spandau. There's a couple wards, though, for GK, who might be looking to finally begin a fight as well.
I do think GK's item components are a bit higher right now, and their champions raw overpower a little bit too. So this fight might be GK favored. You have moved from both top laners halfway down the river as well.
I wanted to burn the teleports because they don't have it, so it is a full roam down. Decap, not until, well, stunned up briefly by the Shattering Strike, and Dragon now in the command of GK. They do not want to fight this. Claim that pick. The Kraken Slayer has also been completed for Leo while all this is going on, so that is the second Dragon secured by GK, and Eintracht, I think, seeing what we've just been talking about, decide against taking the fights when they don't have those first items quite in inventory yet.
Second Dragon gonna come over. Now the question is, how much can Spandau accelerate the game to get their items before that third Dragon? Because that's going to be absolutely crucial. Utilize that grub bonus to secure towers, to get gold, to accelerate to being able to fight Soul Point.
And honestly, Cloud Soul this game as well. Trundle, Ornn, Alistair, even the likes of the Kai'Sa, and in some cases the Aurelion Soul, they love that move speed. Kai'Sa goes in, more move speed for her to dance around the back of a fight. Sounds excellent to me, so they can get towards the Cloud Soul. Okay, position. Elramir here, hovering the mid lane. Not been his most successful early game. Some attempts at the plays bot side with that kind of run down on Lilith, but didn't work out. Now Power of Evil, about to be run at, will be forced to flash the pillar because he didn't have any options. Flashing on forward to chomp slow. Here come the rest of Eintracht though. Skies come crashing on down with that Falling Star. The Keeper's Verdict, sorry, I apologize, the Steadfast Presence, preventing his easy engagement. Decap, Leo now here. That's not a great Emperor's Divide, but it will prevent further ingress. Summoners blown. A number of members critically on Power of Evil, and Lilith, who doesn't have that Hex Flash, but no one dies.
Winning in a numbers disadvantage fight, Eintracht were. And now Tristana takes a bunch of plays down bot side in response as well. Leo moved up, so...
Go again.
Oh no.
Power of Evil, remember no flash. There's been a difficult position. We'll throw down the Magnet Storm. Needs to try and get out of here, but I just don't think this Magnet will be enough to keep people grounded. Elramir into the turret! Does go down. Now channeling onto the turret! Cannot make the damage happen. A pause comes straight on through. Can't believe what just happened. Power of Evil claiming another kill.
The pull from the Rel, pulling them into the tower. That was a 2v2. And Azir, no flash. They couldn't capitalize on it either.
No ultimate either, right? You're thinking maybe this should be enough, but no, it does end up being that 1 for 2. And overplaying the hands a little bit in the mid lane there are GK. If we get word about what's happening in this pause, we will let you know, guys. But until then, I guess we've got a moment to break down the game state, because it's a very different look to the last game. No lane swap, despite some potential setup for it in draft, and a much more confident game from Eintracht Spandau, who look a lot more like their usual selves.
I think red sides seem to be strugglesome for GK. I think you need to drop one of your bans and ban out Azir. I know this is a little bit preemptive, but Power of Evil, this is his 8th game on Azir since group stage. I think you cannot afford give this man Azir, because he's just showing how proficient he is every single time. He wins trades, he wins skirmishes, whatever fight you throw him in the early game.
And your ability to fill so many roles, wear so many hats, death cap not included. You can buy that one too, by the by. You know, you can be front to back, you can be initiation, you can be side lane, you can build tank in some cases. And, you know, Power of Evil, notorious for his, shall we say, unusual builds. I remember Nash's Tooth Oriana. This is a guy who is known for doing that. And again, yes, these days, primarily he is on things like those control mages over nearly any other archetype of champion. But you can see why the kind of command he can take over games and that ability to do what is required for the team. And normally that is, in this case, at the very least, be that main character. Pretty difficult to manage.
Yeah. So many cross-map tools. I mean, if you want a side lane until a 4th Drake, you absolutely can.
With Grubs as well,
you
right?
want a team fight, you're one of the best team fighters in the game. You know, absolutely with Grubs as well. I think just super flexible.
And again, like, very rarely do you see a team prioritize a champion like Azir as B1 first pick. Like, that says a lot about where Eintracht Spandau see the power of their mid laner. You know, that that wasn't. I could have phrased that less on the nose. That was, for once, unintentional.
I think the big thing is that they know, you know, like EU has answers into it. They know they have the ASOL. You're okay blinding it anyway. It doesn't matter. I rarely ever see Azir actually coming out on top of ASOL as well. It always feels like no matter what, no matter how far behind ASOL gets, he always ends up getting that big ultimate, always ends up carrying team fights anyway because of the range advantage. And I wonder if that's going to happen this game.
I mean, part of it as well is actually, honestly, Xantra is, like, plays mid lane despite getting set behind off the really ugly level 1.
Yeah.
The delayed clear meant he forces the flash. He then finds that Hex flash play over the Raptor wall. Like, credit to Xantra for actually making Giyu's lane a lot trickier than it might have been in another scenario. And then Power of Evil takes the advantage his jungler hands him and ends up in a position like this. You're feeling pretty okay as Eintracht. Okay, so did get words. The pause is on GK's side. Not quite sure why as yet, but it sounds like we might be here. Just technical issues in a general sense is what I'm being told. So we could be here for a little moment or two. So podcast mode, Aragon.
Podcast mode.
Welcome to, we need a name for the EMEA Masters podcast.
What are your thoughts? And we just ask random things. So first of all,
Go for it,
I want your opinion. What are your thoughts on the training arc of the 2nd book of the Aragon series?
Oh, I actually really love that.
It was so long.
I quite liked it, but I think it was a very different... So for the record, this is Eldest, the book.
Eldest.
I did English Lit at university.
Okay.
And the first book I remember...
Cover that book in uni?
I know, but the first... Actually, it did help get me into uni, though. It was part of my, paper to write to get into the uni. But the first book I remember ever sitting down and reading cover to cover, basically in one setting, was Aragon. I'd never done that before. I never even knew you could do that before. So I love those books dearly. Yeah. And I remember that sequence. So you're in the forest of the elves and all this stuff going on. It was a great time. I think it's very different, like, pacing to the rest of the book. Very different look to the adventure that had come before it.
You know what's really weird is I can't read those. I can read. Obviously, I read those books. But
Aragon can read, guys. It's all fine.
When I see Aragon in text, I think it's about me because I've had the
main character syndrome. What?
I think I've had the handle Aragon for so long now that reading the books feels weird because it feels like the book is about me. It's written about me.
There's something that's got to be kind of cool in its own way, though. I appreciate the kind of ego it takes to do that. I mean, if we ever become more of a duo, maybe I need to rename to Brissinger.
That'd be banging.
We could do that.
We could do.
Or George can rename to Saphira.
Yeah,
exactly. Right.
Maybe.
This is very, like, niche commentary to people who've not read the books. Go read the book. Should be good. What are your thoughts on the potential TV show if that happens?
TV show. Live actions. I think this is something more people can relate to.
That's true.
I think live actions recently have become really, really good.
That's true.
You had the Avatar one. I remember Jake, shout out to Hysterics, singing Secret Tunnel on
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
When the Rek'Sai was first...
What a baller.
When Rek'Sai was first introduced. I think you also had the One Piece one, which is probably one of my favorite TV shows to date.
You have got the One Piece earring.
I do. But that changed my entire view on potential for live action. So incoming One Punch Man live action, incoming My Hero Academia live action.
I'm looking forward to both of those, actually.
I think. And the Aragon one.
Can you tell we like anime on this casting test?
Can you tell we're massive nerds?
I mean if they hadn't figured it out for the fact that our job is literally yelling at video games for money and potential fame, I suppose.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what to tell you guys, you know? Okay, so just got word from production there as well. The pause on the podcast from the words there is specifically their referees are investigating a potential bug. So they are looking into that right now. So we've still got a little bit of time to muse on where we are. What are your thoughts then on, maybe we'll do a little bit more League of Legends related for at least like
a question, I'm okay with that.
You know? Because I know we have been talking about this generally as a casting team behind the scenes in general. What are your thoughts on how do you even break a lane swap? You know what I mean? What do you do to like take it apart if you're on the receiving end of it?
I think we've seen some really nice adaptations. I like the attempts to soak XP in for this is specifically for top laners, and this isn't necessarily going to break lane swaps, but this is like how you adapt to it and you find ways to make it even more optimized, which I suppose is the opposite of your question.
How do we make lane swaps even more obnoxious?
Yeah, I love how much
Failed
we've gone
successfully.
in depth, and the rabbit hole, I feel like hundreds of people and teams are going down into it. I love that we've seen really innovative waves of soaking XP and finally actually managing to make it a lane. Because I think we all saw at least the finals where Adam was trying to walk to lane.
And it was a misery.
We just couldn't, right? But you saw yesterday, or rather the day before, I can't remember which top lane it was, getting to top lane between wave timers, getting into bush and just soaking XP and standing there without people knowing, without the enemy bot laner knowing, soaking XP. I think it was an Aatrox.
It might have been Boda then, I suspect.
Boda.
Probably who it was, if I'm remembering correctly. Hello, guys. Welcome back to our beautiful faces as the podcast continues just briefly. I think the other thing there with that as well is I think particularly within a best of 5 situation, you have more opportunity to respond to lane swap metas and decisions between games. It's like, okay, this time they put these wards down, they did these things at level 1 with these champions. This time we're going to do this to try and stop that from happening. And those kind of like, I know you know that we know that we're going to do this, so we're going to do this instead. And those kind of like mind games are always interesting track, particularly at the level 1.
Definitely feels like a coach diff kind of thing, where the coaches keep track of all the wards that the enemy placed level 1, and they see them backstage, and then they tell you after game. I think that's definitely happening all the time.
I've got another question then.
Go on.
What are the desk's thoughts on this game?
Coach diff on wards. Aragon is like way too smart.
A little bit.
He's way too smart.
Did you guys see the Aurelian Q in that play, by the way? Did you see it going backwards?
I didn't.
So Aurelian Soul Q started here, and then like, I don't know, randomly.
That's what the bug was, you think?
Okay, there's no confirmation.
Okay, but that's be interesting to
But
know.
like,
Okay.
that was backstage going like, did he lag? Did his mouse move or whatever? But that looks like the jankiest thing so far.
Oh, here we go. We got a replay production ready on it.
So watch this, right? Watch Aurelian Soul Q.
Oh.
What is happening?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I'm done.
Did he just misaim it? Can he not move it? Is it interaction with pillar?
To be fair, that's actually crazy because does it hit the target? I feel like Trundle is free to move out much faster than he was because the target dies much easier. So we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see what our officials are saying about this current change. However, we have lovely draft to break down, which is much more different than what we saw in game number 1, Hysterics.
Yeah, I mean, look, adaptation's good. Let's just start with Zanzara not being on Rek'Sai. I love it. Poppy as well into this draft, like in the long run, feels really nice. The support pool was pinched, and that Poppy gets even more value when there's nothing up and available. And you think like, now we've got no 80 carries as well. Kai'Sa's the only option. What do we run into this? Well, Alistar's all we have left. It's still better than running Nautilus, but it's still not the best. So like, I think Eintracht really adapted on blue side here and came in with some mega picks that made it really hard for GK to play into, especially in this early to mid game.
And I feel like GK were pushed in this particular draft because your Zac is being taken away. You do still have Sion and Ornn, but I feel like here prioritizing the Ornn because it has seemed like every single time they have that very early non-committal engage through the Ornn, it seems like their team fights are much better for them. The ease of execution is there for them. So I feel like they really wanted to lock that down, especially together with Aurelion Sol, create so much space for your AD carry to play through. When I see Ornn, when I see Aurelion Sol, I'm thinking a hyper carry in the backlands. I'm thinking Jinx, I'm thinking Zeri, I'm thinking Aphelios. They're all banned. All of them. So I feel like the priority right here of Elrond Trundle, which was one of the huge picks versus KC, he played extremely aggressively with it, plus the Ornn towards the top side of the map in terms of priorities, then made Leo's pool very, very pinched. And let's not forget, this is the #1 carry guy for GK. He's 41% of the team's damage. And I feel like the Kai'Sa right here, in terms of a profile, diving into the backline, trying to evade what's jumping onto you makes sense. However, I feel like later on in the game, she'll be extremely lonely if she does dive into the backline.
And you do have a lot, yeah.
So I was just going to say on that point of the Kai'Sa, I wonder what the build is going to be.
Exactly.
I wasn't paying much attention, but LS
gonna
build
be
as well, playing
Exodia?
from range. Well, that's the thing as well. The adaptation might help out a little bit considering what they're playing into, and especially since you have Tristana Azir. It's like, well, if you can play range, maybe that's an option. But again, throwing spitballs because we are still very much early in the game. And I think we're far cry from like second item from last we checked. But it is Kraken, so maybe I'm just wrong from the get-go. Actually, ignore me. Ignore my point. You talk.
No, when you look into the Kai'Sa and the way she has that champion composition, you have a lot of ways to use the ultimate and put yourself in the position that you want to. And this guy, Leo, is crazy when he's playing AD carries. Yesterday, he was playing with Zion, jumping into the middle of the fight, just throwing the ultimate, saying, hey, I want to give CC to the team. I'm like, position yourself. This is a crazy guy. So with this Kai'Sa and the team that can actually follow him up eventually, I think there's some cooking in the kitchen. I don't know if it's a good cooking, but there's some cooking.
Let's talk about the cooking. I feel like he's a great AD carry. I think no one can deny that.
100%.
However, you've got Zac in your face. Poppy can stop you from jumping around.
Yeah.
Tristana, Azir soldiers are going to be the huge thing. We mentioned how this Kai'Sa is a Kraken Slayer Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's more towards the hyper carry Kai'Sa that wants to kill tanks, wants to play close to the front line because her range is quite short. Then you've got the Azir soldiers coming at you, you've got Tristana coming at you, and you've got Rel that can engage. I haven't even mentioned the Zac and the Poppy that will be diving onto you. So all eyes, I think, in terms of team fights, are going to be on Leo. I really want to see how he's going to be able to pilot this Kai'Sa into such a dangerous composition, such a short-range AD carry.
But when you look into that composition, don't you think like we want to kill Aurelion Sol when he gets into the late game, just as you stated on the green room, like this man,
I mean,
he must die.
It's multi-threat as well, right? You're not just thinking about what Leo can do. That's the other part of it where Giyu's on Aurelion Sol, the best scaling, one of the best scaling champions in the game, right, as well. Plus, you have bomb automation too. So, gold disparities don't matter as much as you start getting into the mid-game.
So eventually you want to get to the back line so you can kill the Aurelion Sol, and then you have Leo killing everybody that goes on your face.
Or the other way around. Or Leo can be the bait, getting a little bit too close to the sun, getting burned. Everyone forgets about Aurelion Sol. Caught, lost team fight.
I like this. This is like interesting and out of the box. It's not that out of the box, but it's out of the box. And it's Leo. I got to give it to him. Whenever he plays, I'm like, I like the way he plays. It's a different sort of AD carry. And he deals way too much damage for me to say, Kai'Sa, does it work? I mean, he deals way too much damage. On the other side, though, Power of Evil getting the Azir yet again,
85% win rate.
Badge. But at least like, is a monster with that Azir. In the late game, don't you think, even versus the Aurelion Sol, it is enough?
I mean, no.
Shurima.
No, but like... It's still scaling element, yeah. You got one hell of a mid game as well. I didn't catch early grubs. Casters did. Early grubs, who? Okay, so 6 grubs to the Tristana again. It's not bad.
Scary.
So I mean, again, like you're thinking about mid game, like how Tristana can play sides, because again, you kind of think who can actually match in the first 20-25 minutes of the game. Who can actually match this Tristana? I think the biggest thing is that like. Overall, it's an adaptation. I like that Eintracht as well paid more attention in the early game mid lane because Zanzara ganked 3-4 times and actually just sat mid trying to elevate this Azir with very innovative angles. Like this guy's been pulling innovative angles all game long. So at least there's an adaptation from jungle that made the early game more attractive for Eintracht this game.
I have information for everyone.
Oh, what happened? Are we chrono breaking?
I just love the fact that everybody stopped. There will be a chrono break.
Okay.
This is interesting.
How far?
I think it's at 13 minutes. I'm going to get confirmation.
I'm assuming before the queue. So do we have confirmation of what the bug was?
I think it's before the queue.
So. Is it the queue bug? Is it the confirmation?
So can we get a confirmation of where's the... Yeah.
I'm playing Owl.
You know what the interesting part is? Now they know how the 2v2 has pretty much concluded. They know how much damage they're doing to each other with the current items that they have.
They'll walk away for sure.
So the biggest question is, the chrono break does come through.
Yeah.
Does the same play happen again with different execution?
Butterfly effect.
I think they'll just disengage. I mean, a lot of the time after these things, like it's unfortunate, it's rough, but just knowing like players will just disengage.
It's a fair play as well.
Yeah.
You got the chrono break, just move on with life.
I mean, I think as well, like you can refute what would have happened maybe if the Aurelion Sol Q got the kill quicker and then changed to the Azir target with Trundle being alive a little bit longer. But overall, like I don't think the game changes drastically from that play being a 2-for-1 either way. I just think again, I'm glad that it was picked up. A lot of time players will just like play on with small bugs like this. Small. Yeah.
I'm just getting some information.
More words.
Just some more. Yeah. More voices in my head. Actually, I have a question.
God.
Eragon, did you ever get a chrono break?
I never got a Chrono Break.
So you were not professional enough to get a Chrono Break?
I was not professional enough to get a Chrono Break.
Wow, is that what indicates it? If you're professional
I think
or
so.
good enough?
I mean, after that podcast we have, I'm not sure we can really call ourselves professionals anymore. Let's be
That's
real.
true.
What podcast did you have?
Did you miss that? We had a whole like
We were
discussion.
yapping.
Yeah, we were. There was some serious
were
yapping
yapping.
happening.
When was that?
Yeah.
Did you miss, like, during the pause, we just sat here and discussed like books.
That? I mean, like a podcast. I'm like, bro, we've been in Paris for like 6 days or something. There's been no podcast.
That's true.
So
Maybe we should start one right now.
Wait, we could do a 5-man person podcast. What have you got for us, George? You started this.
Get a
What's
name.
your question?
Get a
You
name
know
on
what?
the podcast.
I come with the ideas. You guys can choose titles, okay?
The boys.
I'll put my names in the credits at the end on the
Spandau
roll down.
Spandex. I like that.
What?
Spandau
So
Spandex.
don't give the owner of Eintracht Spandau that kind of like idea, because I suspect he's the kind of person who
What do
might
you mean?
do it.
Eintracht Spandau, that's a place, isn't it? It's a
That's
location.
the name. It's right there. It's the name of the.
No kidding, but it's an area in Germany.
Eintracht is not the place. Spandau,
Spandau
however, is.
That's what I said.
I got
Spandau
offended.
Spandex.
Spandau is a beautiful part of Berlin, even though everybody judges.
Where is it?
It's
On the left side.
West.
How was your horse
West of
farm,
Berlin.
Archeron?
That was not Spandau. That was in the middle of nowhere. I still don't know where I was in that part of
Wow.
But
He
Spandau is on
was
the
in the
left side
suburbs
of
of the
Berlin.
suburbs of Berlin.
Just so you know, they have a beautiful Christmas market as well in
Nice.
Spandau.
Okay, that's
in
great.
December. They also have like
So does everywhere in
Berlin,
like,
yeah.
no offense, but everywhere in Europe does. I did like 10 of them.
Oh,
Latvia.
okay, show
you
off.
like sour things.
Latvia was one of the best, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, actually, no cap.
What made
Latvia
Latvia
and
so good?
Estonia. No, was it Estonia? I don't know. One of them. One of them was really good. Yeah, full screen Christmas markets. Really important. Sorry, do we have an update or
We're like literally.
do we have an update?
We're like literally going towards the middle of summer. It's about to get scorching hot. But,
does not get
but
scorching hot here.
Here's our summer. I'm gonna lure everyone back in.
It gets
I'm gonna lure
30
everyone
degrees.
back in
It's not hot.
to
Yes.
this particular best of.
Yes.
Because we are in the semifinals in EMEA Masters.
Okay.
And it's getting really close and it's getting really personal for a lot of these players and for a lot of these teams. I very recently had a chat with Power of Evil
Okay.
at actually the World's Watch party we just had.
Podcast.
And he talked to me about how he trusts in Spandau. He trusts this team. When he came back from NA, this team approached him and he wanted to work with them. So for him, it is not only just a work in progress, it is him putting his trust in the team and the team trust in him. And it really shows the fact that they created this composition around him, bringing Funky in, having Zanzara, and bringing Lilip as well, Vertigo. I feel like there's, again, so much experience and knowledge behind the scenes in this particular org surrounding Power of Evil that is just so important for them to win. A lot of the times we're talking a lot about super teams and what can they bring. And a lot of them have failed. So many have formed, so many have failed. Eintracht Spandau are coming into this tournament as the favorites. KC are completely out of the picture. They're coming in with the biggest names and they are the favorites. And right here, they really need to put their foot down. Again, they face themselves in the same situation as in quarterfinals. They're 0-1 down to an Arabian League team and they need to pull it together.
I like that point, but when you look into the other side, you have GK, the team that keeps growing as they play. They came in from play-ins. And they're destroying the
seed.
Giants. How many Giants have they killed, Aesthetics? Like, we're talking
Let's
big,
count.
big names. Okay.
Let's count. Do we have a graphic? I can tell you. I can actually tell you. I can count
If you have
for
a graphic, you can do it, yeah.
1.
Yes.
That's it.
Do you want to look into groups?
what?
1. They beat KC. 1.
What about groups?
Yeah, but groups was a group effort. That's why it's called groups. It was KC. They beat KC. That's the Giants. 1.
What? That was so anticlimactic.
It's 1. It's KC. What's your next question? You got an update for us, by the way?
I do have an update, but I don't
Why
want
are
to
you
give it to
holding
you.
it?
I don't want to give it to you.
Why don't update me? What is it?
Just between you and me, viewer, don't look at this guy.
No.
He's out of the
Can we get the
podcast.
split camera that has both of us? So
No,
he
you
has
don't
to
have a
look at me?
split camera
We
between
do
you
actually.
and me. You don't
we
have
do. It has happened.
Between
I saw
you
it earlier.
and me, it doesn't happen.
I saw it earlier.
It-
Yeah. He's actually tall. He's 6 foot, ladies and gentlemen, and single.
Yeah.
Listen, he has a thing about calling people single on air. He's done it for Dagda a million times on the LEC,
Yeah, because
by the
how
way.
could you not love
He's
Dagda?
like, that's my lovely
Oh.
friend. He's single, by the way.
Sad.
Okay, so there's a game pause. We're waiting for the chrono break. There's your update.
Thank you. That's all I asked.
We have two options.
Production gave it first.
We can toss it to break.
No.
And leave viewers back at home staring at the screen with a no. Or we can keep talking.
That song, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
that
we
song.
get the lyrics
It's
to
the
very
silver
wrong.
scrapes of breaks.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
So,
Can I get a poll on the chat? Sorry, mods.
Paul.
Paul, someone call Paul in.
Paul.
Oh, no,
Hi,
our producer's going to walk in, so let's not do
this
that.
is Paul. Am I Paul? Oh, no, not actually. G'day, how are you? Paul here.
I asked for the poll, and all of a sudden I hear from my ear, like, it's me.
Yeah, I told you you're going to call in our producer.
Actually, yeah. I
good.
want to get a
This is
poll
why we spanned
about,
our spandex. We're stretchy. You know? Actually, good brand. Have you seen, if anyone lives in that part of Germany, a part of Berlin, sorry, Spandau Spandex. Good bathing line, hey?
It's such a lovely part of city.
It would be so cool. Imagine walking around. This is Spandau
Look
Spandex.
at also the water in their logo, right?
And
it would
there's
be
a castle.
perfect.
Is there actually a castle in Spandau?
Castle and water. I don't remember actually.
Hello, Artrom. Is there a castle in Spandau?
Oh, Wikipedia comes in.
They do a lot of music venues there. They do a lot of music events.
They
Why do
actually
you know that?
Because I was invited to a lot of music events out there. I didn't get to go, sadly.
What don't you know?
I have approximate knowledge of many things.
He started repeating stories to me. I think he's got a limited
He has a limit, right?
vocabulary
He has a limit.
of stuff.
It's like
What do you know about spandex? What do you know about spandex?
not a lot, actually. I'm really sorry.
Oh my god! There's
Ooh,
one
you caught
topic.
him?
Sorry, you found approximate knowledge of many
I'm
things. not
bringing
everything.
information. I'm bringing information.
What is it?
When we went to visit Paris with Solari,
Oh,
by the way,
okay.
big hugs to Solari. I know you're watching. If you're not, I don't know what you're doing. But we went to Paris just sight watching. And all of a sudden, not just here. So you want to know about architecture on France? And he starts giving me all the information about the
this
city.
guy?
I'm like, what is happening? What is he quoting? No cell phone involved.
There was a
He
cell
was
phone
ju-
involved.
Oh, at some part, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he prepared it 10 minutes
I knew I looked at it, but I didn't.
But
There's
the
a really good
cell
Twitter
phone
thread.
involved did not have wiki on it. It had his own notes.
Someone else's notes, but yeah.
Someone else.
What do you mean
Come on,
someone
man.
else's
I'm
notes?
I feel
I'm
like
trying.
I'm undercutting my mystique of,
Are we going
of
to get
knowledge.
the MCA? Because
Just Google it.
That's what I did.
No, but what do you mean someone else's notes? Is that what you mean to Google?
Very specifically, there
Another
was a
topic.
really cool Twitter thread on it. So I remember the Twitter thread. I'm looking for it.
Random.
How did we get here?
no.
Spandex. That was, I think we
I
talked
think it
about
was the spandex.
it. was actually spandex.
Anyone wearing spandex right now?
I'm not at liberty to say.
I don't. I actually don't know what it is. I have to
That's
Google
my answer
myself.
to everything. Well, you don't. Chad, I'm so sorry.
You okay, Eric?
What is it?
I'm
It's a
more
fiber.
concerned.
It's
I'm
like
vibing.
lycra or
You know what?
elastine.
I'm not
vibes.
going to
It's
go on to another attempt to lure us back into this best of five. I'm just not. I'm just
Why
not going
would
to
you?
attempt it at all.
No.
We
Because
can
it's
talk
gonna
about
start,
it.
going to start selling spandex again.
Again,
I'm going to be like,
every
huge
single time I say
stakes, big
Spandau,
experience, great
he
players.
runs away.
Spandex.
He runs away.
I have an update if you want.
Oh.
I have
I
an
would love
update.
to. I would love to.
It's game related, but not this game related.
What do you mean?
Oh.
I went on a 7-win streak,
Oh.
and it felt really good. Like
With what champs?
Imagine with Aragon champs. Imagine playing Renekton.
So Renekton,
at a more
Renekton,
peak,
Renekton, and Renekton.
and I was already so good on it. And then I played set, and I dunked people, and bro, I literally punched. I punched level 1, punch.
Can I-
Mordekaiser, punch.
Can I question you?
Jax,
Is that
punch.
connected to a cable?
No, why?
Give it to me. Let's play a game.
Why? Okay. Is the branding okay or not?
Oh, keep it there. There was an attempt.
There was a pretty good clip where Aragon was actually coaching you on set, which is not really an Aragon champ. Aragon champs are only 5. And
What-
it's
what the-
Renekton, and a little bit of Renekton with
Just
reverse
armor
colors.
with no-
I'm being undersold.
But yeah, you were playing set,
Yeah.
and he kept telling you, no, punch him. Level 1, punch, punch,
Oh,
punch.
yeah.
Go in,
That's
go
good
in.
game
go. But you
knowledge.
were going out.
But I
You were
I
scared.
dipped out a little bit because I was playing coy. You know, you go on a date with someone, you don't just stay right in there and look at them in the eye. Sometimes you look down, sometimes you eat your food. You play coy because then they'll want to talk to you more. With the Mordekaiser, the
What?
same thing applied.
He's married.
I moved
He knows
back.
stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
With Mordekaiser, I tinkled back a little bit. He came to me and he's like, I can win this, bro. Little did he know, Mordekaiser passive W, bloody early, does nothing. Not W, but you know what I mean.
Who am I? Okay.
Oh, I thought he actually had a Okay.
No, I have an
Archer
update, but I'll let you know in a few minutes.
Oh, hang on.
Because that's the minutes I have
Do you
until
reckon-
we jump into game, okay?
Oh, do you reckon I can? Do you reckon that's
Oh,
all right?
God.
Is that okay? What's wrong? No, I'll put him down.
He
He's
got
so upset.
comfortable.
He's
Who
so
am I?
upset. Oh,
I saw...
sorry, you
No,
go.
I'm interested.
I just thought
I
you
saw
forgot.
my house burning down. No, it's not you.
Bang, 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 bang.
Okay, you?
Did said house have 2 parents in it that went down with the house?
Gosh,
That's Annie.
I'm alone.
that's really dark. I just said house. But
No,
yeah,
that was Annie.
that's Annie. Wow.
Ems. But now lower.
I used to be a normal soldier.
E. Callista? She was
Could
a
be,
general.
could be,
Yeah.
but not.
a
E.
normal
Garen?
soldier.
No.
E. Darius?
Hey!
No, wait.
He's a
She hasn't buzzed in.
One per clue.
You didn't even buzz.
I didn't, but that was the buzz. That was the buzz.
Your buzz is broken.
Can we get clues?
I just gave you one.
Oh, what was it?
I used to be.
Yeah, but that was
I
the
used to be a
initial
soldier.
clue.
You want another one?
Yeah.
Okay. I love climbing.
Hey?
I love climbing.
What?
Aragon.
No, that would be the opposite.
Nah.
But, wait, what?
He loves climbing.
Okay, should I give another one?
Yeah.
The god died, but the man survives.
It's Pantheon.
Mama.
Buzz Pantheon. Aragon's done. I buzzed Pantheon.
He buzzed.
I did buzz Pantheon.
Yeah, it's Pantheon.
Yeah, okay.
Why don't you?
You know, fun fact, you know his name is Atreus.
Yeah, 100.
You okay?
So, to get an update on everyone, we're about to jump into game 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, we'll go back into the game.
Actually,
So we pull it back into the game then as well.
So, this is the perfect opportunity to go back into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone that is still watching, we're looking into GK versus Spandau. And so far, Spandau lost the first game. It was a massive one coming in from GK. On the second one, there was a little pause. We had to go back on the chrono break because of a situation that happened with Aurelian Soul. Moving on into the game itself, they do have that late game because Aurelian Soul. But how will the Kaiser fit into that composition? And how will Power of Evil with his Azir that he played so many times will get into this game? My question to you both is, let's toss it to the casters and good luck.
Bleh.
That's a great question.
We're back.
I know. Hi, guys. Long time no see. That was the most normal break I've ever been involved with. I think that's fair to say.
Felt like an eternity.
It was a very long time. When they did have to go through a full chrono break, they had to figure out what was going on. Again, we are, as it stands, guys, mid-game 2. Eintracht Spandau were largely in the lead, though GK weren't without their tools to come back. They tried to make a gank happen in mid lane. Aurelian Soul had some interesting things happen to his Q. So we end up with a chrono break situation, and then the extended, we'll call it a podcast and not a shared delusion. And we'll go on from there as we are back into game. Sansa very low. What on earth has happened there? Giyu about to die, I think. Elramir also very low. And it looks like it will be for another kill against GK. Zanzara gets out alive. Tristana got first turret in the bot lane.
Okay, dropped into the game, immediately into a fight. Now what's going to happen? It looks like they lost first blood turret down bot side as well. Kaiser should pick up waves down mid, but let's take a look at how this started. Lilith gets engaged on. Elramir also might get pinned against this wall here.
Looks like they jump onto him. That's exactly what happens. And they try to get Zanzara back, and they can't quite finish him off.
So lives on 1 HP. Those resistances doing work.
No.
That is a tragedy. So Power of Evil then cleans up. That Knight's Vow going to heal him up from the for Zanzara.
It's Val value doing huge work there. That is a very frustrating moment for the Aurelian Soul, who has a bug happen and then fails to get the kill afterwards in a slightly different fight. And we are back into game. And Eintracht Spandau are a team who have come in with a lot of following, actually. I got the pleasure of being at the big viewing party that was put on in the middle of Berlin, over at Level there, and it was full, absolutely rammed with Eintracht Spandau fans, and brought all their flags. And for those who don't know, Eintracht Spandau is attached to the football team, and they have a huge chant attached to it. There's a football anthem, basically. And so before every game, this room full of Spandau fans was singing their hearts out to the anthem. I can guarantee back home, the various watch parties, there is a lot of fans who are very pleased to see this game too going very, very well. And I suspect, you mentioned the anthem, there'll be a few people singing very loudly in German out there.
Absolutely, but well, Lilith getting caught here.
A lot of damage. It's looking like a bit of a repeat of what we saw before the break this time. No response kill. Elramir picks that one up and start talking about Spandau. Something slightly wrong goes for them. I apologize for that.
A bit of a caster curse, but they're coming in mid. Now, what happened there was Rift Herald was taken down by Spandau, so what happened was GK tried to cross-map down bot side on the tier 1. Zach Vertigo goes down bot to catch the wave, and that opens up Giyu. Go into mid and find that kill. Now, he has the empowered ultimate. Any skirmish coming in now, the other way of GK, it's very broken.
Wow, they just got every outer turret over the last few minutes. Tristana gets one on the side lane, goes towards the top lane, gets that. Power of Evil finishes up in the mid lane. You already had that Nash's Tooth completed. I think a lot of those contests we had seen before this are going to get that much harder to execute on. Now about 4,000 gold in the lead are Eintracht Spandau because of pure structural advantage, if nothing else. And yes, you've got good scaling. Ornn, Trundle, Breeding Soul, all very good for the later stages. Alistair as well, notoriously good. Once some things like Triumph get some value to it. Heister as well. More items, more upgrades you get, you feel pretty good. But it's not like we're looking at the second game. Eintracht Spandau, you know, peter off in the mid game, right? So this lead may well just stick.
Absolutely. Both teams scale pretty well. The Azir as well. You have so many tools to accelerate because of those grubs. The 1-3-1 potential is there as well for Spandau. Engage might come out.
Oh, Elramir jumped on, was a known quantity. It's a 3-man gang. Funky hops over the wall, and Elramir has got a subjugate running, throws down the pillar, but she cannot get far enough when. That was the Sky's Descend as well. The big ticket ultimate from Giyu, used to absolutely no value.
Chain CC came out onto the Trundle. Elramir could not move. He almost gets away, but then the Kraken Slayer auto comes through. Crossmap, though, going to come out for GK. They knew they weren't going to be able to contest this. Look at the item differential in the mid lane. That's just 1 to 2, and more expensive items at that. Same with bot side, component ahead. So GK decided to opt to not contest, give it up. Unfortunately, Elramir gets picked. It's not going to be a free trade.
Really heads-up play there from Eintracht Spandau to keep an eye on where the Trundle was backing, have the extended engage range of that Zac, of that Poppy, really come to fruition there. Trundle really having a way out. Now Elramir, of course, very practiced on this champion. I kind of said it earlier. I think it is now still his joint most played champion of all time alongside the Gragas, and pulled it out already in the tournament to pretty solid avail. Funky once again back towards his top side though. Getting another wave shove. Bong was in that bush, and I began to wonder whether he might look for that flanking ultimate. I just don't think they've got the DPS at this point, so we'll just go for the reset and back to a bit of a slower game state.
So what they're doing is they're shifting ASOL from bot to top, recalling, and then collecting every single wave in side lane, because what they do have at the very least, versus all this push in the sides, is a bunch of wave clear, right? You can just place down the E, and then clear a bunch of waves extremely easily, and you just stack up ASOL. There's a limit to that, and every single time a wave comes crashing in the side lanes, they're going to get small amounts of chip damage with that grub damage over time.
And there's only just under 2 minutes until Baron spawns well, and Azir and Tristana through very difficult flash into the heroic charge. Keeper's verdict, sorry, the steadfast presence prevent any easy access out. It's all going wrong very swiftly. Zandra finds the angle in. Giyu dies for a 4th time this game. Such a stellar game 1. The game 2, he has been the target. And actually, that pillar prevents the easy exit from Funky, who will not be left out to dry. The team comes back to save him and make sure he gets out of danger. A moment there where Elramir might have been able to pick off that key member, but it will not happen.
And now looking bot side, they win the top side of the map, they take that tier 2, now Demolish proc in the bot tier 2 as well. A bunch of damage going to come in from the damage of a time. Huge gold injection for the side of Eintracht Spandau.
They are so far ahead. The fact that there is no turrets taken yet by GK is so rough to see. We'll have a look at this replay, because it's the flash with the Keeper's the Steadfast Presence running. I did that twice now. That prevents the exit with the Astral Path.
And this adaptation, they pick Poppy into the ASOL they know is coming into the Azir, and they've just punished the flight every single time. G's really had a hard time managing it.
Finally get themselves a turret, no local gold there, but the overlay is back, and that means the gold lead is that much more apparent. 5.5k in the favor of Eintracht Spandau right now, which is a very significant lead. Of course, I will recall that in their quarterfinals, they got leads like this, and then failed to close out as cleanly as I would have liked.
I think there was a couple of game throws in that best of 5.
Yes.
Took a couple more games. I think it was a 3-1 in the end, right? But that first game was also incredibly rough. Still.
Jumps on. Does have flash, but he's going to call down Falling Star. Vertigo goes for the let's bounce. There's a singularity afterwards, and Giyu does get out, but Baron is started. Lilith is stopping the easy entrance. Giyu does have the teleport, will likely have to join. Down to half HP. This could well be a big play for Mindtrax Panda, but I think they're happy with the teleport being summoned. And with Vertigo still in that bot lane to claim the turret, they will happily take the map advantage though. Wait a moment, Lilith forced out of the crash down by a good pellet, but Funky free firing, looking to get some serious damage back. My lord, Funky, a power of evil, just unleashed the DPS. It's a 1 for none despite an attempt to pick from GK. They just don't have the damage right now.
4 versus 5, double items on both carries, Azir and Tristana. They tried to force the Nash because they do so much DPS. In the end, they end up 4 versus 5ing, winning out whilst also taking the bot lane tier 2. Spandau
back on the Baron.
Eintracht.
I mean, look at this. Elramir's dead. They can keep doing this. It's over. That's Baron because of that play.
Yeah, too much DPS, 2 items on the Azir, 2 items on the Tristana. They can force any neutral objective and turn if they want to, or they can just rush it down. No hope for a steal. Elramir can't quite make it in. Let's take a look at this replay. So they go in. I think they found a lot of uptime, tried to burst out the rail. Unfortunately, they lock it, and a bunch of shields come through. Watch the DPS from Funky here. Absolutely pops Elramir because of the Alistar ultimate. But then 4 versus 5. Vertigo having a great time.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Doing his very best. That's a shuffle away from Decap, who was looking for the engage. Now the crashdown comes on through, and the Ferromancy allows Power of Evil to go on a killing spree. This is Azir, well and truly the master of this mid lane, and Giyu, for once, nowhere really to be found in this game. Elramir forced out of his own jungle, was going to try and take that team-wide blue buff. It's not going to happen. Instead, they're not going to take the blue. They're going to attack Giyu. They throw down the pillar to prevent easy access from Lilith, who gets a slow down alongside the Keeper's Verdict from Zanzara. Funky rocket jumps forwards, and the Dragon is once again slain. 0, 5, and 2 now.
Picked in the side lane. Giyu. Feels like if this man is not ahead, this team is struggling. The A-stall counterpick not doing work. Zanzara.
Look for a bit more. Remember, they've got Baron rolling in the man advantage. Bong goes forwards, does not manage to hit with the Trundle Pillar to get that additional knock-up, especially. And down to half HP is this turret, and the siege is just brutal. The 6 grubs, the Baron, the items. They've got a front line, but it's just made of paper right now. Eviscerated by the pair of shears. It is Eintracht Spandau. This particular game of rock, paper, scissors has been a known quantity for a little while, and GK just don't have the ability to change up what's on the cards.
Damage just isn't there from the Kaiser to get through these tanks. They're so damn tanky from all the global gold with all the tier 2s. Vertigo is having the time of his life. He has so much HP, magic resist, and armor. This Kaiser can't do anything about it. And this long chase won't even amount to anything. They have no TP wards, potentially kill them on the way out to stop them spending their gold. And this dragon should be theirs as an exit objective.
Yeah, this would be second mounted dragon when you've already got a front line that is doing just fine in this game with the locket shields and everything else. It's getting even harder to mitigate that damage discrepancy you're dealing with. Giyu at least now at a second item. The second item has been in Faleo for a little while, but it's the Terminus, right? It's not the highest damage option, it's more of a survivability option, but we've yet to actually see a Kaiser ultimate really this game. No real threat into the backline, no ability to shred the tanks, and GK really been able to play their composition at all this game.
Yeah, just having to play front to back. You see them trying to fish for a fight right here because Tristana's down bot side. But the front line is just paper. You have too much damage coming from Power of Evil. Relative to Leo, Leo just can't do anything. The Kraken Slayer procs come through, but they just juggle the aggro so well.
The most damage done was to Vertigo at 2/3 HP, and you still have passive to go, and of course just the healing from the Volatile Bloblets is just way too much to manage. Now a Bloodthirster done as well for this Tristana. Death Cap, 9-stack Dark Seal, a Blighting Jewel. Power of Evil is about as strong as it is possible to be at 23 minutes in the game.
And that feels like all she wrote. They just need to go down top. They have super minions coming in bot side. If they play with time, they can eventually chip down this turret, especially with the grub buff. Getting 3 hits now. Power of Evil.
Skies Descenders available. There are a couple wards potentially for a flank angle. Bong goes forward onto Funky. This could prove very deadly indeed! He flashes, he's dead! Huge shutdown going onto the mid laner from the Arabian League second seed. Giyu picking up much necessary gold. What about the other side? Decap trying to find an angle on the backside. The front line though dying. as Lilith throws down a Magnet Storm flash for the stretching strikes, knocks up onto Gyu, who brings the skies crashing down. A decent turnaround knockup. Bong goes forward, try to flash on now. They do get one back, but Power of Evil, of course it's Power of Evil, slides, glides, and divides GK from their health bars. Game 2 is over. Not even 25 minutes on the clock, and the Nexus towers are being broken apart. 1-1 is the series.
Finding the pick onto Funky, but it isn't enough. Power of Evil brings them over the finish line. What a stomp. It feels like a complete opposite of Game 1.
And serious credit to Zanzara after the level 1 invade goes wrong. He turns at mid multiple times, gets the game rolling. From there, Power of Evil takes that baton. And between Funky getting all those towers, between Power of Evil getting so much value in that mid lane, that is night and day from what we saw from Eintracht Spandau in Game 1.
It's just Azir, isn't it? I feel like it's all Azir. Power of Evil, by far his most played champion. 8 games, more on this champ than any other champion he's played in this entire tournament.
I went looking up the numbers actually in the break.
Go on.
What do you think his average DPM is across now 8 games of Azir?
Of Azir? Oh, 800?
943 average DPM.
That is higher than
that is pretty nuts.
That's like ARAM numbers.
Genuinely, yeah. And remember, this is a B1 Azir on blue, on the blue side. That is huge, like courage, and also courage, like belief in Power of Evil's ability to break people on that champion.
I was going to talk about the draft sequence, but I think we'll let our desk do that.
Wow.
Secrets? Draft secrets?
No.
Sequence.
Oh, sequence.
Do you have secrets about the draft?
I was like, wait, there were
Sequences.
secrets in this draft?
There's a secret though.
Oh.
We still haven't seen the AD carry because Kai'Sa was not it. It was not it. Something happened in this game.
I was worried for Leo because they took away every single Kraken Slayer AD carry that at least I can think of off the back of my head. They took every single tank killer AD carry that there is. And then Kai'Sa is another one that can use Kraken Slayer. However, very short range. And I was literally counting the auto attacks from Leo.
Yeah.
I think the max amount of auto attacks he had was 6. And then 2 of his teammates were already dead. 6 auto attacks and a Q. That's all he could get into a fight before 2 of his teammates were dead. And he had to back off. It was miserable. That Kai'Sa could not play the game.
Yeah, he got threatened every step of the way. And as we came back from the Corona break as well, like Zanzara was just a speed machine. That guy wouldn't let Aurelion Sol play the game, wouldn't let Leo and Kai'Sa play the game. Like, it was really hard considering they had a mid-game lead. And that's when this comp really snowballs and takes over. And you don't get to talk about the Aurelion Sol late game. You don't get to talk about the 5v5s, where even though they find some good disengages in the back end, like, just watch this Tristana and Azir pick apart the fight using their range advantage at this point in the game.
And it's crazy. This is very late into the game, what we're watching right here, with a gold of like 7,000-8,000 for the side of EINS. However, one thing that is to be commended about this team is the fact that we saw them on Rek'Sai plus Syndra, and nothing happened in the mid lane. They took one flash off of Gyu. They never came back to pressure that advantage. Now you're on Poppy and Azir, and suddenly you're the mid-jungle duo gods. They shut down Gyu. They never let him get out of the lane phase. I feel like the Chrono Break, whatever we saw, was even worse than the original outcome. And oh my god, Power of Evil.
Yo, 28k damage on Azir. Okay, so Power of Evil on control mages again is kind of just the theme. And like, I just have to say, this game, the pivot in draft was a really nice adaptation. We talked about it in the break, but I'll say it again. Zanzara on something that can proactively work with the map, but also have relevancy against the composition rather than just Rek'Sai that has 20 minutes in a game before becoming useless. It's a big change. Jungle change, 100%.
So mental also changing in from game 1 to game 2, completely shift.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the creeping thoughts are gonna start coming in for GK because their comrades in the Arabian League, Nigma Galaxy, they went 1-0 up versus EINS in the quarterfinals, and then they go completely reverse swept 3 games back to back from EINS. And I think GK right here, I feel like there will be a lot more resilient since they went through an entire best of 5 versus KC, full 5 games, full reverse sweep from them. However, now that they did lose and they get side selection, jumping back on the blue side is going to be much better for them because this is where they can also ban the Azir, they banned the Orianna before, all these control mages that Hysterics has been saying that Power Evil is so good at, they can ban them away. And here's the deal, right? when you start on blue side, and blue side is the winningest side right now on the tournament, and globally as well, I think, at this point, and you get, let's say you go potential 5 games, you get 3 blue sides to yourself. Must feel good. Somebody has to break the code of red side.
But that would be if GK picked blue side for the third game. They picked blue side. So what changes? I know.
I was about to say, there's no, you're trolling here.
So what needs to change in terms of picks for them? Not even the bans, but picking in from GK.
Well, you look at me.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hello, how you doing?
Not too bad. What picks? I mean, go back to the same, right? Like if I look up draft here, we looked at there's a B1 Maokai, there's a Zyra Khan on 2-3, like setting up a strong 2v2, flexibility in jungle as well. The Maokai pick was mega.
Right? Like all the ultimates were perfect.
They were great. And, you know, like Eintracht, their 4-5 with the Alistar Syndra, that wasn't really nice, especially with the Syndra pick linked up with the Rek'Sai. I think you kind of maybe want to take away something like Poppy and, you know, maybe you can flaunt the Zac again and see what you can do there.
I feel like Tristana was a huge key in terms of both the drafts, whether it went bot lane for Eintracht Spandau or mid lane for GK. Elramir plays so well when he has push lanes, especially into his Trundle. So I wouldn't mind seeing his Trundle again. However, I want really hard shoving lanes. So I feel like Tristana might be a huge point of contention in the draft for the next one.
So with this in mind, I would like to get some predictions for the third game that can actually change the entire series. I think like both teams are warmed up. It seems like Spandau are trying to fight as much as they can. And they took this game pretty easily. On the GK, they took the first one completely uncontended. Who's going to take the third one?
They'll just keep bouncing and it'll be blue side. And honestly, this could be like a 5-game series, just blue side all the way. Yeah.
Okay.
I think B1 is just so powerful, and especially if we're talking lane swaps, you have the direction of ban 80 carries there. And then probably going to do it again. So you get your pick of the litter or you get Maokai, which just solidifies draft.
So that's a GK vote.
I'll stick with Eintracht Spandau. I think they're going to go through. I said it was going to be 3-1 to Eintracht Spandau.
You did.
It's going to be the same fashion as versus Nigma Galaxy, I believe.
I'd even give you a croissant if you get it correct. Sometimes you wake up and you want a
croissant.
Croissant. So with that in mind, we'll toss it to a break before the third game, and I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
What do I get?
You get, you are here.
I'll give you some of my croissant.
I don't want croissant. I can't eat bread.
Destiny on the line, knocked out 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on our mind, all we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
Welcome back, one and all, to the EMEA Masters Spring 2024 semi-finals between Eintracht Spandau and, of course, GK Esports. We are into Game 3, it's 1-1. Last game, despite a pretty hefty pause and a chrono break, it still ended up being a pretty heavy EINS win. They snowballed really well. They had a B1 Nazir that went off the charts. And you were pretty happy with the draft sequence.
Yeah, I was really happy with that, actually. I think the whole we give over Azir and then we have a counter pick, but then Spandau had the poppy into the counter pick of the A-Sword, catching him off in flight multiple times was a really nice sequence from Eintracht. Azir taken off the table now, though, and that's exactly what I wanted, because I don't think on either side they should be giving it over to Power Reveal.
No, I think that's very reasonable, especially considering they proved that the B1 is not something you can allow to go through, even if you're happy to play the Aurelian Soul. The response, though, is a B1 Talia. This is kind of becoming Guy's signature pick at this point. He has done some absolutely incredible things on this champion. I remember him hunting down core keys earlier on in the tournament to huge success, and the value he has found on Talia very, very high. The response, though, is the Aphelios, which has been regularly on the ban table. It's let through. Funky gets a hold of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think into Talia, you have a bunch of different options as well if you're a Power of Evil to help around leather composition. Any kind of control mage usually wins out. Hui, Syndra, Orianna. Orianna and Azir are banned, so it's probably going to be Syndra, regardless. AD carries pinched away. I think this raises the priority of champions like Zeri as well, but just going to draft a normal front-to-back team fight.
And it's another champion that can brawl, even if it is nominally one that sometimes likes to hit level 6 before things happen. But we all know the Sejuani melee synergies. We all know the fact that if you can get into those skirmishes, that passive is really
That makes it a little bit weird because Power of Evil doesn't really like those melee champions.
Is it on Vertigo at that point?
A control mage alongside Sejuani, usually you see something like the Azir just to be a front line.
That's true.
So you have your front to back with the tank and then the mage.
But there is no Azir or Ori who would normally be those kind of follow-up big AoE, CC kind of ultimates available. So to see what Power of Evil decides towards, of course, his Syndra is still up and available. And again, the champion he's named after is the champion he debuted on all those years ago in a lot of ways.
What about Zyurakan again? Pairing off with the single target burst, the nature of the Talia. And then you have something like Zyurakan, Volley Bear, and the Talia as well as a pairing. Some really good ways of routing a composition. Instead, it's like in the match jungle.
Elromir looking towards something with a little bit more early power. The Trundle didn't really work out in that last game, so this one can be a little bit more of that front line, is a bit more able to use the mobility to potentially threaten someone like the Aphelios. Decent dueling options into the Sejuani. Response now from Eintracht Spandau. Do they want that mid laner before it gets pinched away?
Yeah, they absolutely could. I think Power of Evil's pool, it'll get pinched away too much, right? So there's a Syndra. I think you have to lock it in.
Not a surprise. There it is. We kind of thought it might come on through, but when you name yourself after a champion, not that surprising when it comes out on a semi-regular basis.
Yeah. So top lane is the next one, probably to blind alongside support. You can give support counterpick here if you're side of Spandau or support. Sorry, top or support. It depends on what you value. Gonna blind away a bunch of supports though. Ban away, rather. These words are hard. But blind pick top laners that are priority right now. Renekton pairs off really well with a Taliyah. You got your Ornn for Bong as well, which he keeps picking. Sion is up as well if you want to commit to the lane swaps. As for supports, I imagine a Rakan ban could come out here as
Makes
well.
some sense. Yeah, I think the other it's already banned actually. In fairness, you're right. The Rakan would have been lovely this game.
It would have been.
And Eintracht completely agree with you, and so got rid of that champion very early. It's the Ornn instead away from Bong that I think you did highlight a little bit as well. Does look like they're trying to get rid of some of Vertigo's better champions as well. The Rumble, of course, didn't really work out in game 1, but we know in general very, very strong. So see what they want to pin away here.
Rumble ban in general is looking for tanks, right? So with this Rumble ban, you look for your Ornn. That's why they ban it in response. Rumble ban, you can also look for something like a Zac. You can look for your Udyrs, your Castantes as well.
Interestingly, Sion is up and has not been touched this series, despite what we were kind of potentially worried about. Lilip, of course, is a big Pyke player, and that is insta-locked. I was going to say it looks like a hover, but it wasn't a hover. It was just instantly locked. The pick power now on Eintracht Spandau between the Syndra, the Sejuani, the Pyke. If that you ever lose control in the mid game, that could get very scary.
That is a lot of one-shot ability and a lot of volatility that can come from this Pyke. Same thing though, coming from a Thresh, you have the roaming potential as well. Coming from Decap, it's locked in.
And these two supports, when they're allowed to play some of these playmakers, the hook champions, the Blitzcrank in the corner final from Decap, Lilip's infamous Pyke. We are in for a bit of a treat here, potentially, a bit of a support clinic if it all goes to plan. Last pick required for Bong. So some real madness happening.
Sion, some kind of tank. I'm looking at his champ pool right now. Cassante as well. Zac is up. It could be really good. They need some kind of front line to go with the front to back that they do have. Sion, there it is.
Not a surprise, I think, to be so. Has been very high priority across certain stages of the tournament. Hasn't really been seen at all this series. I think this is the first time we've seen the Sion. The fact that it's fallen down all the way to last pick on blue side, perhaps a touch surprising.
So now what do you counterpick into the Sion? Is it just going to be a front to back?
Oh boy.
It is going to be the tankiest front to back that you can probably get in terms of what is left available. I think Zac might have been a little bit better, but this is also potentially lane swap angle. Seeing the Zac versus the Cassante.
I kind of agree with you there. This could definitely make it happen. I think the Aphelios, very happy to lane swap, of course. Aphelios, Sion lane swaps in 2020 was a big thing. The Xayah has been used to lane swap already this tournament. That was often with the Milio we saw from Karmine Core Blue. Successfully in game 2, less so in game 3. But we might actually be in for a lane swap here, mate.
It could also be standard lanes. Pyke does like to play through lanes sometimes. He's incredibly strong early game. I think the easiest way we'll be able to tell is whether or not these top laners have D-Shield or Ruby Crystal once again. Eyes on that in the first 10 seconds.
Again, if you really want to scare Aragon, guys, just head into his DMs, send a Ruby Crystal. He'll block you forever, but your moment of hilarity will live on forever.
Bringing it back, though. Bringing it back, though. Please don't do that.
I've just sent a curse towards you. I'm very sorry about that.
Mid-jungle, you have a lot of power coming in the mid-jungle. Taliyah, as well as the Xin Zhao, you have a lot of agency. You can do what you like. However, you do have the counterpick for Power of Evil on the side, which the reason why Syndra's so strong into Taliyah is because she can harass through the wave. She has a bunch of setup and ability to control the wave and control the trades. So you have a really big volatile dynamic there.
Yeah, and of course, when you then add in a Sejuani, add in a Pyke, that if you hit level 6s or Pyke gets out of lane early and it's kind of off vision, your ability to chain up a Scatter the Weak with the CC chain that follows could be very difficult to manage. I think once again, our eyes have to turn to mid lane and the various people turning up there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think that's not the only way this game can accelerate in the early game. There's also potential for ganks through the bot lane. You have Lantern ganks through lane. There's also ganks with the hook from Pyke. So bot side could also be volatile. Mid and bot, generally.
Eyes on where people decide to put their pressure, because I think there is a few different options here. I think you're completely right, and it is 1-1. Eintracht Spandau, in many ways, pre-tournament, with the way they played to run all the way from barely making playoffs, and they ended 5th in the regular seasons, that first edge of that, and it is,
in fact,
the Ruby Crystal. I was about to go on story time, and then Aragon just smiles at me, the pained smile. Sees what's in the inventory.
Let's go. Let's see the other Ruby Crystal swap. Let's see another lane swap. All right. So tempo swaps, swapping all around. We're going to have to see how well they manage it.
I will note they have actually gone grasp, though. We have seen some of the top laners decide against it when they feel like they're never going to get any grasp value in a lane swap.
The thing is, it's really hard to aftershock on Sion, right? Because to proc it, you need to ulti or max channel time Q. So while most tanks can go aftershock instead of the grasp, I think Sion might be one of the exceptions. He also loves the HP stacking, so gonna be that. Let's see what lanes they decide to go for. It doesn't look like Eintracht are gonna try and match.
They might be happy to take this one, of course. When you've got the Aphelios, your ability to attack some of those towers early on is pretty good. Now looking instead to, there will be spot, of course, by that minion where Vertigo backing away from this red buff, and GK continue to look for this split match option. But actually, Xander is here with his top laner. They're not going to stay in contest, so they decide to move away.
So what's really important on these lane swaps, since we get a bunch of different pairings, and it's not just Jinx Lulu anymore, what's important to look at is how much AoE, how much push potential, and how much tower damage you have. Now, Xayah has a lot of damage on the towers as well as AoE because of how her feathers can work. Whereas Aphelios, his wave clear and his tower pushing is kind of conditional. You need the right guns. You need blue gun for the wave clear, and then you need white gun, which comes a lot later on for the tower damage. That's why you only see cross maps onto towers later on, for example, against Rift Herald.
Yeah, and you also things like, can you set up the, because you're not on the right sequence of guns to begin with. I think the generally accepted sequence that a lot of Aphelios mains like to go for isn't there to begin with. You have to set it up. So getting towards Severn, that red gun with the Chakrams Crescendo isn't straightforward, so it takes a wave or two to get there, right?
So you can see that already. The Feathers, Spy Fortification, they're relatively similar in terms of the push potential. Bong actually going to drop down his Demolish as well. What he could do now is head down bot side. He can just die willingly. We've seen that a bunch of times this tournament. And he doesn't opt to continue helping his jungler clear.
Decides that's enough. Will he teleport towards his bot lane? I think he is just going to walk and try and get here. But you can see Vertigo hanging around already to try and potentially help with the expected dive. Could be an interesting moment. Vertigo not joining Zanzara right now, is still just hovering this bot lane.
Now, how does Bong navigate this? Does he just wait in that pixel bush right there in the between the two towers? Or does he try and walk forward?
Keep him going.
Before this wave crashes and dive for the wave. 07 Bong.
This is it. Get your emotes ready, chat. This will be the death of a top laner. Bong.
Where's the dematerializer?
Got a dematerializer in a dream. He's got a decimating strike. Gets pulled away. There's the Phantom Undertow. Shoved away from the turret. Very clean turret aggro juggling. And Vertigo starting with the W even to help out. Doesn't really get much of the wave there either, Bong. Power of Evil in the mid lane now under attack. El Ramirez here gets the knock up with the 3 talent strike. Trying to donate the kill over. And Gyu does get a return kill in mid lane.
Clean dive, but now we're going to get 3 people down bot side. Bong has TP'd down bot. A question mark ping from his team.
What's going on here? Lilip's coming up the river. This will not be a 1v1 for long despite the man advantage. Actually, Lilip has to Phantom Undertow over the wall.
Bong, what are you doing? You TP'd down bot. Now you're going to have to recall and go back top. I think there's a bit of a miscommunication here. Let's take a look at the dive. It's just clean. Surprisingly enough, an important note is Bong didn't actually use the dematerializer. So maybe he values it only to use it on the cannons when he's dove on cannon waves. Regardless, his team is now going to, his bot side rather, is now going to catch the waves down bot. Take a look at this skirmish in mid again.
Power of Evil just gets jumped on. Flash the flash. There's the 3 talent striking. Despite some solid fancy feet, there's just not really far enough you can go.
Yeah, so take a look on the minimap right there in that replay. We had bot walking bot. Bong TP's there. Now he has to recall and go back top. So missing out waves on top side. Regardless.
And I think compare that to game 1 and the lane swap there that GK were really heads up about. This is feeling a little less clean in terms of the lane assignments, and that has always been the key to those. And I know it's something you've been trying to track in these lane swaps, however, personally frustrating you sometimes. Find them, those macro moments and time discrepancies on the map can really hurt.
And what could have happened was Bong stayed bot whilst his bot lane went back top, and that way they could have played for grub spawn now, and they'd have their bot lane at top. But instead, no grub spawns.
There's the hook. That's giving a lot of damage onto Lilip. Dead to rights. Leo gets the kill. Death sentence living up to its name.
Absolutely. Nice hook coming in from Decap here into the Flay. Just one shot by the root and the feathers. Now, how many placings can they take off of this? Is there any potential dive threat? I think so versus all the sums.
He's going to try and play this one regardless. Tower of Evil is here. Gyu coming on up. First grub secured. Going on forwards. Get 3 times. Flash for the seismic shove. Not quite there. Now Gyu potentially down that summoner for a key moment. I appreciate the look in. It doesn't work. Scatter the weak lands. Power of Evil just hits level 6. The power increases for this player. Can obviously begin to unleash his evil. Could have come up with so much of a better phrase there. I'm sorry. I was struggling, reaching a bit.
Trying to one-shot the Sejuani there with the flash forward and the knock-up changing a 3-time straight.
Where's the bot lane?
There a dive?
It was a really good death sentence to force a flash out of Funky. Death sentence into the Lantern gang behind the tier 1, no less.
Nice plays coming in from bot side off of the back of the kill onto Lilith. Not finding the agency you really want to see from a Pyke. This champion, typically, you need to get stuff done early. You're an incredibly strong laner. A good way to frame it is like the Renekton of support, okay? So you get a bunch of roams down, you get a bunch of stuff early, because your kit does not scale very well. You don't have much utility. Eventually you become kind of a hook bot or a time waster.
I love the fact that you're absolutely right for the record, but once again, you managed to find a way to bring Renekton into a game.
I love doing that.
Not about top lane right now, but not even the champion.
I have AD carry comparisons as well, if you want. Caitlyn.
Is the Renekton of support? I have AD carry. What's the Renekton of jungle?
It has to be just any kind of early game jungler, right?
Is Shin
Something
South
like
the Renekton?
Rek'Sai, I think is a good comparison.
That's a really good call. I feel like Renekton probably has more value past 20 minutes, though.
Yeah. I think it's pretty similar, honestly. As
Really?
long as, if both have to snowball, and they both are relatively useful, but if they don't, they're both completely useless. Just sacks of potatoes, right?
It's a fair point. Maybe if the game slows down, we'll come back to that again. But it's worth pointing out, we're actually back to standard lanes. Funky was trying to hang around to still be in vision. In fact, we are back to standard lane. Seems to have been pretty good for GK because they found some solid advantages in the 2v2 bot. They've got the kill mid lane. They've claimed 2 of those early grubs. And now with the shove they have acquired, begin to throw down some solid vision lines and quadrants in towards that river. Decap goes forwards. Lilith gets hit by a hook. Funky trying to play this one out, but he's dead to right. There is nothing fun to be found. Decap might well die, but Lantern's forward. Zandra flashes over the wall to survive. And there's a 1-for-1, but critically, that's the AD carry down and missing minions. Elramir in a bush here, potentially looking to interrupt the back on Lilith.
Decap with the beautiful hook on the Thresh onto the Aphelios. Wow. Now, what's he going to lose off of this? The platings, he's going to get the crash. He should be in time to catch most of this wave, but bot side jungle is going to disappear. That's the Gromp. That's potentially the blue buff as well.
Here. Oh, Funky still at level 5. Gets hit by a wind become lightning. Leo walks beyond the tower, begins to fight for that control ward. That means he loses more of the wave. Elramir heads up to prevent the easy roam and walk down that bot lane. More. Power of Evil still got the flash back up and available. Turns to turn and deliver. Can unleash the power. Scatter the weak lands. With all those additional dark spheres on the floor, is now forced to flash.
Absolutely. No flash on either of the mid laners now. Potential reganks coming in.
It's just not stopping. The action is high. This was supposed to be a slow lane swap game. It's certainly not anymore. Chaos abounds. Support versus support. Jungle versus jungle. But Leo is here to make it an uneven fight. Zanza are dead, trying to take his own blue buff. Actually, Leo potentially in danger here a little bit as Lilip with the Ghost Water dive can begin to look for a boon. Skewer lands it. May have to go up into the air. Does so. The feathers begin to fly. Gets the root back now. And Lilip now in danger. Needs to get over the wall himself with the Phantom Undertow. Ult popped on Leo.
Crucially, no neutral objectives taken. So after all of that, you see the power of all these champions. At the very least, the Xayah ultimate. I'm not even going to try to remember what that's. Featherstorm, thank you. Yeah, you got it. Encyclopedia. Gonna be popped. That's a long cooldown. Right, so that's potentially one to play around. No flashes in the mid lane. You could potentially see some kind of play onto the mid laners before this next grub spawn. I also wouldn't be surprised to see the bot laners swap towards top side for these grubs.
And once again, you have to call it out. Elramir, Xandra are often pretty emblematic of how the games are going for their respective teams if they've gotten rolling. Or Xandra, not the worst early game, but it's down 20 CS. The fact that Elramir has gotten 2-0-1 and is ahead of the curve is really great news for GK Lilip. And there's Pyke in a dangerous position, thrown across the minefield. Unraveled Earth took so much work, and the empowered Q on the work ground, bring him down about 20% HP and has to leave, struggling to contest with the vision that Pyke so dearly loves.
Yeah, so that chunk now could transition into the blue buff for Elramir. He's just running down bot side. Zanzara is playing point guard though.
Funky now having to back away on Severum Graviton. Not the best combo I've ever seen in terms of weapons. Decap dodges the Bone Skewer. And actually on the HP, Zach could be really threatening at this point.
There's the blue buff. Will this transition into a dragon? It's going to be another respawn of the Gronk. Zara has been losing all of his jungle camps down bot side every single time they respawn.
It's really significant, especially when Sejuani without items is not particularly tanky, despite what her champion model might suggest. Grubs have respawned as well, and I wonder whether GK might look to go from dragon into those to really double down on those neutral objectives. Gyu comes across, and honestly a really solid early game from GK, despite a slightly awkward lane assignment at the end of that lane swap.
Absolutely. I think they've been playing extremely cleanly. Finding picks onto Lilith and Funky. Hooks from Decap being extremely clean as well. Now, I imagine what they could do here is get the push down bot side. They have a choice to make. Do they contest these grubs, bring up their bot side, or do they play for these plates down bot? I think they should potentially stay.
Yeah. I agree. They've got a really good wave, and the Othello's back in base. You saw an assist me ping from Funky, who already knows that Elramir and Decap have been haunting that blue side jungle. Let's talk about the other side, though, as Vertigo did go all out, and Bong was forced to ult in response. I began to wonder whether there'd be a bit more. Actually, the Ghost was popped as well there by Vertigo. Let's potentially have a Q3 here, but I don't think he'll be all out for that much longer. Leo! Interrupted out of that dark passage, but it's a cool moment on screen. Doesn't amount to that much yet. The cleanse forced afterwards, though, as Zanzara lands the ultimate.
Ultimately, it's going to be cleanse.
Lilith. Oh, my days. He does miss that one. I think he might finally get a moment to talk, though. Are we about to see a dive?
Cleanse for grubs. Now, can this dive amount to more? Leo has no cleanse, so the chain CC could be there. They also have Featherstorm.
Decap begins to spam the Thresh, Laughter annoying as it is. Severum Crescendum available. Leo chunked out. The set chakrams are being stacked. One plate remaining. Leo very low. I don't think they can stay.
Leo getting chunked out. Yeah, that means that's going to be first blood tower. If he managed to not get chunked and just stay on the tower, wait for the wave. Potential angle to defend, and that way they win both sides of the map.
No, Decap's got to back away. I was wondering why Decap was staying there. Maybe just to ward people off a little bit. Will allow Leo to reset. And you're right, that is first turret. 9-tracked. Pretty solid there to at least get something for Trophy for the Grubs.
Denying the cross map. No. Power of Evil does. No cross map onto the top side jungle camps for you.
Just keeps doing it.
You're gonna have to settle for these raptors? Oh my word.
How long is it gonna delay this? What's the W cooldown out of this point?
I did not know it was that short.
Force of Will is a W if I remember correctly.
It's gonna be low enough to be able to do that. It's chain pulling.
And does deny Elramir getting as much value from his invade as he might otherwise. Still though, 30 CS leading the jungle. A Sundered Sky already for this Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao as they get snowballed are really obnoxious, I have found.
The biggest strength of Xin Zhao is generally the front-to-back team fighting. The amount of time he can buy.
Oh!
Decap.
He's been looking for those for the last couple series. Him on the Blitzcrank as well was very happy to make those kind of plays.
Flash, Power of Evil. Not gonna have Flash now. A mobile Control Mage. Gonna be really susceptible to any kind of play now. Any kind of regang. Especially from EU on this setup champion.
Was wise enough to not stay and order the tower too much, because of course any options to get a couple Qs would have been difficult. Bong. Still here. This could prove difficult. This could be a 3v3. Funky in danger. But here is Lilith and Zanzara. This could get very interesting to play out. Crescent Guard comes down. Here comes Giyu with the Weavers. Well, Funky has to flash. Lilith trying to get far enough away, but there's not enough grey health in the world to save this one from being a catch in favor of GK. The Ghost Water Ripper landed hook, line, and sinker.
Nice play. Utilizing the globals. Giyu ends up top side. Now, there's no crossmat down bot because of the fact that tower was already taken. Chunk coming out. This might transition to more plates.
Funky's on a 3rd HP, does not have flash. I think they're a little bit nervous where people like the fight could be. They decide against it. They want to reset, especially, I suppose, with things like Herald just going live. They decide against it for now, and Eintracht Spandau can take the opportunity to walk up there, but we'll get the replay first as Bong sneaks into that bush.
So Bong sneaks into the bush. He finds an engage. It doesn't quite connect, but the mid push from the Thalia, because Power of Evil has no flash on the Syndra, means that Syndra can never join. Thalia comes up. Funky has to flash away, I believe.
He does. It would have been a seismic shove that would have led to his death. It's a solid flash over the fat wall, but they put all the CC into the Xin Zhao, and Xin Zhao presses R. Back onto screen. Zanzara hit by the wind becomes lightning. Funky coming on over. Remember, he doesn't have that flash. Doesn't engage onto Decap. Hook, though, onto Vertigo, who only goes unstoppable now. It's too late. Kazante not tanky enough. Pulled back over the wall. Mid-Arctic Assault. Zanzara has to leave. Decap.
Neutral objectives really going over to the side of GK as the hook comes through.
Another one lands. My voice goes up an octave or two. The flame back as well into the feathers. Not quite enough. Leo has to flash and secure the kill.
Comes through again. The fighting's still going. Sion, Bong, GK. It just feels like the games are inverting every single time. One team absolutely stomps, then the next team stomps. It flips back again.
And again, I think part of it as well is things like Elramir and Decap having first move, getting things happening mid lane, getting things happening bot lane, made such a difference. Lilip's Pike pretty underwhelming. Hasn't been able to get on the map that much this far. Has been under threat a lot. Xandra and Sejuani consistently invaded. And Eintracht Spandau just look a lot more mortal when they're not the ones making the plays.
Lane swaps to avoid the Pyke laning as well were incredibly important. I think GK, on top of this, the Azir ban. I think this has been such a crucial part of the fact that Power of Evil just can't find as much agency. Syndra's just an objectively weaker champ right now, forcing his flash every single time.
And how many analysts, how many people would have said GK would come into semi-finals alone and then look like this? It is remarkable to see. And again, part of it as well is trying to judge the Arabian League in isolation versus the other regions was hard. They looked better than last year. They really did. But how much better? Would they match up against LFL, Prime League, LVP? The answer has been categorically yes. They take out LVP first seed in the group stage. Heretics are gone. They take out Carmine Core Blue, LFL first seed in quarterfinals. The tournament champions from last summer in a reverse sweep, no less. They are leading the game here in a second. Well, there's a second win potentially here in the semi-finals versus Prime League #1 Eintracht Spandau, who have been on a similar journey of their own. What an incredible, insane story this would be if they can make it all the way to finals. They're not there yet. Maybe I'm using a little too far ahead in the future, but you've just got to start thinking. You know, the Arabian League fans are thinking, you know, the Prime League fans are dreading it just a touch.
Fantastic run. Really is. Play-ins from 5th and 6th, I think you said.
So that was Eintracht. These guys, they came in first in the regular season. They were first in the regular season and lost 0-3 in the finals to Enigma Galaxy. It was a bit of a humiliation. They were supposed to be the favorites in that. It just didn't work out.
Really, really impressive stuff. Especially Eintracht's story. 5th and 6th in regular season to this now. As well, semi-finals.
Yeah.
Wow. Meta aligned for both teams. Both teams love these lane swaps, slower games.
Yeah, genuinely, yes. You're not wrong, because again, like the style of play we have seen out of Eintracht, you know, the control mage mid, the hyper carry bot, the volatility out of the jungle and support, and then the bridge top lane who's often asked to sacrifice and blind pick. It all works out really well with the current meta, and got them a Game 2 victory. It's not looking like that's going to be the case in Game 3 so far.
Absolutely. So, taking a look at this game now, both neutral objectives doing a little stop in. Both neutral objectives in terms of dragons going over 5 grubs. That means they could play side lanes extremely well with their globals. Sion in side lane could get priority as well. It's looking really, really good. The front to back from GK is looking incredibly scary with that front line as well, Xin Zhao.
I think also you've got to be aware that I don't think anyone's likely going to be buying Mikhail's right now. And Funky has gone for the Ghost and the Flash, and you understand that, but it feels like particularly Decap has just not been missing.
Oh, the flay, Decap.
Oh, he's just so good. And he lands a hook onto Power of Evil. Speak and he shall deliver. It is beautiful. No caps to be found. It is all Stardust from this support.
That was one of the best Thresh plays I've seen all year. That was absolutely fantastic. The flay onto the Pikey into the hook onto Power of Evil. No flash now either.
Reminder that his coach is Edward, formerly known as the Thresh Prince. When you like look at the kind of like legacy he's taking on, he's proud of his son right here. This is remarkable stuff.
Smiling. Vertigo trying to get some kind of cross map, but let's take a look at this replay. Let's just appreciate this hook. Decap the flay, and then this hook over the wall.
Stellar.
On a ward.
It's on vision, but that is the power of having vision control. The Pyke doesn't have it, the Thresh does, and he hits everything. Glorious stuff.
Absolutely everything, and that lets them push down mid laner as well. Now, do they get the bot side tower? Because when to replay, the answer is no. So the objective bounty is there for EINS if they want to pick it up. A scuffle, but ultimately not much going to happen here. But they do have a lot of DPS now. That is 2 item carries.
I was going to say about the Sion.
Not for them.
I was like, wait, do they?
Not for them.
Grass procs, baby.
But GK overall,
yes,
that might be a potential Baron start if they want to. They are so far accelerated. Their ping's coming down.
Well, absolutely right. Seraph's completed the Navori on top of the Kraken Slayer. They are so ready to go. Syndra has got themselves a Ludens and the Haunting guys. Again, another Ludens game from Power of Evil, who's really enjoying this on the Syndra. Needs to be able to execute someone like Gyu or Leo with it, although I don't think he's going to have that much value potentially into particularly the frontliners of Bong and Elramir. It'll be very difficult. That Locket Shield on Decap as well make some of that burst a little harder to execute with.
Top and mid push.
Oh,
They're
Giyu
gonna
might
find
be the
Giyu.
target. He's actually in a really difficult position. Does get the shove away. Does have flash. Vertigo is teleported in. I don't think there's anywhere for this Talia to go. Baron has spawned. That will be a dead Talia. Good moment from Eintracht Spandau. How much more can they get?
Really important pick there. They were setting up for that Nash with top and mid push.
Ghost would
They
have died
continue
again.
chasing. Ghost is still up.
Pick chain can start to come on through. Elramir throws a Wind becomes lightning back. Fong is now here, trying to be a little bit aware.
Oh, no.
That's a bit of a stun onto an important partner. They will drag Decap over the wall. Does manage to flash away. Power of Evil can look to do something as Bong goes forward into 3. Well, I suppose 4 if you count Power of Evil. Another pull back onto Elramir, who now throws down the Crescent Guard. Vertigo still all out. Big knock up now onto Funky, trying to get the turnaround. Now flashes away. Look at Leo trying to throw as many feathers as he can and actually avoids the Moonlight Vigil with them. 4v5 and GK hold the line.
4 versus 5. They were opting into that. 2 items on Leo. They thought maybe he had enough DPS that they played slow enough, continuously with the Lantis coming in and out, tanking. There wasn't quite enough to actually land any kills. Now Dragon spawning.
Hold your breath. That was just a moment there. We saw Eintracht Spandau still have some teeth, some damage, some ability to play in this game. The catch on Giyu only led really to the 1 kill, but you saw with the man advantage with 21 minutes on the clock, could have been an angle at something like Baron. Maybe that's why GK were so willing to stand and at least contest, because otherwise, free Baron at this point of the game, their lead is gone.
Really crucial TP coming out for Vertigo to find that pick onto the Talia, but now cross-map pinks coming out on top side. Power of Evil, not going to want to contest this Dragon.
Oh, Lilip, there we go. Does manage to phantom
Wait, he's
onto
stuck in the
that
pit.
He is now stuck in the pit. They're going to aggro Baron. He's forced to flash out.
Lilip, that's not the Pyke I saw in Prime League Finals. I think not the best performance so far, I've got to say. Decap.
I think Decap's just got in his head a little bit, and sometimes that's the way it ends up with things like Blitzcranks and Thrashes, when you're forced to phantom undertow to avoid the death sentence. It means you can't get over the wall. All the while the Dragon's being taken. This is Soul Point for GK, which would be Infernal Soul, which when you're already looking at the Talia and the Xayah who proc it super happily, it's looking very, very good for GK, both on the eye test and just in terms of like the raw map state.
Yeah. Now, what is their play? They have a bunch of single target burst for the side of EINS. I'm just trying to hypothesize, what can you do to come back at this point? The reality is there's really not that much outside of single target burst. 2 items on the Syndra. Can play for that.
3rd item on Funky might be what you need. He's got the Infinity Edge. If you can get towards Lord Dominic's regards, if you can find one of those fights where Aphelios gets to 3-weapon switch it through like some big combo into chakrams or something, maybe that's the way forward. You've got a good front to back yourself, but I feel a little bit like last game. Both comps are somewhat similar in their kind of trajectories in terms of how they want to play the game, and one of those mirrored win conditions is just ahead of the game.
And you could see they're trying to come back by pressuring the tower on top side with the objective bounty. They even ward for the split push, dropping deep wards to allow Syndra to hit the tower, but they just decided it's too scary. They're going to have to send Syndra back mid lane again.
I won't pretend to be an expert in Syndra itemization, but is Luden's into Liandry's a normal build?
You know what? I'm not going to question.
That's fair.
Power of Evil, the Syndra main.
That's
Look,
actually very reasonable.
I appreciate the you know.
I figured if anybody was going to have an idea, it would probably be you over me, in fairness.
I appreciate the fact that you'd question Power of Evil. That takes a lot of cojones. But
he does have he's been known for having a weird build or two.
Yeah, I got to say, I hate the Nash's Tooth at Orianna. I think that was not tech.
He was back in the day. Do you remember Runeglaive, Ezreal mid? He was one of the proponents of that as well back in the day. So
yeah, but that was actually really good.
It was very good, it's true. He and Pepinero, I believe, back in the day on Giants in the LEC, were pretty nightmarish to manage on that. Well, we've got a picture-in-picture. That's going to be Vertigo getting a tier 2. While there is this setup around the Baron, but at least something back for Eintracht Spandau, and actually a fairly significant bounty there. Lilip as well has got some wards, and a flank angle behind the Baron pit, or relative to GK's lines anyway.
Kind of acting as a human ward as well to allow the push from Spandau in the top side. But yeah, ultimately this 1v1 down bot side is not going to matter. Feels like Vertigo versus the world at the moment. With that flank, with the TP in the mid game, to pick off the Talia, as well as getting these tier 2s inside. Might have to be on him now, 2.5 items.
Game has slowed down over the last couple of minutes, and that tier 2 actually does help bring the gold lead somewhat back, and the fact you have got the Umbral Glaive now on the pike, a little bit easier to contest some of that vision that was so hard to work with earlier. In fact, they've got 2 wards behind right now. Wondering whether Decap's about to throw down that sweeper and deal with it. There is a teleport available for Vertigo, which, with that ward in the blue side jungle or just there in the river, could potentially prove deadly if GK overplay their hand around the Baron.
Absolutely. Now, you can see what they're playing for, GK. Mid and top push. For picks in the meantime, whilst you control vision in the bot side, top side.
Lilip does not have flash or the Phantom Undertow. You couldn't quite get over the wall. Flash forward Relramir, though, regardless, with an Audacious Charge that does the Blast Cone to get Lilip out to safety. Nearly. Not quite, though.
They really want to force a pick around top side. Any kind of pick can transition immediately into a Baron and a turn from there. That's why they're so committed to flashing. Elramir doesn't quite find the 3 Talon Strike knock up. But vision control is going to be maintained all the same. They've got mid push. They can start up the Nash here.
Absolutely can, but there's still those wards in the river, though, and a deadly flank angle from Vertigo could still prove problematic. Eyes on when those are pulled down to a 2/3 HP. Make that half now.
Look at that TP ward. This ping's coming down in the blue buff area for the red side jungle.
Go again. The Lip's there. It's the hook. They want to turn. They're going to go straight onto the pike. Dead.
Wait,
Two right.
Nash is
Wait,
leashed.
Baron's still going. It's still leashed. They've got the stun. They need to get on in there. They get the Baron. They get the Baron. Zanzara, Prince of Thieves, secures something for Eintracht Spandau. The fight afterwards. Power of Evil delayed from that reset. Teleport not allowed. He goes down. But the rest of Eintracht Spandau managed to extricate. Funky is shoving mid. Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds. And that is a little bit unfortunate for GK Esports.
A giant blunder coming in from GK, leaving the Baron leashed on 2.8k.
It just makes it so easy for Zanzara to walk in and steal it alongside the Syndra damage.
And try and shove the tier 2 regardless and get something out of it. Power of Evil being dead for 25 seconds means he's not going to be on the map. Vertigo gets towards that wave. They will not stay for the tier 2 in its entirety. They want to play for this Infernal Soul because, of course, if they kill there, then they don't have to worry about the Baron anyway.
But Taylor is leash. I think they thought it would de-aggro because everyone left the pit. But someone must stay. I think it just doesn't regen fast enough. They don't de-aggro. Zanzara just sneaks in there.
Power of Evil with a W over the wall as well, I think. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, just a blunder.
Heads up play from Eintracht Spandau. A little bit of underestimation on when the regen would set in on the other side. They do get 2 at the very least on the way out, and that's fairly important. Towards the bot lane we go. Knocked off the wall is Giyu. That's huge. Moonlight Vigil afterwards. Binding Eclipse brings down the Talia. And another fumble. Another moment where Eintracht Spandau can find their way back into the game. Stun onto Decap, flashing away. The W, that path maker away from Vertigo, and that will be the denial of the soul. Eintracht Spandau even up the gold. Claim a dragon. Aragon, I think they're right back in this game.
Can they make it topside, potentially cross map onto a tier 2? Recall's coming in for the side of Eintracht Spandau. I don't think they can make it in time. That wave's too big, so nothing going to be gained as well. Just going to have to settle for a Krug camp on the other side.
That is a paltry prize instead.
Yeah.
Soul, Baron, both denied. Gold lead now only 1,000 from what was edging towards 5, probably a minute or so ago.
Wow, so 3 items now for the Aphelios. 3 items for the Syndra as well. That's a really strong front-to-back team composition, but GK aren't weak. They just gave a few shutdowns and a little bit of gold. So, might be a little bit explosive in the mid lane right now, as Eintracht want to use that Baron.
Syndra online. I would ask production actually possibly if we can have a hover over Syndra to see where she's at in terms of the stack marks. Has she hit that critical mass, the additional 15%, the execute on the R? Great to hear. So we get that Vertigo, shoves in, claims that tier 1. Another side, Lilith being attacked. Much avail though, goes underwater like the ghost he is, then back away we go. Control from mid lane, Leo forced to cleanse. Just about out of range of that ultimate from Zanzara.
No cleanse now, any potential chain CC coming in from the Syndra. Power of Evil so good at landing those combos. But having to weather the storm of the siege from the Nash. Not going to be too much longer as they use the time on the Dragon.
I wonder if Power of Evil had really felt it. A flash and an arm might have been the death there of Leo. Of course, perhaps with the ultimate would have been difficult to guarantee that execute regardless. Wall across the back here. Here we go again. You remember, you do not have your AD carry right now. Funky going to try and stand and deliver. Zanzara over that Weaver's wall. Moonlight Vigil comes on forward. Bong is eviscerated. No longer a tank. Giyu taken low. Into the backline goes Vertigo. Manages to go all out. Murder the Talia. Elramir trying to back away, but the death from below claims another. Leo tries to get the root on the tower. Will not quite go down. The tower does what it can and will at least get one back. But Eintracht Spandau ace in the mid lane.
Is that going to be the game? Are they going to push it down mid? They have chakrams. I think they can end here. This comeback is crazy. That pick onto Leo having no cleanse might just be enough.
My days, from one Baron that leashes just slightly too long, Eintracht Spandau find the seam that breaks the game. They will shove for the inhibitor. They have a wave, they have Severum, Crescendum, and an Aphelios at 3 items. These Nexus turrets stand no chance at all. Eintracht Spandau, against every odds, move to 2-1.
The steal, it feels like everything was off of the back of that steal. Then Gio getting caught, then Gio forcing mid without the AD carry, without the Sword DPS. But a question, what was that decision making in the end there?
They lose their heads a little bit, and Eintracht Spandau clutch out a game that seemed pretty impossible to come back in. That should have been over.
And the worst part is now they lose their lane, they choose their side now.
Yeah, they did. That was their side choice. That was the Eintracht Spandau on red side. I remember on the desk they were saying about actually someone needs to find a way to win a game on red side.
Yep. And it'll be the same again. That was rough. Sorry.
Man. Well, enough from us, guys. Desk, break down that absolutely insane clutch comeback.
Thank you so much. That complicates everything. Before we jump into the draft itself, I would like to apologize as I misspelled the word when we were trying to talk on the Arabian. We did it before, but yeah, we did a big whoopsie.
Yeah, on me as well. Obviously, the word for stop it, I tried to say my Arabic is not very good, so apologies from me as well. But yeah, I kind of missaid. So yeah, apologies to everyone out there. But I want to talk a little bit about draft.
Yes.
And I want to talk a little bit about like what we got here. Of course, GK is a big throw at Baron. I know we can talk about that in a little bit. Like that really, really hurt. Overall, what we saw from this was let through of things like the Scion, right? The adaptation of red side bans came through, and it was, we still got things like the Vi, the Jinx came through as well. Excuse me, the Maokai actually banned away. And we got strong mid-jungle pairing from GK Esports. That was the most important thing. Talia pick priority as well when it's let open, when it has been banned in previous games. I think made a lot of sense when for Giyu, this has been one of his strongest champions through group stage as well.
In the agency, they were looking into the mid lane trouble. We were talking about that in the green room. Finally they wake up.
I feel like what happened here with the draft is the fact that you have Arcan and Maokai banned this time around, as well as the Jinx. So what EINS were looking to do here was to trade the Talia with the Aphelios. If GK went for the Aphelios, they'd going over the Talia and vice versa. They opted to go for the Talia, and rightly so, because Giyu has so many games, especially during that group stage. And I think everything but one game versus KC was also Talia. Of course, in the series versus KC, as I mentioned. So I feel like picking that champion makes you more proactive in the early game. You can make plays towards the side lanes. You've got a very proactive jungler in the likes of Zinzal that likes to gank in the early game. So everything was good and dandy for GK.
Decap playing with the Thresh. I mean, we got to give him props yet again.
He's insane.
Yeah.
He was a monster. So this game felt like it was GK in the end. But
I mean, the pick potential was huge. Like the Weaver's Wall as well from Giyu, another reason why this Talia often banned against them. I mean, banned in general as well. The zone control, huge. And what we're looking at is like, what are the last fights where even when that zone control comes through, problem is Aphelios has hit 3 items. And yeah, this is just so rough. I really feel for GK because everything else in the game, their setup, their map movements were clean. Their pick tools used really wisely. It's just one mistake in the mid game that crushed everything and put them into this losing position where a teamfight ace wiped them clean in under 30 minutes.
Yeah, and production, cue sad violin music for GK. Let's play the clip that pretty much turned the whole game around. It was a play that started from GK. They wanted to go for the Baron. They start hitting the Baron. They're inviting EINS to fight them at this point. They're almost 3k up. They have won every single team fight, every single skirmish their way. And I feel here's where the blunder begins. Zanzar's coming from the left and Elramir takes the Lantern. Lilip is dead to rights right there. Did not need for the Zinzal to come out with the Lantern. And I feel this is where the glass tipped. Basically, they get this fight. I think they kill Giyu as well. But through the tempo that they have, with the empowered recalls, having the Baron lanes pushing and shoving the minions through, not only do they take the Baron, they win themselves another life, they put a bunch of gold into their pockets, but they also denied the soul off of GK, which was another win condition. So all in all, in just 1 minute, they took 3 win conditions away and a bunch of money back into this Aphelios.
Yeah, they can just play so much slower. This again, it's hard to watch because for GK to have that much control and throw it away when they can play slow, it's just really rough to see. So again, props to Eintracht Spandau. I mean, still You know, they still draft a composition in the back of your screen that works for them. They're still playing through Power of Evil, through Syndra. But then the way you see them playing through bot, even at a deficit, was really nice, that they were holding back the tempo, that they were holding back the speed that this Thresh was really providing. And then eventually, when they get counterplays, this Pyke starts becoming useful, because at least in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game, he didn't do too much. So it's glad to see he ends on a positive.
So they finally get the win on the red side. We were wondering, how can you win the red side? And apparently they can by a mistake. And that's all you needed. Now it
Doesn't
actually
matter.
switches. GK are staying on the blue side. They play the blue side yet again. But the math you were doing a while ago, like whoever gets the blue side will win. Well, GK started on the blue side. They'll probably win. It
we were
changes.
asking that if EINS want to win the series, since they didn't start with side selection and they started on red side, they
Yeah.
would have to break the code on red side
Yep.
if blue side wins 100% of the time. Right now, they have done it. And even if GK win on blue side right here and take us to silver scrapes, I'm pretty sure they're going to have to end up on red side as well for the last game, which is reasonable because they did manage to break the code versus KC when they brought this very aggressive mid jungle duo. So GK can't do it and they have it in them. However, they have to push this series to 5.
So now that they're on the blue side, they have the pressure of, we need to find something different. Even though it's blue side, we might win this one, but we have to adapt to the last one. Yet again, they're against the wall.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard because, again, you look at the adaptation, right? We got Talia B1. Like, and again, this is what makes this conversation hard, is because I don't think there's a draft issue. I like how GK drafted. They drafted with mid-jungle priority in mind, which is how this team plays and how it affects the rest of the map and how they end up getting Leo to such a good state in the game, alongside the lane swaps that Bong plays with things like Sion, all we've already seen in the series. There was no problem with the draft. But now you assume, again, going to game 5, they're going to have to play a red-sided draft. And I know people at home are like, why are you saying going to game 5? We're assuming the blue side win rate continues without something as egregious as a throw in front of Baron coming again. And then there has to be a response. So just run it back, do the same thing you did in the last game, but play it slower, play your setup, and don't be so firm to pull off a Baron while you're still aggroed at 2.8k. Way too late.
I think they've done it like 3 times so far in this series, where they start the Baron and Zanzara is literally right outside of the pit. The Rex side, they did it twice in game number 1, and now they do it again. He's literally just walking in front of you. You're like, I'll take the lantern, I'm out.
Yeah,
you can finish it
learned
off.
it. So I was like, okay, you want to do it 3 times? Might as well. Let me finish it.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, third time is the charm. And now they get the better, they get the game, they get the second one. And with this in mind, we are on the Silver Scrapes opportunity, as you guys are saying in, but they can finish it either. They can actually finish this one right now for Spandau. And that would be the 3-1 you were talking about in the previous.
I think they have the momentum right here. They haven't necessarily broken the code on how to win on red side, let's be honest. And even at the Baron, they were massively behind. If the Baron went down, if the Soul went down for GK, I think this was most likely going to be GG. I wasn't particularly happy with the Pyke alongside the Aphelios. I don't necessarily think that it provides a lot of protection for the Aphelios. Neither did you necessarily need the Pyke to make plays for you when you have the likes of Setsuani, Cassante, and Syndra. So I feel like you swap the support out. I think the draft looks pretty good for EINS.
So that could be it if Spandau maintains the draft as well.
I mean, I'll be honest.
I know you're looking at GK, but
like, I didn't like Spandau's draft. I think they got away with, I'll say it a third time, I think they got away with murder. I don't think they should have won that game. I think there was draft gap. Like, getting Xin Zhao Talia on GK already felt like mid-diff. Again, like, watching how the bot lane went, watching how they played the early game, felt pretty clean to say that GK should have won that game. So I'm just going to say it's going to a game 5. GK will win game 5 because it's just faith. And I think they'll have draft adaptation for what presumably will be a red side after they win the next game.
So 3-2 for you. You're sticking with the 3-1 because the momentum.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens. But before that, we need to toss it to a break. The casters will be ready to do the champion selected. The teams are ready to fight it all. Whoever wins this one, if it's going to be for Spandau, we have ourselves the first finalist. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Yes, That's the one. Perfect.
Yeah? LEC, here we come.
Destiny on the line, knocked out 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on the mind, all we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
We on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run.
Good evening, EMEA, and welcome back to this scorching hot semi-finals. Eintracht Spandau against every odds find the one angle to get back in that game with a sequence of plays I have very rarely seen, and GK now find themselves up against the wall despite what was generally a stellar game 3.
I absolutely agree, and I think GK know that. Same picks and bans. It feels like they're running it back identically. First pick, Talia. Same bans as the Denial. Targeting PoE.
Might be a bit of a different look. They want to try and trade out. They're just going to get the Cinder again. They're happy with that one. Does this just become the Shinso again, surely?
Yeah, I think so. A lot of mid-jungle power in that duo. Zin's out.
It's salty.
Zaya.
Oh, I could taste the run back.
Taste it. I could taste it. I think it's going to be exactly the same. Maybe the Sejuani on R3 as well, just a match.
I mean, I think it might be. And they're going to go for the Ornn instead. Interesting. Clearly didn't think the Scion was that valuable the last game, so going something slightly different. So it will not be the Shinta, but that surely then just becomes either a pick or a ban from Eintracht Spandau.
I mean, you can also lock in topside now. If you're Eintracht Spandau, you know, you can pick your Zac away. That's also open. Scion, if you want to handshake and do lane swaps as well. But Zac's looking pretty good to me, and we've seen Vertigo play it.
I think you're absolutely correct. And what do you know? You're a bit of a prophet. Turns out you're actually vaguely knowledgeable about some of this League of Legends stuff. You knew. The second phase of picks and bans. My very bad sarcasm aside, the Shinta ban. Again, that's not really. That's not. It turns out occasionally I have good thoughts too, just less often than Aragon. See what else the bans are going to be.
Yep. I do think that Sejuani rises on Prior now. Poppy could be good into either of his Tish compositions as well, especially with the Zac on that side, since you haven't locked jungler there. But mid-jungle pairings in terms of Volibear could also be great with the Talia.
Yeah, and I think it's also fair pointing out that Zanzara's best game was clearly on that Poppy, was finding really excellent angles on it. Interesting to see that planning the Braum, of course, really good specifically into the Ornn. That's very good at just managing that ultimate. But I feel like it'll be another jungle ban from Eintracht Spandau and then probably a 4th pick jungle to kind of like double down on the jungle pool.
Yeah. Denying the R5 Ornn when you're probably going to pick something like Nautilus as well, that could rise up in priority. But there's the Poppy.
Oh.
You don't want to deal with a Poppy if you have the Zac. If you're playing Engage into a Poppy Talia, you're going to have a really bad time because the amount of disengage in that draft as well. So
I wonder whether they might 4th pick it themselves, considering Xandra's love of the champion, but it's not going to be the case for now. What are they going to look towards? I know you said the Sejuani. That will probably make some sense. I wonder whether that then becomes a ban here. Instead, they go towards Xandra's Old Faithful in the Java, and it's seen as semi-regular ban throughout the tournament.
I think it has to be a Sejuani. You need the long-range engage because you don't want to be dashing in to a Xayah with feathers as well as the rocks. It makes it a lot easier. I would really hate this pick. I hope it is not that. Volibear as well gives you a lot of early game power, but once again, you're dashing in to Xayah feathers and Talia rocks. So early game is on the cards. You have to accelerate.
Exactly. And if you get stuck at that 1 and a bit item marks that Volibears sometimes do, you have no resist. You have a Sundered Sky and HP, and Xayah laughs at you, and you just eat feather after feather and die horribly.
Wow, I'm liking this draft from GK. The Jax into the Volibear's incredible isolated 1v1 matchup. You have priorities to potentially invade as well. This was something they picked before. They mitigate the early invades, and then they outscale in terms of the front to back.
You add an extra front line. You literally call in the substitute in Daisy, who just sits there and becomes the 6th man. Very strong indeed. What does DCAP want to look towards? The Thresh was actually very clean last game, but I wonder whether they might look for something a little bit more stable, perhaps.
Alistair could be okay. You're staring down a potential Renata as well. Alistair's good into the Rel. I think that's the isolated one, but no, just the Aphelios Thresh pairing, of course.
These supports have such, I feel like ego is the wrong word, but it feels like it from this side of the screen. I'm probably building a narrative, so it's not there, but actually, the Thresh game last time was way better than Lilith's Pike. Not to make too many bones about it, the Pike was consistently caught out. DCAP put on a clinic on the Thresh, pulled off some absolutely incredible plays where he was hitting hook after hook, flay after flay, and Lilith has said, well, whatever you can do, I can do better. Let me take the Thresh and run that montage back on our side.
Yeah, absolutely. Scaling isn't going to be as stark of a contrast this game. I do think it does favor GK because they have the front back with an Ornn, and the Ivan Enchanter plus 80 carry is often very good. But you do have a bunch of scaling on the other side as well. You have scaling control mage as well as a solid front line. The only problem I have is the dynamic you have into the enemy team, which is you have a bunch of melees dashing into Talia rocks and a Xayah feather pull, which is incredibly problematic because you will just get shredded. So onus is on the early game. You need to snowball if you're Eintracht.
And the thing is, I do get why Zanzara goes for the Volibear, because actually it does feel like the jungler that has gotten ahead early, particularly around that mid lane, particularly around that bot lane, has largely dictated the game from there. And in some ways, in many ways, let's be real, Eintracht Spandau were lucky to come back in that game. It was a bit of GK losing their cool, Giyu in some ways losing his cool on that Talia that cost them that game. And a lot of that started actually from Elramir's really solid early Xin Zhao play. And so I see why the Volibear maybe over something like the Sejuani, which I think compositionally fits better, was the choice. Just more ways for Zanzara to do things early.
I also do think it was potentially a denial pick from the Talia Volibear duo, which you've seen running amok. So you deny them from the and give yourself a little bit of early game, which maybe they felt like they were lacking last game. Regardless, and they keep their cool. I feel like at the end of last game, you may have struggled, especially with that Baron steal, and then getting caught multiple times, engaging without his Eddie carry.
That did feel like just that touch of tilt, that touch of panic, especially considering the position they were in. This is such a height to have climbed for GK. They have come all the way to semi-finals. They win game 1. Game 2's not great. They are on the verge of winning game 3, and it all goes slightly wrong. And what felt like a secure place to be is suddenly knocked out from underneath you. And not that many of these players have been to the kinds of like competitive heights that people like Power of Evil, Zanzara have been to before. Lilith's been up at LEC before. And yes, Elramir has won EMEA Masters. He did that last year in spring. But people like Giyu, people like Leo, and some of these other players have been that little bit more inexperienced. Obviously Bong has been to Worlds and stuff in recent years. So, there is some of that experience there. But for this mid laner we have been praising so much, who we have been so impressed with, who has honestly had a relatively decent series as well. To have those moments there is frustrating. We need to see whether that mentality can hold. Can he hold his nerve here in this potential match point for Eintracht Spandau.
Absolutely. And now, what I need to see from Eintracht Spandau is how well can you use Zanzara. What's really important when you play Volibear is utilizing the priors to potentially invade or make proactive plays. And you have priority in the bot side, double ranged versus one ranged and one melee. You get priority in bot, potentially look for invades on the Ivan down in bot side, in that red buff area.
See what they call that off, because obviously one of the things with Ivans, particularly on first clear, is they can be a little bit odd. The timings are all a bit weird.
Yeah.
Which camp have you marked? Where are you going? After that, it becomes a bit more normal, but especially early on, playing against an Ivan is a learned skill, and not that many teams are used to it necessarily, which is why we're often, when we saw it at the likes of LEC, the response was, let's just ban it, because it's a lot easier than trying to figure out what's going on.
That's true. There's a lot of tech with the way you clear, taking blast cones back and clearing absolutely everything. I've seen Ivans enter river level 4 before the enemy's done their first full clear. Elromir gonna reverse clear back up top side.
Manage that potential invade that you were talking about. Zanzara at level 3, looking to come on over. Is he looking into the mid lane or for those Raptors? You could be at threat here. There's the level 3 gank. The Scout of the Week flashed away from. Good back, Giyu. That was a momentary madness.
He has TP, but it is a very questionable move. Maybe thought he survived it. Now, what can they do with a chunk? Elromir, still susceptible to invades. They have Prior in bot as well. Those sounds.
Like, I was about to make a serious moment about me. I flub my words a little bit there. There's madness in mid lane. And just Elromir giving me this, you know, nice soothing soundtrack in the jungle.
Still, TP force. Power of Evil still in relatively good condition. He doesn't necessarily need to recall, or he can recall and walk back to lane, having the TP advantage.
At least Giyu gets the TP. So it's not like he's backing on just Mana Crystal, which would really have sucked.
But now, if another gank comes down in mid lane and he's forced to recall, he won't be able to TP back. So any kind of play in mid, watch Elromir.
Yeah, he is on a ward though, so I think you saw what he was looking at. Trying to maybe return the favor. Decides not going to happen. I think he swept it out as well. Yes, you can see actually that sweeper is on cooldown. The ward has disappeared. So we'll go claim that Scuttle Crab, remove that ward. Volibear's on the other side of the map. So Xandra will claim the other Scuttle Crab. And a little excitement mid lane. A little bit of an standard, namely weird pathing from the Ivan to get weirdness, to get the clear done. And that's about it so far in this early game.
This Ivan pick is really, really questionable. I'm not a big fan of the mid-jungle pairing. You need vessels for your shields. You need stuff that can continue fighting. Stuff like Renekton, stuff like Aatrox. Bruisers, or like hyper carries in the mid lane. Used to see pairings like Tristana, Jace, that can auto-attack. You play the Ivan with. But with this mage, you have such a low damage topside and no synergy to set up the Talia W.
It's a lot of that. It's a lot of onus put on Leo, really, to get value out of the trigger seed, right?
Absolutely.
And then on the other side, perhaps, you know, actually you have at least got Bong and Decap who can maybe take some use of the other abilities. But I agree, it's not a double AD carry either. That is for sure.
Others, push and general laning. Not going terribly after that early flash pop for Giyu. He's going to be able to continue farming comfortably. What if this is an early lost chapter of Power of Evil? Very comfortable in lane. Doesn't even have to TP back if he doesn't want to.
Man, that Coven Syndra recall is very creepy. Has the crow noise and the giant wing with loads of eyes on. Like, that's proper Dark Souls stuff right there.
This would be a very questionable GK contest if they do go for it. No flash on their mid lane, and the mid lane is down a massive amount of items. Zanzara, they can contest this if they want to, but support diff might make a difference.
And you're absolutely right. That's a lost chapter to a tier. It would be pretty bold. Still happy to come on over. Decap is here. Maybe the man advantage is enough. You can see Lilip is coming from base to get here. It actually decides against coming over to contest. Aborts his journey through the red side jungle, goes right back towards the bot lane.
So, what they can do now is they can play for Power of Evil. Very simply, keep the lane isolated. Power of Evil win 1v1. Look at the item differential. He can just keep EU pushed under tower as long as Zanzara is near, as well as the Thresh. Any kind of lead you get through platings will be all off the back of that.
Exactly it, Leo. Here by himself, trying to get to what farm he can, but Zanzara and Lilip.
Oh, look mid.
Well, there towards the mid lane, exactly. He's got Power of Evil. Beautiful scatter and flash to get out from the Shattering Strike. Will be forced to burn the flash, though. And we saw the last game, Power of Evil without flash was target number 1. Do they want to contest this Dragon now? Aramir's going to come on over, and the HP's not going down that fast. This could get interesting. Root Caller misses, though. That means Aramir, no real way into the pit, decides against contesting any further.
Yeah, playing for the neutrals instead of for the isolated 1v1 in the mid lane. So Power of Evil has to lose his flash, but they secure the first dragon.
Was Elmer trying to put the brush maker on the dragon to make Sandra
Maybe
lose vision? Yeah.
Maybe get vision, maybe they'll potentially steal it with a Q into a smite. Doesn't opt for it now, potential lane gank.
Could be a 3v3 down. Here's Zanza is around. Here we go. Elmer's on a really good angle. Gets the root caller. Shattering strike into the death sentence. Gets definitely weird. Decap in a dangerous position. Does not have flash. The death sentence lands. Lilith does what Decap did last game and causes chaos. The Gravitim's on the Binding Eclipse into the Scatter the Weak. Funky gets 2 in the bot lane.
From the gank early to forcing a TP, you cannot match the mid push. He has a tier to the Lost Chapter, so Power of Evil can make it out as lots of trading in the top lane, but that's sustained. Cookie's being munched.
Is it that? That's pretty good sustain, but we'll have a look at this bot lane play instead. The slow from the Binding Eclipse, and Elramir thought he had the counter gank.
No cleanse gets popped, the hook comes through.
Beautiful.
This series is Thresh. I feel like there's picks of series, you know? And I feel like for this series, I think Thresh might be the gem.
It feels like it, and I'm quite happy it's that one and then not something like the Scion. This is a lot more exciting to watch. Being blessed here in a meta that has been, at times, a touch slow, but even in this series, the lane swaps we've had have often been quite interesting ones, and a little bit more nuance to them, which tickles the macro side of my brain, at least.
Absolutely, but plan can still be the same. You can just play for your mid-isolated 1v1, play for the ability to punish the Talia. You'll have to recall now.
Decap. Oh, that's rough. Death Sentence lands. Still a play available. Decides against taking the Death Sentence further forwards. It's just a warning sign, letting him know.
Absolutely. Wave going to be collected by Funky very comfortably here. Didn't want to go potentially further because they had no vision. And topside camps are being cleared by Zanzara. That does mean that I believe it's going to be yoinked away. Now, Grub spawning soon, 1 minute away. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of fast push here from Funky and Lilip into a recall, into contesting Grubs. Lilip can already recall if he wants to start contesting.
Certainly look to do that. 2 Grubs did go the way of GK, so if they can get all 3, they can get themselves towards that oh-so-important 5 Grubs mark. Did have that the last game and didn't really manage to make as much of it as they would have liked. 2 kills onto Funky, though. He can get some of those Grubs now. That would be a fun time, all the while. Vertigo gets a shove on in. Nearly got the solo kill up top side. Bong with very low mana right now. Doesn't have the most ability to throw abilities back at this Zac.
Bong, no TP, he's kind of stuck here. So any kind of fight will go over to the side of Eintracht, since Bong is a dead member right now without that mana to cast ultimate. You can see Lilip walking back and forth between bot and mid lane, just in case he's needed at Grubs or in case of needed down bot side.
We're now in a dangerous position. Throws out the root caller. Has got to level 7. So Daisy is available to be summoned, the 6th man. Feels a little unfair, really. It's like, I have now got a 6th player. What are you going to do about it?
That is painful. Sorry, I got distracted by the damage,
Oh,
but I completely agree with you.
It's like
The Daisy point is completely true. It will just block skill shots. It will act as a fantastic frontline for this teamfight composition, especially if it's allowed to scale, and he hasn't really been attacked in the clear.
How does Syndra interact with Daisy? Can Syndra throw it with W? That could be really obnoxious, actually.
Picked into it, Lilip. Decap sneaking in there with Hex Flash, but Zanzara is here, and he has a lot of damage right now.
Decap, you need to leave. No. Recall. They just recall. Yeah, totally. You do not be there. Leo's going, Decap stayed! Why are you here? They got a teleport. They can maybe teleport in on this.
Dude, but then Bong would be dropping a lot of waves, so I don't think it's going to happen.
Before they are coming on down. Gyu has teleport too. Syndra. That one, I think they are just wanting to stay in range here.
He's recalling. He could TP in as well. Funky. This could be massive.
Oh, Funky, you need to be very, very careful. There's going to be a dark passage behind, and GK don't pull the trigger. They hold the nerve. Funky isn't attacked, and I think with a dark passage anyway, he would have been a little overeager, but Leo does at least get to claim this wave, and Decap was not found out on his flanking mission. That could have gone very badly in multiple ways.
You could tell there was decision-making there, right? They couldn't decide if they wanted to collect the guaranteed waves mid, or potentially look for this gameplay, this play down bot side, which if it goes wrong, would be game losing. So opt for the safe play.
It's not unreasonable, especially in the situation you're in with those plays in the last game and those last few moments going against you. Right now you go towards it. 1.5k gold lead individually though for Funky, who is very happily ahead after that early gank went so wrong. could prove very problematic, especially considering how valuable Leo is to this composition. We'll need to find a way to catch up. Being down the item completion makes contesting something like this dragon realistically an impossibility.
Absolutely. That Kraken Slayer completed. Incredibly strong right now. Going to be a dragon into down bot side crash and potential plates. A lot of damage there. This bot side, it's just going to be neutral objective city. They can secure whatever they want because of that lead in mid and bot.
They've just pinged on the way towards this bot lane as well. Bot was teleported in. There's a lot of wards behind. I wonder exactly how long this all can stay there. All the while, though, GK at the very least attacking those grubs. There is Bong being attacked and steering charge away. Own Wrecker passive comes on down from Xandra, who summons the ultimate. But Bong is just a beast. It doesn't matter there's 3 people. He's a 1v3. Grassproc comes on down, tower back active and available. Gonna try and Bella's breath away to some safety, but there's just not enough left in the tank. A valiant effort, but he will not stay alive. The tower still falls, gives over a kill, and 3-0 now for the Aphelios.
Buys a little bit of time. They had to reset the tower, but what can they get on the other side of the map? Doesn't look like too much. That's what I was looking for. Maybe on the cross map they could have found something with the time that Bong bought. But instead, probably gonna lose out on first blood tower here, just because of the plating differential.
Fortunately for that, that's very true. 1 plate remaining. It's barely a plate at that. Severum Crescendum with a little onslaught. Presses the Q, tower disappears. And the Aphelios Blender comes online. It's cooking up a fine meal for him in the bot lane right now. He is going to go back and I suspect pick up a whole BF sword. There it is. Berserker Greaves too. This champion is really strong right now.
And on the flip side, the problem that GK are having is their AD carry is extremely underfed. As the sole AP.
Dear. Yeah, you literally speak about it being underfed. Lilith is here, flash away from the Let's Bounce. Flashing forward from Lilith into the Flayed as a redemption and a cleanse, and Leo stays alive, but they burnt everything to keep Leo alive.
And this is really important. If the AD carry falls behind, they have nothing. All the damage is magic, and it's not high. Ornn, Talia, Ivan does nothing. They need Leo to be extremely fed, and that's what they're good at. Often they will spoon-feed Leo a bunch of gold, but right now he is not in a good spot. He needs the Kraken Slayer. He needs 2 items. Otherwise, this composition doesn't do anything.
Behind. This will be bot. This will be, Gyu coming from behind. Funky in a dangerous position. The Magnus not flashing away. Funky still going to try to break this out. He does so much damage. Summer him. Ultimate. Moonlight Vigil sends them all to their graves. Daisy's finally here, but not before he goes to 5-1. Funky sells his life dearly indeed. Xandra, flash thundering smash. And a Sky Splitter will send out a lightning strike in honor of his fallen AD carry.
2 versus 4. He runs forward into the gank. He doesn't run away, and he managed to pound out Leo. Leo, without the item completion, he just can't match the DPS. I really hope we get into the replay of that because, wow, the movement from Funky there was fantastic. So let's take a look at this right now. They get ganked. It's a nice setup, right? It looks like a good gank. You have significant mana advantage. 2 versus 4. Splash stun breaks the shield. The wards come down, but Funky, he doesn't run away here. He runs forward into Leo. He'll come through to the Severum ultimate.
Yeah, and Gyu chooses to attack Lilith. If he jumps on Funky, that's over. He tries to get both, or they try to get both. They only get 1, they lose 2, and it's pretty disastrous. All things said and done. GK, I know what they were looking for. It doesn't quite work out, and Gyu has to ult away from Funky, who at this point is... I don't know. This Aphelios is going to be such a problem.
I don't know how they're going to deal with this.
There's no way out. There's a redemption coming on down, but I just don't think he keeps him alive, right? There's the Galactic Splint shot afterwards. And even a Pharamancy mount up. And this is unfortunately looking like a little bit of a pub stomp. GK.
How do you deal with the Zac with the Spirit Visage? You have no damage unless Leo is 5-0. You need more gold on him. They absolutely need to make some desperation plays and picks around him.
Oh, Elramid dead as well. Force of Will, Power of Evil picks up that one. It is collapsing before our eyes. 6,000 gold ahead. 15 minutes in, 2 dragons. Prime League's #1 seed, about to break the hearts of Arabian League fans. The game's not over yet, but as we see some miracles, some clutch, some moments of madness, frankly, that we saw at the end of Game 3, then this may well be a 3-1 in favor of Eintracht Spandau, and that doesn't feel representative of the series. It really doesn't.
Absolutely. This is looking like quite a stomp, especially since Game 2 was so disappointing for GK. I feel like this should be a 2-1 right now for GK. I need them now to... They need to cross-map this dragon. They need to get gold onto Xayah. Leo needs to run top. They need to just take the tower, feed him jungle camps if needed. Otherwise, it's not going to function.
and they desperately need to realistically pick up a shutdown on one of the players while they're at it. They can get maybe that additional gold again on Funky, maybe on Power of Evil, you get a little bit something back, but this is going to be an upward climb. It would be.
Vertigo, can they take down Vertigo? This is the test. They need the DPS. He has so much healing.
There's no teleport for Power of Evils. That's unlike that, but the Redemption immediately comes on down, keeps the minions healthy. Vertigo goes bouncing around, but he will not bounce his way to safety. He is immediately deflated. The balloons go down. Bong dies.
Bong takes one too many tower shots, but at least they get an objective bounty and a bounty onto the Zac for the Xayah. They know they crucially need gold, but look at the cross map.
There was a Herald, and that means this tier 2 is betrayed. The penance is heavy indeed.
They leave Leo up topside on the Xayah to potentially hit tier 2, but they know they don't have time.
Sole point on a Mountain Dragon when you're already struggling to do damage to the front line. Another 5 minutes, and that is on the cards.
Mountain Soul.
Another 3 minutes. Baron's online, and you've already got Nephelios at 2. I suspect when he backs, it'll be 2.5 items. Let's have a look at the replay.
Replay. Leo, this was a pure test of how much DPS Leo could do. Vertigo gets chunked. The healing comes there through the Spirit Massage, as well as the blobs. But fortunately, Featherstorm into the pullback is enough damage. And then Bong. Next one, too many tower shots, unfortunately.
Yep, just doesn't work. Volatile Matter is good, but even Zac eventually falls. Of course, he does buy a kill with it. 2 and 1. This Zac's still going to be a problem. At least you did get another kill, but just look at the discrepancy in AD carry. 3,000 gold individually. It's not even 20 minutes. That is very rare to see a lead like that. Don't think it's getting any better anytime soon. Power of Evil, though, will spot it out. Gets a decent scout of the week, but Elrime goes up forward to the root corner. Teleport's not beginning to fly. This could get ugly. Sandras here. Power of Evil, trying to stay alive, will go down. Shut down in hands of Bong. Decap trading out on Funky, who's immediately landed out to safety. Bong now in a dangerous position, may well have to flash. Where can he go? There is nowhere but the ground, surely. Wait, big stun in the front line. Damage onto Lilith, who does go down. Decap gets that one. Bong has got a call of the Force Squad in a few seconds left. They go forward. Funky's got a blender, though. Foley falls. Does do it. GK are making it happen. How? How does it happen in 2 games?
What is going on? Against all odds, they don't have damage, yet they managed to take down the team of Eintracht.
Wasn't supposed to have any damage, Aragon. What?
What was that? It was so damn close. You saw the damage coming out of Funky. He nearly took down the entire team. Take a look at this. So they make a play up topside onto Power of Evil. Bong and Elromir. Letting out bottom. They chain CC, they knock him down. And crucially, that's all a Syndra's burst on. Once she's down, that's a significant portion of their damage. Vertigo is supposed to be unkillable. Z gets flashed away from. And now watch Funky's damage. The hook is great too. But it isn't enough. The AoE as well as Bong doing so much DPS.
Funky gets about 2 autos off there to begin with. And then at this moment, you began to wonder, would it just be a repeat of that top lane gank? And instead, he just about stays alive.
GK team fighting.
It's beautiful, isn't it? That is remarkable. This game, again, we thought it was done. We were about to sing a swan song for GK. Praise Eintracht Spandau and that lead. It's still there, don't get me wrong. A moment there where you can see that GK still got some ability to fight. Oh, this teleport could be ugly. Sansa is coming. Sky Splitter, the teleport forward.
Oh,
G's in danger! Redemption afterwards, alongside some shields with the root caller. Vertigo's gone too deep. Trying to heal up. Does go down. Redemption and healing from that Ivan.
Baron is up. I wonder if they're going to turn onto Baron now. Can Eintracht contest it? They get pushed away.
Forge God's coming. This might be a moment from the heavens, a stairway upwards into a highway to hell for Eintracht members. Lilith's down. Moonlight Vigil on the backside is good. Can get a moonshot off, but that's Decap down as well. Power of Evil and Funky have to 2v4.
That could be Nash. They decide, no, we're not going to go for that. Instead, turn our eyes to the 4th dragon, the Soul. They're flipping the game. They're inching their way back into the game 1 kill at a time. Just feels like an overreach. That teleport, you thought it was a mistake.
The Redemption, the Seraph Shield, the Root Caller, the Moonstone healing. Ivan in the mid game is deceptively dirty, bluntly.
At 2.5 item to Leah. You don't expect him to do that much damage with this top side. But with the amount of gold that he's been funneled into now, that is a very real threat. And I wonder if Eintracht are actually going to contest this in a minute's time. This next dragon that's up and coming, they could also opt to potentially cross-map onto the Baron. Do a Baron for Dragon, first Dragon handshake.
Go forwards. That's another stun onto Lilith. Needs to be afraid. Does not have the flash right now. I think he's just dead.
Oh, no,
That's
Lilith.
a huge moment. Wolf maybe gets them back into decent flame. The dogs goes wide though. Now dead. Decap needs to put it back away. The redemption comes on down. Funky is here. It's a little too little. It's a little too late. Member down again, and it's just looking like game 3, but in reverse. It's not around a Baron, it's around the top lane. Daisy goes forward. Hook onto Funky! He's down! Giyu, godlike!
What is happening? It feels like everything's falling apart, but for the opposite side. Bong isn't even there, and they're managing to 4 versus 5.
I'll tell you what, it's glory, it's fate. The storyline is just too strong. GK on the knife's edge. I thought it had cut them deep. I thought this game was done. That gold lead has gone again.
It's disappeared. It's fizzled. 500 gold lead now for Eintracht. But look at Giyu. Almost 3 items bought up the power of evil.
He's
now.
700 gold ahead after that early game.
Thing is though, Eintracht is still incredibly strong. They could do something like Nash. They could pull the trigger. They have so much DPS if they have the shurikens.
Soul delayed. Another moment back, and GK are in the game. Now, imagine telling us that 5 minutes ago.
Now the problem is, we did highlight in Champs League. You have a Volibear and a Zac and a Thresh dashing into Talia Rocks as well as a Xayah with feathers. It's so incredibly hard for them to have impact if the game goes volatile, if they do not end cleanly. They are so dependent on this Mountain Soul.
I think it's also dependent on whether Funky has the right weapons for the right moment. If he is on the wrong weapons and has no way to engage with the important fight, it could get very difficult to play out these stages. Elvermere debating stepping on forwards. Eintracht spanned out. They are wounded, but they are not out. The last few minutes have gone horribly for them. Make no bones about that. They are now in control. Blue side jungle of GK. They're in control of the river, and Baron. There's one wall behind them. Blue buff stolen by Zanzara.
Lord Dominance regards, completed for the Ophelios.
That might be the break point.
Potentially have enough DPS now in this mid 5 versus 5. Will this game come down to any sideline shenanigans? The answer is probably no. Team fighting engage is too strong. Zara Fishers.
Decap, hook lands. How far do they want to go? Forceful comes down. Leo hit with a Sky Splitter just about. Power Drill has to flash the seismic shove. Giyu. What a turnaround game after this game 3 went so wrong, after the early game went so wrong. 8-1 and 3. Godlike was a score. Bong lands a knock up on Zanzara. How much further do they want to go? Vertigo on the flank. The wall comes down. Splits off. Zanzara just about Vertigo. Wrong side of the wall. Zanzara did get over that wall. I spoke a little soon. Instead, it is going to be GK who forced Eintracht to back up through the mid lane, and they're now out of the river. GK are here. Did they start a Baron?
I don't think they have the DPS just quite yet. 2 items on this Xayah might not be enough. As this face check could be deadly.
New caller into the seismic shove, flashed away from Bong away. Leo has to immediately cleanse. Has got a redemption behind him, right back to full.
Big standoff here. Mid push is so important for both teams. It could be first move into the river.
Heartbeats in their ears. One fight, and Baron goes down. The Call of the Forge comes down. What will it be calling for? Glory or despair? Decap in! Magnet Storm, Funky trying to deliver. The Featherstorm back at the other side. Decap is dead. On the other side, Dandra trying to get on out. Does so. Unleashed power gets Giyu down to a 3rd. Bong low, needs to back out. Vertigo elastically slingshots forward, has got the passive. Moonlight Vigil goes wide, trying to heal up. It's huge with that volatile matter. Man down, Eintracht alive. They could turn to Baron.
A huge fight coming in. Zanzara buying crucial seconds of the backline and solo popping the Xayah Featherstorm. Managed to buy enough time now. Can they do Nash here? Teleport's coming down.
Even in the 4-5, they want to fight. So many of the ultimates are dead for Eintracht. That could prove deadly still. How much more can they do? Elromir has got Daisy to summon. Bong goes forward, gets a knock up on Lilith. The Baron damage is huge. Funky needs to back away. Bomb's in danger, stunned up for forever. But not enough to do that much damage. They have to leave the Baron surely down to 5,000 HP. They want to keep flipping it. They want to keep flipping it. It's taken. Zanzara secures it. The Smite fight 1. Now they can look for a fight. Look at the flight from the Zac. Gets the elastic slingshot. Giyu goes golden. To what avail? Decap is back, but the Talia is dead. God slain. And Dreams dying.
Zanzara with a huge steal as Vertigo goes forward.
Vertigo lands another stretching strike. Leo taken low. The redemption healing keeps him alive. In the picture-in-picture, Bong is on the wave, trying to stop that happening. Zanzara will thundering smash forward, claim the Forge God.
And off of the back of some insane team fighting from the side of Eintracht. They managed to secure the Nash.
Wow. Out. You wonder whether the Lord Dominic's regards might be the difference maker. The third item completed during this time, and that hurt.
Yeah, let's take a look at this again. Or, or maybe not. As we go into the Nash fight. This looks pretty bad for EINS, but securing and rushing down. It all comes down to the smite fight, a 50-50. You have the chakrams, but you have no smite secure spells. Then Zara secures at 1.3k.
Take the flip.
And then Vertigo.
That is such a good angle.
Pull back on the ward as well onto El Ramir. Zanzara runs him down. And then it's just a good run down of Bong as well. They can't take anything in the mid lane, but this could be a really deadly siege.
See Leo there off the bottom of the screen, pull back. That's how far away it was. Redemption healing again, so valuable. Keeps him alive. If he had died there, it could have been lights out. Here we go again, right back in.
No
25 seconds on Mountain Dragon. No flash on Giyu, no flash on Leo. Flash for Funky might be up for Power of Evil just about in time as well. It's not long on that cooldown.
They're opting to cross-map the Mountain Soul. For the side that has much less DPS, only reliant on Xayah, and the side that has a Zac. Giyu, gonna go top side. Potentially look for this tier 2 tower, but...
That's a full call.
It's absolutely rough. You can't help but feel bad.
They feel at this point with the death cap in on the Syndra, maybe it's just not enough in the tank. They take that fight, the game's over anyway, so you have to try and live to fight another day. Can you get a third item onto Leo?
Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Crypt Bloom might be coming in soon, but they can't hit this tower. They have grub, so any kind of damage is there. But look at that shield. How are you supposed to burst? You have a bunch of single target burst and team fighting, but you have to shred through this.
Your consistent uptime is pretty good if El Ramir can shield the right people. You've actually got a fair amount of sustain, but you have to have more of it than ever now. You need that Lord Dominic's regards completed ASAP. You need that Crypt Bloom or Void Staff, bluntly at this point, completed ASAP.
Navigating this team fight though, they at the very least still have the feathers, they still have the rocks. They have to dash into them. As long as they wave clear, they can maybe buy time for more items, because they definitely do outscale.
Moonstone, Mikhail's Redemption. El Ramir can keep Giyu and Leo alive. That's, that's on to that Ivan. Stun afterwards. Not actually that much damage. Power of Evil takes the lantern across the seismic shove. That
was braver than I.
Yeah, I'm going to say that was very sweaty there for a second. My palms got a little cold.
But mid and top siege. Look at the wave clear. It's so damn much. With the feathers, with the Talia rocks, it's incredibly hard to find uptime on the tower for either team.
Leandri's Lament now in for Giyu, upgraded by Bong. Of course, that might be a difference maker as well. Can those ornaments provide a little bit of extra stats where it's needed, really helping Leo? Otherwise, might actually be really, really far behind. He's down that 3,000 gold still. But that additional upgrade does make some difference. Got on this one. There's the wall afterwards. Andrew now in a dead position. Power of Evil getting on over. They're going to spot it out. They cut the shot back. Power of Evil! He's dead! Surely he is! The witch is dead! Power of Evil is down.
4 items on the Syndra, but it isn't enough. Mid push gonna be halted. This Baron, not even neutralized. Zanzara's still gonna go.
Usually Jeff's is on the map right now. Bong, pull back into the death sentence. Funky might be the next big evil though. Teleport into the mid lane. Zanzara steps forward. He's in danger. Where are you going? There's lanterns galore.
Oh my!
The Moonlight Vigil is empowered with the fury of 1,000 suns and a couple hundred years of game design experience.
They can fight this. They have the right guns. They have so much AoE in this choke from the blue-red.
Giyu! Golden! The stopwatch is good. Zanzara has to flash back out. The follow-up from Vertigo, though. Flashed away from Giyu. Has that summoner finally back and available. Power of Evil teleport surely available when he respawns. It's just about off cooldown. 8 seconds till he's alive. They get the kill on Power of Evil. They stop the shove, yes, but there is nothing on the map for them to claim.
If Funky could have found any hits there, that would have been a wipe. That was so much damage and potential in that tight choke with the blue gun right there. Fortunately, he doesn't find anything. Fortunately for GK, that fight wasn't worse than it was. Wow. Bloodthirster coming in now for the Velios. Almost 6 items. Especially now with Baron coming up 40 seconds.
I know, right? Velios is just foul. That damage was before the 4th item completion. Like, imagine what it does now.
Really, really disgusting. But, again, no Xayah ultimate popper for the side of Spandau. They only have Syndra stun to worry about if you're Leo. That's the only threat that they do have. Potentially the hook as well. But once those go down, he is free to navigate and hit.
Well, Dominic's Regards was just completed as well for Leo. He's got 3 items plus an ornament upgrade. It is not the same as the Abelis, but the damage is there now. If he can stay alive, if he can avoid having his ult pop. Elramir with this Ivan and throw all of those buffs and healing and shielding on top of the Xayah. Maybe it's enough. Severum, Crescendum, level 16 though. Daisy just doesn't exist.
Barrett started up. Flanked are marked. Power of Evil might find him.
Oh my lord, he's got him! No! The Seraph Shield keeps him alive. He doesn't have teleport, does have Weaver's Wall. Baron is down. The fight will be 4v5. And GK nearly lose their mid lane before anything else can happen. He's not going to be in this fight regardless. The Root Caller stopped Vertigo from going any further forwards, and they have to back away. Zanzara, Thundering Smash, speeds himself up on all 4. Ornn versus Volibear this game. We didn't talk about that little lore matchup, did we? Lilip looking for a hook. He's blind in the first place. Root on to Zanzara. The feathers afterwards, but there's a lantern.
They need to spread their lead. They can't run down one lane. The wave clear is too great. They need to go between every single lane, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Tier 2 top and Tier 2 mid is the goal. They need to line up these waves and make sure they crash at the same time. Look at Giyu. You can just instantly pop it.
Zanzara has ultimate, and that means he can turn off a turret. They can look to be that aggressive. Brushmaker comes in, trying to buy a little bit of space and extra range in the mid lane, but that Tier 2 wasn't very long for the world at all, was it?
Moving to bottom now, waves down in bot side. If they want to shift down there, they can use them with the Baron. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're going to retreat back into the Elder Dragon. Bunch of deep vision as well, potential TP flanks.
Eintracht Spandau hold on to the Prime League's hopes and dreams. A reminder, of course, of spring last year. The Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition looked like they were sure things to win that tournament in so many ways. They looked so good. Didn't quite make it. Didn't quite have it happen. That was with Funky on the roster. Zanzara winning all the way back for Ultraliga in a Go Rogue in 2020, looking to lead a team here to something pretty victorious. Prime League victory after so many years in this tournament. They've always been second best, third best. The names of LFL, of LVP. We're slightly over them. Leo forced to cleanse before it all begins. Maybe that's an omen.
Any scatter the weak now, any hook that lands. Leo won't be able to find uptime. He has to navigate so many spells.
Gets a route onto Vertigo, but he's got that cell division to work with. A hook onto Bong. Pretty tanky at this point. They don't go forwards onto the Forge Guard. Elder Dragon started.
How well can you protect Leo? That is the name of the game. He's the only one on your team with consistent DPS to shred through this sack, to shred through Lilith. Wall's going to cut off Power of Evil.
It's quite not the angle they're looking for. It's a bit of a corral, not a separation. Elder down about 3/4. Daisy goes forwards, but doesn't really amount to all that much. Bong. Shoved away. Scatter the weak afterwards. Needs to back out of the sky so the Death Sentence comes online. Look at Vertigo on the flank. Another streaking Shike. The elastic slingshot into the backline. Stormbringer comes on forwards. Leo goes up into the air. Jets and Roots down, staying alive. The stun on the other side. Decap alive. Zanzara nearly down. Surely falls. Elder taken. They do get the kill afterwards. Leo's going to have to flash out. They lose one. Big shot. Make that a double. Vertigo low. Not down, but Elder Dragon screams.
Decap.
And Eremon dies. Decap as well.
The power of the feathers. GK almost beat an Elder Dragon fight. They lose the flip. Ivan cannot steal it. But the power of running into the feathers. Zanzara just can't do anything about it. Take a look at this start. You can see Leo kiting back into the pit, especially since Zanzara, he has to try and go in, force the Xayah ultimate, and then navigate a way out of it. Vertigo also gets shredded. Leo is the only one that matters here.
He does so much work. Vertigo goes down. Funky steps forward. He can't fight that. That's one he can't do. And it looks like they found something wonderful. And then Elder Dragon does unspeakable things.
Pressing onto the map. How well can they find a fight? Now, you've got to think this top lane tier 2 is going to be gone with the threat of this Elder. They're just going to have to concede. But most of the time is going to be spent walking to the lanes. Could very well be another Elder fight. Decides the game.
The longer you wait, the more you catch up on the Xayah. She's now nearly at a 4th item. Funky at this point needs to decide whether he wants to sell his boots or not. Where he's at. He doesn't get stronger from here. He's level 18. Leo's still got a couple levels and a couple items to work with. If you can stall, if you can hold. They are trying so very hard. Look at the damage there. Power of Evil and Funky. Guarantee Power of Evil has all those upgrades on Syndra right now. The execute on the unleashed power. The additional 15% AP. He's full build as well.
So much damage now. Shield is huge on Funky as well. From the Mountain Soul, the Severum gun. It's going to be so hard to insta-burst, and the chain CC has to be there. Now, are they going to push further?
30
have the
seconds.
Elder.
30 seconds. They're going to dive on forwards. There's the ultimate. The Stormbreaker coming on.
Leo,
Damage.
Solo, keeping alive, is alive. Vertigo in a dangerous position. Remember, does have the ultimate. The corner force comes across. Does land on the Funky. They get the kill on the Zac. Blast away from Xander, who's dead too. They dive too far.
They pull the trigger, but once again, they can't navigate the feathers now. Are they going to find anything onto Bong? They're staying around.
I want to try and find a pick because the carry members are still alive. Funky, Power of Evil. Lilip wanting to throw a Q, that death sentence, a final marker on this game, put it to bed. They've tried so many times, but they cannot find the mortal blow. Double blue wards in there. You really, really needed the one, guys.
Baron spawning. Take a look at this. They pull the trigger instantly, tried to force onto Leo, but once again, the Feather Storm is the bane of Vertigo's existence. Same with Zanzara. Zanzara's also pulled in, extremely squishy at this point, just a blob. But Funky, damage is there at the very least. Anytime the Fellows can actually make contact with the backline, the one-shot is there.
Bloodthirster, upgraded Moonstone, Redemption, Shields. Xayah is always going to be harder to kill than you think. Oh my lord, are you sure, Elramir? Gets the team red buff, needs to get out now.
The red buff is huge. Massive for the slows.
Baron started. They're doing it. GK are going to make this happen. Smell the burgers in the air. It is a delicious moment, but this could be a wake, or it could be a celebration of greatness.
Power of Evil steals the Baron. Breaks the Arabian League heart one more. They do kill Zanzara though.
What about the fight
Afterwards, Death Sentence down into the box. Decap. Deed indeed.
Manages to find the pick. 1-for-1 and Nash. Now, can they barrel it down mid and threaten the tower? The wave clear is still there. The wave is very thin, and the side laners are not favoring Einspandau.
Not. They have the Baron somehow, some way. Late game Syndra damage is just... Oh, you just saw it there. They're stepping forwards. Elramir in danger flash for the play. They're going to go over the wall, trying to go to the stretching strikes. I think that the elastic slingshot. Moonlight Vigil onto Elramir. Ivern down.
Wave clear still alive. You have the Talia, you have the Xayah, but...
There's no way out.
Giyu
just about away.
Manages to find a way out with the wall. With the Weaver's wall, getting away from that bush. Can they push in using the bot side? They have the Nash.
Oh, man advantage. They'll get the respawn back on Zanzara. Wave clear still scary. Decap may be looking for a Funky reminder. He hasn't been that active in the last couple fights because it's been a little hard to step forwards, but he is still the final boss. Power of Evil. Gonna put a name to that as well. Giyu, they're out the way, but the inhibitor turret for GK have held on admirably this game. They might still win it somehow, some way, but...
Trying to find an engage on either side of the siege, whether it's on Power of Evil or on the Funky.
Zanzara's there to shield his mid laner. It's the stun onto Giyu! Taken low, not down. The Elder Dragon, of course, timed out a little while ago. Power of Evil could have made the ultimate happen. Of course, the Zhonya's would have made it difficult. The inhibitor finally falls. Surely, wait. Step 4, get a last auto. The cannon minion does it for them.
Now it's just bot. This is the last siege they can do. Elder Dragon spawning soon as well.
30 seconds. They're going to try and get a reset in. Wait, they want to try and get a bait hit. There's someone walking through here.
Power of Evil has TP. He can TP in too. Tribute to the burst. TP in mid lane.
They know what's happening now. They know they were trying to be cheeky, but actually means the reset's going to be awkward. I don't know where their wards are going to be at here. There's a blue trinket behind. They're going to spot what's happening. They're going to go for the reset. There's no teleport on Power of Evil. Okay, trying to force their way through mid. Zanzara looking for an angle on the side. Leo hit by that one. They're going to stun onto Vertigo. Gets still knocked up. This could be dangerous. Funky now looking for the hook on the bot. The wall afterwards. Power of Evil locked out. What about the fight afterwards? It's going to be pretty ugly. Stormbringer comes forward. Lilith low. Decap dead. Funky unleashes a binding eclipse afterwards. Ensures there is nowhere to go but the grave. 2 down. They hold in the red side jungle of GK.
They have the wave clear. Can EINS end?
They have to try 3v5. Eintracht Spandau, #1 out of the Prime League, looking to break the fairy tale story of GK, the Arabian League. Prime League looking to go back to the finals in back-to-back springs, looking to do some damage. Giyu doing his best,
but the Nexus is exposed. The Nexus is down. Eintracht Spandau will make it to finals. GK, your run was magnificent, but it was not enough to beat the best of the Prime League. Look over to the wonders of Deutschland. They celebrate. You can hear the anthem from here.
Back and forth. You think one side is winning and then the other throws. And the other side wins. And in the end, it's Eintracht who takes it.
I'd love to say something, but right now we are hearing the greatest of Europop. It's not techno, it's not Berlin, it is pure Spandau Europop.
What a game. Back and forth, up until a final fight with blue guns and a choke. I feel like that was the name of the game the entire time. Which AD carry can find uptime, whether it's Leo, whether it's Funky.
And Power of Evil and Funky, the raw DPS those guys were doing was just like unspeakable. In some ways, they got to full build on those champions. The Elder buff coming on through as well. It was really, really quite something. And, you know, credit over to GK. In many ways, this should have been Game 5. We could have seen that Game 3 go the way of GK, this game go to Game 4, and we could have been looking down at Silver Scrapes quite happily here. And I hope that people don't just look at the scorelines and think it was a wash for Eintracht Spandau. And don't get me wrong, they played well. But GK took it to them in multiple games there, and we were very blessed with a lot of that series. Last words, Eric, on before we give it to the desk.
Absolutely not. I think there was too much to break down, and I'm going to give it to the caster desk, the analyst desk, rather.
The caster, wait,
the caster
That's
desk.
us.
That game was too much.
Thank you so much. It's done with you both.
It was a long game. Give
It
them a
was
break.
a long game. But before we even talk about the game, I want to talk with someone from the team of Spandau. Zanzara, are you with us? Give us a sign. Apparently is not. Give us a moment. Hello?
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 Zanzara!
Hello? Do you hear me?
I hear you, my man. How you doing?
Hello, we won.
I have no idea. So I picked you specifically because I've been told you're the biggest yapper of all yappers. Do you agree?
That's fact. That's fact. That's all, it's just true of the truth.
You know,
I cannot say more,
Zanzara,
yeah.
I had to tell him because back in 2020 summer, when you guys demolished EU Masters with a Go Rogue, we had you on that interview and we enjoyed you for like, what, 20 minutes? And we're like, we gotta close the show at some point. This guy is not stopping.
Look at his face.
Oh,
Look
yo,
at his-
Sasha.
Okay, I have one question. Tell me why Spandau is the best part of Berlin.
Yeah, of course, Spandau is the best part of Berlin. It's not even like discussable. It's like it's just Spandau just better city than Berlin. How you can actually call Spandau part of Berlin? Like it's actually just spitting in my face. I don't like it. I don't like it. You saw what happened to GK? You want it to happen to you or what? Don't do that.
I lived in Spandau.
That's a good point. That's now you, and then you know.
Wait, is it? I live in Friedrichshain. Is that like the same thing or not?
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
That doesn't count. Doesn't count.
We don't care.
Doesn't
You're
count.
as far
Sorry.
away as
I just
possible.
found out.
I shouldn't have said anything. Sorry.
I was judged because of that. I'm happy. I'm finally happy. It's on you, by the way, Trevor. It's on
Sorry,
you.
man.
Okay, look into this game. You lost the first one. Can you give me like a leak of what happened?
I mean, it's just standard, the Spandau warm-up. Like, first game, just we see what enemy can do. It was the rough one, I think. I think also we didn't really, react properly to swap, so I fell behind the jungle. And I think it was just draft gap. What can I say? It was just then we learned for next 3 games. So that's all. It's just better draft, always wins.
Yo, speaking of that as well, I want to ask on that draft on game 1 because I see the priority that comes through with things like Rek'Sai and jungle. Now, Rek'Sai got nerfed. People have walked away from a top side because of the Fury gain. Walk me through what your thought process is behind it in jungle, because a lot of teams aren't touching this at all in the jungle pool right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's more like after Volibear getting nerfed and after Maokai Vi, it's probably the third best jungle in terms of power spike, in terms of scaling. I think she's pretty good at scaling right now. So basically in jungle she can do kind of the same thing what she does on top. If you build defensive items, if you're not completely clueless and go AD items, If you build properly by Titanic, and then you go like Omen, Spirit Visage, then you go defensive item, then you're actually like a human being, and then you can actually be useful. But that game was tough. That game was really tough.
Not useless
That game, I built properly, but something happened early game, so I was still shit. So yeah.
You got level 1, bong level 1, but
Yeah.
to be fair, that was.
I got level 1. Yeah. You know.
Bro, I feel for you.
Zanzara, once again, you're back at EMEA Masters. Your team back in 2020 was the favorites to win it all. You guys won it all. Now, a lot of people, including myself, I've put Eintracht Spandau as my favorites to win the entire tournament. However, there's also Besiktas and BDSA in the semi-final tomorrow. Who do you expect to win that semi-final, and how do you expect them to go up against you?
I mean, honestly, of course, I expect BDS to win. I think BDS was even before the tournament. Everyone predicted them to win. I think Besiktas pretty good team. I think we have also screamed against them a lot, but BDS should be at least one level above them. We'll see how it goes. Maybe Besiktas improved so much, but honestly hyped. I think honestly just want to show respect to GK. I think it was the best team we played against for a while, honestly. I think we were surprised how actually good they're executing the stuff in official, because usually teams versus us, they just stay under the tower because they know I'm gonna gank and they stay under the tower. And I'm like, I can't gank. I don't know what to do. And these guys, they were always together, always engaged, just huge respect. I know, now I actually understand why they beat K-Corp. They're honestly just insane team. But I think BDSA gonna be, if BDSA wins, it's gonna be super hard, and if Besiktas wins, then it's gonna be a big surprise. And it's also if they manage to beat BDSA, it means something.
You said something very interesting about GK, that they pushed you guys. You had an average game time of 34 minutes, which is the highest in the league currently. Would you say that GK pushed you to be a little bit more on your toes in the early game to try and get an advantage there?
I mean, not that much. I think they just forced us kind of to react properly to swaps. I think the main point, actually, they were matching us in our strongest point, mid-game fights. And usually we just pick scaling comps and we just win early game. And we just win early game, and then game ends because enemy cannot really do much. But these guys, they had really good drafts. I think they also had really good champion pool. So we were it was way harder to get advantage through drafts. And because of that, actually, we kind of okay, guys. We need to get more early game, because then it looks rough. If they play properly, they can use it pretty well. So yeah, we had to go Volibear last game and stuff. If we would not throw last game, this game would end way earlier, but it is what it is. Sometimes it's happening, Spandau effect, yeah.
You know, it happens, man. Quick question before I throw it away. How much do you miss Skarner?
I don't miss Karl. I just wait for summer split. Oh, this beauty, this creature is beautiful. It's just yes. Instead of just ult bot, now you have free abilities. You're actually Nautilus in jungle with damage. So insane. Can you imagine? I cannot. I'm not sure.
That was actually my question.
I don't know why it exists, this champion. Honestly, I think you should get nerfed 20 times before summer. If it's not, it's permanent.
Zanzara, I'm afraid of what is about to happen. I see something on that computer.
Bro,
so wait. Zanzara, teach him a lesson, okay? I know where this is going. Zanzara, teach him a lesson. Aesthetics, it's you.
Bro, I'm looking at Spandau, big area. Where would you recommend? Where can I go? Because it's next to Alexander. Plus, why are people saying this is not part of Berlin? It's right in the middle.
Look, okay, you just go to Eintracht Spandau.
Yeah.
You just come to the Bock, to the bar. There's all the Eintracht Spandau fans. You just having you can just have a lot of fun there. Just come. We just gonna come to you also. You can just handshake with the players. We're gonna say let's go, bro. You know, we're gonna have some fun. You know, we're just humans. You know, so everything is close. You know, and there's a lot of good restaurants. You know,
yeah,
beautiful weather. You know, even if Berlin is raining, in Spandau it's always sunny, guys. Like
Right.
I don't know how it works.
No, it's
I
real.
don't know how it works, but it's just like a godlike place. What can I say?
Yeah. Okay. All right, man. Well, I'll see you there sometime.
The best part of Spandau, it's Zanzara, you know? He just announced.
Oh, thank you.
He's
With
the
the
best
other
part of
plebs, as he put it.
So when you look into the final, and we were talking about teams that could face you in the final, I don't want to steal enough time of you. So who do you think is going to take it, and how are you going to win against Spandau?
I mean, we're gonna do the same thing what we always do. We're gonna lose first game, and then we're like, shit, we need to change the draft. A whole preparation. Okay, and then we do new draft, and then we win 3 games in a row. That's simple. Doesn't matter the enemy team.
Fine by me. So I need your knowledge on this one. We're putting up bets on the on the cast, and usually the both guests they'll bet something against each other. So tell me something. Whoever loses on final, what do you think they should do on broadcast?
Whoever loses on final.
Yeah, on the desk. Desk.
Let me rig this, Zanzara. Let me rig this a little bit and say that I have you guys as my tournament favorites. There you go. I just
we're
rigged
putting
it a little
up
bit.
bets for the analysts.
Okay.
So the analyst that is going to lose, what do you think they should do on
then
broadcast?
the analyst who gonna lose should repeat a new Scarnet dance in front of stream.
Wow.
I don't know how you're gonna do it, but it's my wish. So it's your problems, guys.
I love you. It's done. It's a deal.
Hysterics, start learning this, man. Start
It's a
learning
deal.
it.
Aesthetics, good luck. Zanzara, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations for the victory as well. So far, only 1 loss on the first game. That's how you roll. And Spandau, I'll see you soon.
Thank you for having me.
See ya.
Satisfied now? I told you the guy's amazing.
I'm just happy. You know, I'm
Bro,
just
that
happy to
guy
be here.
is the best
He's
form
still
of a yapper.
looking at Google Maps.
I'm still on Spandau. I'm just looking. It goes into the middle of Berlin. Like
it has an amazing lake. It has a lot of restaurants.
It goes under Alexanderplatz. Like
it does,
bro. It's right near. Yeah.
Wait, no.
Yes, it does.
No,
43 kilometers.
Okay.
He cooked too much.
I
think he's watching the subway.
Maybe. Spandau is like on the western part of Berlin, out of Berlin.
I'm telling you guys right now, it's on the western part, but it technically extends to the middle.
You know, okay, just the people at home, people who don't know Berlin, Spandau is Berlin. That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
But they
now,
said it's
when we
not.
look into the draft, though.
Oh, we're jumping back into the draft?
We're pulling you back into the game. There you go. Beautiful.
Lovely draft.
And you look into this and you're like, wait, Ivern on the early game is kind of complicated for them to be alive.
Oh, no, I don't know. I feel
don't know
like
what is that,
Ivan
but
just
please.
needs someone to just throw shields at, whether it's like a bruiser just throwing themselves in the fight, whether it's another AD carry. Usually we see Ivan very successful with the likes of a Tristana mid lane plus another AD carry down bot. I think Mad Lions actually were able to pull one of those over in the LEC a couple of times actually. And every time you would see Tristana plus AD carry, there would be a following Ivan ban against them as well on 4-5. So I felt like it just felt like the Ivern didn't necessarily have any jobs specifically in the early game. And in all honesty, I think we were talking about this hysterics. It felt like Ivern wasn't really doing much, and then he was kind of winning every fight.
Yeah, it wasn't doing much through lanes because the early game, as Trouble just said, like the first 20 minutes were really rough. You look at the early setup. All 3 lanes are hard to play through. You don't win the 3v3. And again, you don't have setup with the likes of something like a Zeragon set and Carson, like a Renekton that could play through. And then so the early game just felt like absolutely muted, where a lot of these carries weren't getting the resources they needed. And of course, like it changed as the game went through. The Ivern started getting used, but by that time as well, they're playing through a disadvantage, which even with some of the comebacks, never really seemed to go away apart from a couple of power plays. But GK then lost it again.
I feel like even though Zanzara was obviously jokingly talking about how, hey guys, we just lose first game. Haha, it's draft death every single time, and then we win 3 in a row. I feel like Spandau has a lot to learn from this particular series. This clip in particular is one of them. I feel like they overextended one too many times on side lanes where they hadn't prepped the vision. They had zero control over those quadrants in the jungle. They were pushing in with immobile AD carries, and they were getting caught. And then also a lot of the engages, because you have the depth to go in with the Zac, to hook deep with the Thresh, to go in with the Volibear with the ultimate. It felt like a lot of these fights, even though Funky was so fed and could do so much damage, his frontline was overreaching so hard that he wasn't able to put down damage because he had to consistently mind his footing on these fights because his frontline was missing from in front of him. So again, I think there's a lot to learn for Spandau in this particular one, especially if they go up ahead Besiktas or BDSA.
I think it's mainly just PoE. I mean, PoE overstepping, as you said, like that's the biggest takeaway for me. Overall, like their team fighting was still a lot better. Like props to, again, we already mentioned Funky. I think Lilip as well, like showing Thresh back to back where last game it was picked up by GK. But, you know, overall, again, top lane, the Zac just, it was a pick that was open that GK decided not to pick up. And it looks like maybe Bong wasn't just a Zac aficionado or just didn't want to play it as much as he did the Ornn. But I've been constructing like a lane swapping tier list. And even though it wasn't a lane swap game, like Zac is S- for me, way better than the Ornn. And again, in these team fights, like showed a lot of value. Even though the Ornn offers added scaling, like the Zac engaged consistently throughout was still just so painful to deal with.
At the end of the day, it's Spandau moving forward versus GK. I'd like to take this opportunity to just say GK surprised everybody. It's an amazing team, and every opponent versus GK always said like these guys are complicated to play against.
I mean, honestly, they demolished anyone's expectations. Everyone had their eyes on Nigma Galaxy. What happens to them? 3-1 Spandau happens to them. However, both Arabian League teams made quarterfinals and semifinals right now with GK. They took down the unthinkable. They took down KC. They have never lost to anyone ever in playoffs. They're here, they win. This time not. And that's thanks to GK taking them down in a 5-game banger with a reverse sweep. They've done the unthinkable. They should be absolutely and utterly proud of themselves. The Arabian League seems to be ever growing. And honestly, I cannot wait to see how they're going to come back in summer.
Let's see what happens in summer. But for spring, we have our first finalist. We have Spandau waiting for the next opponent that is going to show up tomorrow. This is the end graph. And it's kind of like tied up. And when you look into their failures, I mean, he has so much time to cook those team fights and so much protection. That's it. Spandau are looking really, really menacing. Well, let's see what happens on the other side of the bracket. Talking about the bracket, might as well show you what is happening right now. On Spandau's side, well, on the top side of the bracket, they move forward into the finals. On the bottom side, we'll see tomorrow Besiktas versus BDSA. I was talking about the bracket, but you don't need to see it. I just announced it to you. So you do take it. No, that's a graph. Now back to us. Now back to you. Now back to us. Besiktas versus BDSA. I would like to get like your opinions, like really fast opinions about that game. What could happen?
I mean, I'll start. And don't worry, fans at home, we don't miss this one. Semi-finals coming to you tomorrow, so it's not going to be like quarters. The biggest takeaway is that BDSA blitzed through their opponent in Orbit Anonymous. If you missed out on that one, Besiktas had to really fight against SK Prime, but had some nice draft innovations. The most exciting thing about that series is going to be the pace in the early game, where Besiktas are going to have their work cut out for them because BDSA, through three different lanes, were really good at shutting out all angles of the game for Orbit Anonymous. So expect a fast-paced game unless Besiktas can slow it down and play their pace.
Troublepedia.
I wanted to say the exact same thing. Besiktas, through their series versus SK Prime, they either lost fast or won fast. And BDSA usually win fast. So I feel like in the first 5 or 10 minutes of the game tomorrow, you will know what's happening,
So it's one of those series that if you blink, you're going to miss it like really, really fast.
You have to do that. Okay.
I mean,
that was really good.
That was really good. Even production was like, wow, what happened? There you go. You missed it. You couldn't see what I did. So in order to see that, might as well tune in for tomorrow. Same time, same place. Because without you, it's not even fun. Until then, I would like to say goodbye. Keep climbing. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon.
Freely using Katarina's
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
Care freely using Katarina's cute cookie cutters. Ooh! I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since.